He'll get a little bit of a freebie, but like, not really gonna be of all that much interest to him is being given handouts. He'd like the rounds to continue to work their way up in quick succession. As rapidly this devolves into a game of cat and mouse and running it into one round where, I mean, they don't really break their opponent's economy and they can play with something at the very least, deal some damage, and then just return the round straight back to follow. Inconsistencies really widespread in this map thus far. The only thing that's remained consistent is that ABR still continues to put up some shots when needed. KD, 20 and 10. Kill here and there sprinkled through. Enough for the time being, but needing other players to begin to ascend to his level. As Mello, he's been the closest one to doing so. He's already been dispatched of, and Ivs in a display of some quick shots. Skill hit straight through the dome. FE4 in a minute and 30 to be able to really just dictate how else they want to play with the utility that they have left, being very little. While Game Hunters, they've held on to quite a bit of it.
That's what's going to matter come down the stretch, but at the same time, losing players one by one is going to hurt them even more. ABR, oh, couldn't expect that. And Nacho's looking for more around the red bin, playing phenomenally on the AO4 and not letting them touch this round. PRT. Great shot comes back on a PK1, but it seems like it's too far too late. And at this point, you're just hoping to save, get out of dodge, get away with the one saving grace into the next round you have. They've been absent of bomb plants, let alone rounds in the past few.
Digits is banging. Oh, bomb plant is pretty rough, actually, seeing that is the case. Only one kill converted. A bomb plant would have meant a lot to them right now, actually, let alone a gun saved or a kill or two more. It was a couple of different variables that just don't go their way. Great from Nacho at red. Given responsibilities and proving himself capable of them. Great power. Ivs backing it up. And a molly actually that looked to stop them from making their way down, unsuccessfully so. If there was a round where that would be like okay and really not the worst thing in the world to have happen, it would be this one. They're playing up against just pistols, no utility, only 1.5 sets of full armor. We'll see what Roy can do.
Right now it looks like a lot, but then as soon as I say that, he's instantly put back down to earth. They've got an AK and a potentially open avenue down to this lower bomb site. Those were the only two in defense. This'll at least garner a plant for sure. Maybe anything more, I'm not entirely sure just yet. AK, good stuff, PRT, and we're back to a 2-on-2. They don't even really know about where to look at this point. PK1 taking a risk just by coming out. Off gets pushed down, but Ivs holds his own, grabs the 11th.
Defensive ops looking pretty good. Quickly accelerating in pace. Being able to find some of these quicker shots. Early round, mid round, late round. Really much variance there. But being put onto 11, being put up against guns, this is where you really need to prove that those shots have a little bit more weight to them, a little bit more oomph. Because he's dealt with the 1-versus-1 with Mello before. That was pretty good, sure. How consistently he's going to be able to pull that against these other riflers in their positions at closer to medium ranges is going to be I guess, yet to be seen. Utility not really warding him off of his angles as they want to force themselves into him. Knowing now that he's pretty confident and comfortable in looking up towards that silo, might not really want to make that a reoccurring position. Instead, trying to circumnavigate him with their smokes on the outer extremity and then maybe even wrap towards ramp side after having pulled his rotation through, knowing he's going to be a little bit far away to support, or at least consistently has been. Maybe that could be their game plan. Let's wait and see.
This is one of the last rifle runs you're going to get as Game Hunter, so if it doesn't work here, well, tough stuff. Best way to put it. Slashes, though, quickly gets on the top of Mini, and at least Shinden are unaware of that. To say at least, something Game Hunters needed. Weird little setup here. I think they're trying to crunch onto A, but Nacho is pretty much shutting this down outside. Even a 1-for-1 is big. They know what's coming now, and Roy can try to readjust for this, but the op is in heavy turmoil. So many places to look.
He's stuck below. Can't really get himself a powerful line of sights onto them. If he goes up that ladder now, he's going to be a dead man. So they're playing this one patiently enough and kind of leaving ABR with room to cook, as he's already found his one. He continues his way even further deeper beyond that as they look to pincer A. That could be the right move. And actually, ABR holding for his backside. One of these two pieces of the puzzle is going to have to budge. And I see PRT, but so too does Abiz, and he's going to be able to find their prong from inner. They actually may just wait and need to rely on somebody going for a move on the side of Game Hunters before they can do anything. As far as a split goes, it's not going to happen.
Oh, man. Shinden have just got this one in the bag. With the way they're playing around the sites, with the way they're playing around almost everything that Game Hunters are throwing at them, it's not even like this T side has lacked any creativity. Like, there's been a couple of really cool ideas thrown into the mix, but Game Hunters just get outplayed by Shinden almost every time.
Chance. It's up against the wall, need to fight off with strong opponents to fight up against, with only SMGs and Galils, not a singular AK-47 to be spoken of. Forbidden are they from investment. Looks as if they're going to just run into the meat grinder that is BK1 for his double, and unexpected and unannounced for a moment was Nacho as he fires off a burst towards Slashes. It's actually the SMG to get back towards it pretty quickly, but he's involved himself into the lower bomb site. Does Melo even know? I thought that he'd seen him. He didn't spot him at all, and this is only ABR now in the clutch. Try and do something on his lonesome with a better weapon retrieved. That there was a player you would want here, it would be him, as he's not been quiet about this way down through the vent with the AWP. It was requiring Abiz to try and make the swing, and just the perfect split-second timing to catch him as his ascent to the railing comes through. That will be 13-8, and that will be Shinden's map pick converted.
I mean, look, we came into this map, acknowledged it was a risk, and the risk paid off for Shinden. I don't necessarily know if this was a benchmark, if maybe they've improved since the last time we've seen these two teams go head-to-head or toe-to-toe, but it's a good sign and a good omen when the last one went so close to have some breathing room as we shift into the second map. Game Hunters, they've got a lot to think about, because with Ancient on the horizon, man, I don't really know what they're going to have to change. That didn't even look bad from them when it comes to strats, when it comes to individuals, but whatever it may be, something's going to have to change and somebody's going to have to step up. As coming to the other side of this break, we'll see what could be the last map in the 1-and-1 bracket for the Game Hunters.
Well, I mean, that last game, I feel like kind of spoke for what could very well, I mean, be more of what's to come. I mean, that was kind of a back and forth affair that I wouldn't actually say that I was all too much of a fan of the nature of. A map like Nuke, typically you don't see the T side, how it started in that first half, go the way that it did. And especially not the finish, the close. I mean, Shinden, sure, they win, but they get their 5 rounds and then they get come back on to 6-6 at the half. But like any further beyond that, it could still very well have been the Game Hunters game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of points where you can look at it and say something like there was a lot of fighting for Shinden, where there probably shouldn't have been. Maybe a lot of aggression, and maybe that's what they're going for to an extent. I feel like that's something you don't too frequently see in this region, at least when it comes to not those like super top dog teams like those Fluxos and whatnot. It's not common. You see like crazy radical aggression, and I want to say that's what Shinden brought to the table in that last map. Even in the way they went about taking their duels, even in the way they went about navigating anti-clutches is the only way I could really put it. When they were in 3v1s, 3v2s, things like that, where they had big advantages, they would end up giving them away because of that sort of mentality they took into the game. It still won. It still worked for them at 13-8. I do think there was a lot of good to write home about for them in the fact that usually, even when Game Hunters would get creative and get cute with it in some rounds and try to change things up, Shinden would always have a really good backup plan. But I think there were a lot more rounds they could have and should have won had they known when to tame their own fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Ancient, as we do jump into it, will be a pretty good proving ground to maybe a change in how I love to make this point recently, so you're going to hear it on almost every broadcast. The elevation change, I think, with a little bit more horizontal gunfights to go for, I think that'll be a pretty interesting way about it, is where also the utility on this map is drastically different for the CTs in the sense that the only similarity you can really call is that you always need to have a bottom mid smoke, and you always need to have a door molly on Nuke. That's kind of a little bit awkward considering how varying those two pieces of utility are useful in different stages of the round. Having to dedicate that so quickly, and also keeping in mind that when you do go for those mid takes, you're also probably going to need a molly and a flash maybe, or a nade to go along with it. It's just so much you need to offer up to where gunfights are going to be the name of it primarily beyond that. And let's see how they work it out now here on this B site, because there are a absolute number of CTs.
So far, CT's not doing all that much. A 2-for-3 trade, and it's not exactly ideal. To be fair, site wasn't super stacked, but when you lose that opening kill, it makes things a whole hell of a lot harder. Bomb goes down, however. They're still going to attempt this 2-on-3. This kill in cave could really help their cause. Abyss only takes one tag as well. I think there's a kit somewhere in play, but for now, that's not going to matter much. Time, not a huge factor as we've just gotten into things, and that's another big headshot for Abyss, who's looking to take the round by himself. Seeing the last man, Mello, run back down the ramp. They tap the bomb. One blow, quick push. Abyss needs to take this fight, needs to take it now, and runs out of bullets when he goes for the engagement, so Mello hangs on.
Dude, that first shot was absolutely stunning on that peek towards topside site. It was just a quick little burst of preemptive free fire, and right on the money. What makes it happen? Shinden denied of the momentum that they looked to gain following their first map victory. Came down to like the last 2 bullets there before he'd gotten around the corner, full reload, but with the force by, it's MP9 in the center with Eagles and 5-7s who run it down to the bottom of mid. What the hell has this been allowed? It's the 5-7 that gets it, actually. Both players dealt with by one man, but I guess the same could be said for Mello's Mac 10. And now, as we go deeper into the round, knowing Mello was at the bottom of the steps with Nokes being the only undetected factor, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, but at least now they've regrouped.
Not for long, though. Looks like this is still going to come down to an unfavoring 1v1. Because as soon as that smoke fades, Nokes has the weapon advantage up close with the MP9. It's just such a hard fight to try and win, or at least expect to win out of it. And they're even going to BM on top of it. It's a good start for the Game Hunters. We saw some good stuff from them in the last map, so I'm not entirely going to write this off, but of course,
It's the kind of fight that gets your heart beating a little bit, though.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I think, for the Game Hunters much that this comes down to a 1v1 either, because this is a forest buy from Shinden, so as long as you can avoid scare and losing it, then it's whatever, really.
I think what matters most is actually how many players they have standing at the end of this round. That's more important. They kind of need to guarantee that they keep at least 3 up. Already lost the 1. It was an HE for Nacho, even still a P250 and a Deagle that looked to dish out some damage later on, perhaps. And actually trading positions, it will be Ivs who gets side. Corner not really cleared, but don't really come to matter, and they do manage to keep 4, and that's pretty good. So now when it comes down to this gun round, they're going to have these AKs that they could be upgraded upon if they would like to. They have the opportunity to get the AWP out pretty quickly. If they had a number of people fall, that would have been maybe a drop of a gun here and there, maybe a piece of missing utility perhaps, but now it's just like a super bonus round. Like, if they can manage to scrounge out a 4th here, that's going to be pretty catastrophic, considering they only have the 2 AKs. Rather, I mean, catastrophic for the other team, considering they only have 2 AKs. So if you see a buy like that win out, you're going to be like, damn, we just lost to, like, 2 full weapons, man.
Oh, God. You got to worry about this if you're a biz. Oh, my.
Oh!
Jesus. Crazy flick from IVZ. And that's huge. They were ready to just pounce on A. You could see the way they were shifting in mid. There were 4 people here. As soon as they got that kill in Donut, they were instantly transitioning into an A side take. Now, it gets a little more complicated for the Game Hunters.
They're going to need to do some hunting. That much is sure. As they've got to pull back man disadvantage that's been put in front of them. For Shinden, they favored firepower above all else this round. They put it all in that. And probably the best round to do it, honestly. Hit their shots well enough. But, oh, Nokes with nearly a transfer. There was a second or 2 more. But BK1, supported by the blow of that smoke, I think it was the T's that did that. And then they weren't quite prepared for him to be over in the cubby. He gets everything that he needs to done with and over. He might actually go for the re-engagement here. Nice! Showing absolute confidence, exuberating off of the sniper, and where I think that the Nuke really wasn't the best performance for him. He really started to come into his own and show what he was made of on the CT. So now that he's getting that opportunity to have them walk into his crosshair a little bit more consistently here, we could see him at his best. Should even, I would say.
Right, and alongside that, I feel like it's way different shifting from the CT side to the T side than it is in the inverse, where you have a slow start on that T side, it's probably going to affect you more, you know what I mean? So, it's something you could potentially carry your head high into as you shift sides. Nice nade, or not. I actually thought it was going to bounce and hit that boost for a little bit more. Nacho, though, he's walking right into this trap. As soon as they disassemble the boost, however, exactly when he decides to peek it. On low HP, Slashes barely gets away from the spam. This is a really good start from Shinden.
Starting to see them elevate their game just a little bit there. But Game Hunters, I like to see that they're really not wasting time in their reactions, but it's not necessarily a team reaction. You see how it's kind of like a pocketed move over towards that A main position? A little bit of a stall out towards the bottom side of B steps while also getting active in boosting Mellow up top the box. So, you know, they have a couple of moves here where they do them simultaneously, and it doesn't really at any point feel all that disconjointed. So this, it actually could be very well everything put into this round and into this op. Oh my lord, I thought for a second we were getting like auto director is seeing into the future for a second. Well, that would have been a massacre in the B site if he had caught that second.
36 seconds right now. They're getting a 3rd man over to this B site. Well, yes, they're down a man. You always get nervous in these situations, right? Because one thing goes wrong, whole round gets topsy-turvy, and they're going back for a late round A reroute. They're seeing this too. A Biz, he's got the entire round pretty much in his hands. Shadow scene, this is the bomb. That's it right there. That's exactly what I was talking about. You wait this long to change routes, to change course, to go somewhere else. And this is what might just happen. 13 seconds, but I don't think there's enough time for this.
He just played it like refrag. He had to. He literally had to snap to the head if he was going to give them a chance. There's timing up with the ops, holding for CT. It's the right call, but it's unfortunately a second too late because the CT swing, sure it came through, but the player that he killed, it wouldn't come to matter when BK1 has slipped the net. Oh my lord. That is just such a shame. Everything done by those two players by the finish there. It's just still not enough. That's gotta, I feel like some of those, like, frustrations have gotta, like, build up. Like, this is, like, a round I feel like you lose as Game Hunters where you just feel like, how? Like, how do we lose that?
I mean, it's, I feel like overcomplicating a matter, right? Where you don't give yourself enough time to go and reroute properly. Because you see what happens there is you don't have that extra time, that extra 1-2 seconds to stop for a moment and make sure when you're spacing into Donut, you're ready to trade that kill because you're not. You see what happens when they go and take that 2v1 against a Biz. It's not a 2v1, it's two 1v1s, and the first guy going in is low. These are things they can't communicate in time because of the low time allocation they give themselves.
I want to see now. Not live. I want to see now the game live. But what I was going to say is, I mean, I guess I'll have to wait and see if that even comes to be. I was going to say what they do with an AWP, but wait, what happened? Wait, I'm so confused. We're going into a match medic, I only assume, is the money is the same as it was, and we're just trying to get the weaponry back for what was scrounged out. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder what they do with this AWP, because there's a couple of different moves they could make. I mean, only so much you can really do to make it useful. Round such as this.
Same time, Melo's 9-2, bro.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, like, when it comes to these kinds of rounds where you're just having this off as, like, the brunt of your force, it's a matter of doing either too much or too little, you know what I mean? Like, are you going to throw them in, trying to kind of, like, I don't know how you would say it without, I don't know how to word it properly. Die for fun, I guess. Gonna throw them in there to die for fun, or are you gonna play it a little bit more low, slow, and controlled? It's a little bit of a balance in between the two of them, and although there's a molly at the bottom of the steps, it's a jump spotting Roy, who's actually caught across, and the pistol's now looking to swarm and spread. It's so many bodies for that spray transfer to catch, and not anything for Ibs either. Oh god, it's all falling apart, Anthran.
That is not what you needed. I mean, Roy falls on the jump spot, sure, but then there's no countermeasure for what happens if that happens. I feel like that's one of those things that's not a crazy, uncommon thing to happen. For your jump spotter to get taken, like, at the start of a round. I'm not going to call this done and dusted yet. You got an MP9, they're flashing it back in, and you got 3 low players to try and defend against this. These crossfires have to do everything. So far, getting a little dicey, switching to the USP. This is not unthinkable whatsoever, but it practically is because it has been left for its own little mission.
He doesn't have a smoke, his teammate did, but yeah, holy moly.
I mean, they're gonna get this off. Melo, he's dropped. So the biggest gun of the round is gone, and you get to save that. But is it worth it? Like, I don't think so.
I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. They should be able to buy, I think, 3 rifles. That's still a little tight. But like, I mean, they have no other option. Like, don't save here, right? Like, you're not gonna get the op again. But really hinging on that op at this stage because they didn't go for that second rifle, the fully automatic. Instead, they went for the SMGs and even a pistol relegated down to his BK1. They bought utility in a sort of way that makes me think that they might have a plan. Ooh, and they do. They walk it into A main. PRT, he's going aggressive. The rest of his teammates are passive. If there's a timing on this to where the CT crosses, there might be a moment, but no, it's just barely too quick. For a Biz, he wanted to get tucked into that corner, and he very well might have in a different universe, but this isn't that one. His AWP is going to be tested. I don't know if there's a smoke. In fact, there is. But even then, the shot's just not on the money for Nacho, and this is an absolute spread into the site.
This just feels like it's an absolute read of Shinden these past couple of rounds, where PRT, he was going all alone in Temple, and he took great timing, and he knew exactly where those windows were, because he calls his teammates back in to check his backside. This feels like from the start, it was telegraphed that he was going to try and take space in A tons, have his teammates do the dirty work for him. And it's not like you go for a full-on A hit in a full rifle round because of a whim, because you just want to. This is a great looking round for the Game Hunters, and it's CT side that's looking kind of confused in these past few affairs. Because they've taken mid, right? I feel like that's one of the most common things you see.
Well, let's also give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt for that last round at the very least, because like they had an idea that was pretty interesting to get that player in A main solo where they haven't really done much towards A. But once he's dead, though, it's kind of like cooked.
Now what? Yeah.
But also, not even only that. Once he's dead, and there's already a player who's past him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just like a shame.
That's one of those rounds that you gotta write off as a BG, but
what does that mean?
like a bad game.
Write it off as a BG. I love when I'm like playing a pug or like when I'm playing like scrimming against teams that are like my friends. I'll say like BH, BG.
Bad half, bad half, bad half.
Yeah.
I usually say, what is it? I think it's BG DHF.
Didn't have fun.
No, bad game, don't have fun.
There you go.
Like instead of
I have another one.
GLHF.
Oh my lord!
No way, no way. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. They're all going under it.
Against them.
Oh, wow, and that might actually just cost them the round. We've still got 2 people on this boost. You know about it, but this off has to do everything. You can't miss a shot. The second you do, the round's gonna start to fall apart. Mello running away, and all of a sudden, IVC has just made this a winnable case for them trying to reload the off. He's gonna duck back through the smoke. He's aware. Possibility, or does he?
No!
Knife out! IVZ! He had his opportunity. New knife syndrome. No!
Oh man. Oh, that was so close.
He knew,
They had everything
too.
working.
He
Got a
knew.
second opportunity. I mean, the re-engagement after he misses his shot, like you said, he had hit everyone, and he misses a first. And honest and truthfully, you were right. Quite literally had hit every shot. You don't know why? Because he wouldn't have had the chance to. He wouldn't have rather had to reload if he had hit his shot the first time around.
Never have I ever seen the 10 to 5 bullet op nerf actually play a part in rounds.
Really? I feel like it does a lot more than you think.
I've
we can have
actually
a
never
conversation
seen it like
about
that.
that another time, though.
Conversation
One of the
about
things-
that.
I can't talk about it in this round. I want to, but I'll do it next round.
Sure. Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about, though. This untamed aggression from Shinden. That is Abyss running down mid and finding 2. There's no flashes. There's no mollies to force them out. That is just, I am better. Hold my gun.
A lot of movement going on around this map in the first 30 seconds, and then not a whole lot follows. Stick around. Maybe waiting for a re-engagement from Shinden. It's so up close and personal. But decisions. I mean, they're not locked in. They don't have to commit to B if they really don't want to, but I mean, options in terms of utility, a molly and a smoke, but it's going to have to be one of those rounds where you go for contact. Like, you want to go for a fight. You want to take an engagement, make it your own, win it out, hopefully cleanly without needing to refrag, and then I guess worst to best case scenario is that you get to play out a 2 versus 2 into a post-plant. Worst case scenario, you both fall. And then the kind of a middling situation is just that 1-for-1 for a 1v3 post-plant, but that's not even going to be the case. They're not going to look into this one at all. They're going to sit back, relax, and hope that they've garnished just enough cash. The 6-3 mark, they've got that round count to where they at least tie it up without much worry, so.
Well, I like drawing the similarities between the 2 times they've played, especially now that we've come to the familiar territory of Ancient. And last time these 2 guys met, it was a 7-5 half both ways. You never really know if that could be the difference maker, but with the current shapings of things, it's likely not to end 6-6. Even if it does, is that enough? Is that all Game Hunters need?
And they'd be as tall as me. The round count would
You think you're
reflect my
so
height.
funny.
I don't think. It's been proven.
actually
It's
smart.
provably true. But here we go. Smoke to fade. Actually get back into cave. Timing on it, it would have been him left hung to dry. EK1 communicating something with his opera right now. He wants a piece of his utility. Give it over, pal. And when he does, what's the move to make? It's 1:10. There's really not a lot happening around the other sides of the map. No audio cues anywhere until these utility pieces have come out from the bottom of B, and a multitude of them in troves will catch a lot of information for Shinden to actually use now, as Nacho swings out for his first, knows that one had already crossed, and actually just barely off the money. It's still going to have to be a decision made by Game Hunters, but one that may be just a little too choreographed. Oh, hold on now, though. A Biz
Oh my god.
solo no utility. If he can get one kill and then fight off the wall for another, that's really the only way that this site goes unscathed. But good one for one as they hit a line! Perfect! And driven in through the wall. It's Abiz who's the stake. But a lot at stake still, as this one isn't entirely done. Bomb dropped and Mellow to post. He could very well isolate another one if he one of his own. And out of the sky, Nacho goes. Another one on the other end. The off might swing in, but he's got to hit the close shot first.
I mean, they know where the last one is. They know about the op, but what are you going to do? Mello is on a hot streak this game. Do not trifle with this man. They go across, they take the corner. Mello, that's another hit shot. Hey, you said earlier, IVZ, he had to hit every shot. Mello is showing you how to do it, but IVZ gets his revenge for the shortcomings a few rounds ago. As close as it can be, but a narrow avoided scare by Shinden.
Good grief. Mello giving us a real reason to believe in. Yeah, I mean, this guy's just been on a bit of a hot streak with some of these ones. I don't really see it slowing up anytime soon with the way that his performance has been, but Iv's very, very patient in his hold of his nerve there, waiting for a wider swing. Hit him in the face. Up against pistols just that one more time, and you know, when in doubt, rush it out. I mean, maybe they just run it up through B. Maybe something closer to a pop. Could be what the doctor ordered.
So what happened last time they got close to this B site? I mean, this is just problems on problems. And again, these fights, man, the one thing that I'm seeing from Shinden is so many duels taken. Here it works out thanks to Nacho's heroism, but I feel like you and I can kind of both agree that there is so many unnecessary, unwarranted aggressions being taken by Shinden, and it's giving countless opportunities to the Game Hunters. I feel like there's a lot from Shinden, and you know, I already kind of said this in the post-game show, or the post-game part, but I'll say it again. There's so much from Shinden, it's kind of getting overshadowed or undermined by individual heretics. Just going crazy.
Who was the team that took the 7-5 half? The first half
Shinden.
of that game.
Shinden. Shinden had a 7-5 CCT.
So clearly not enough in that instance. This is still a bit of a shell of what they had once looked to be, and it might actually go even further beyond that, as missing everything in amidst the one kill on the ABR. It's actually Game Hunters who looked at it through into this second half with their advantage on their map pick. And I said this in the pre-show just as well, that I actually saw this going to a three-map affair, but frankly, I saw the maps being traded on their opponent's picks. That's a bold thing to say, but I mean, just as well, I mean, you could very well say the opposite is easily as true. It's, you know, how Counter-Strike is meant to be played. You take the map. They're clearly not outclassed by all that much. They get themselves right back into the swing of things into the second, as Mirage not looking to be all too distant of a future if they keep up at this rate.
I mean, remember, the big talking point was this is a map where originally one round went the other direction, and it was Game Hunters. So you're essentially looking at that right now. So as long as I can hold on to what the decent CT side of Nuke was, kind of in for a tough going of things as Shinden. Obviously, it doesn't mean this game is magically over because the history said it would be. But it's just not leaving me with the most grand feeling of optimism for Shinden after these shortcomings. Again, it's just the over-aggressions that don't really stop. They haven't really relaxed. It's almost like they go into overdrive in some rounds. But pistols have been something of a comfort for them, even though they lost the first time this map. This could be another one in that category. Dualies on the drive-by, stealing one, combining with PRT. The Game Hunters, they are not messing around right now, and they're being forced into this A site take, whether they like it or not. Nacho, you got a 1v5, my friend. Else, you're You're gonna kiss this pistol goodbye. All 3 CTs look to reroute through Temple. A couple heads given, couple have a
Oh my God!
Nacho, you're really making a mess of this one. On 24 HP, he's getting run down. ABR doesn't want to let him breathe. And around the box, he doesn't know the health is low. It's all unconfirmed damage. The bomb is dropped in the smoke phase. It's another 1v1 to be taken at long range. And of course, Nacho, we toted him lowly coming into this map. We said we needed more from him. How about right now?
Unreal, and I just can't even fathom how the third, I think it might have been the fourth shot connects. Just right over the top side of the box. Like, sure, he splinters that first one, but then just pop out of the server on a flick of the wrist, and Nacho godlike in the pistol there to bring them that round. Game Hunters, our CT side, despite having that lead, have been entirely outclassed individually in that moment, to where if they actually lose this round, they might just falling flat on their faces once again. But I think we can at least assume that they'll be a little bit more cautious on their clears. No tactical timeout on that last round taken, so clearly no nerves going for Nacho or anybody else. Let's hope that doesn't show any further beyond, though, because they have to be 100% on the money.
Oh my God.
Drop a utility, weapons not drawn, and slashes with a double. It's ABR to support with damage. Beyond that, there's so many more on the other end. It's rifles, fully automatic, sure, but they need to be right on target and right on cue. Our Slash and ABR for a third, but Nox left in the 1v2 has one low. If he can get the drop on them, maybe there's a world.
This is not over by any stretch of the imagination, because Abyss is on 6 HP. That's the biggest kicker. Obviously, he's going to be the one going for the plant. Nox is not going to get a very good gun, at best a MAC-10. But the point is, all it takes is having the proper timing on BK1 for this round to go butt up. And they're going to try to I mean, hey, look, you know what I want to do. You gotta keep professional.
Butt up.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about! 1v1 now! That's the low player drop. BK1 has to take a risk in going for this plan. He doesn't know when this peak is going to come through. Nox on the reroute.
Timer, no kit. I think he might actually just go for a gun.
Yeah, okay. No.
Good,
It doesn't matter at this point.
20 seconds off the timer, just about ticked now. Probably just call it a day. I mean, I don't really know what you're looking to gain. He's got so many angles still to clear. He's just kind of walking around hoping that he clears the right corner, I guess, but nice try.
I thought at the end of the day it was going to be like, oh, you know what, I check A main, see if I can't catch him sleeping, and then
maybe,
something miraculous happens, I steal his gun. You can't win the round at that point, as you said, no kit, no time. But I thought the idea was, oh, you know, he's not an A main. I'm just gonna run through A main, go get a gun from B.
It's a lot of damage.
But yeah, that's the bottom line.
What's playing with Lil and a MAC-10? We've got that up on Mellow off the back of that full save. We've gotten so many kills. The glass cannon still otherwise wouldn't have been attributed to, and oh my God, dude, what a switch of POVs. I thought that was a shot connected at the bottom side of mid, but okay, I mean, switch to the right POV when it's Nox who catches cross from bottom to top of the shelf as Nacho. Heroics in the pistol, sure, but dispatched them quickly in the third of the second half. That's going to be problematic, but so too will them being spread apart in mid, and only barely able to escape is ABR, and he's been noted in Donut.
I'm actually a little surprised they put their foot on the brakes there. Works out for them. They pretty much know they have full control of mid, and they're still trying to fight for house. What an angle from Slash! I didn't even see him! And I had X-ray!
You what?
I meant, fish paste. Oh my God, that's crazy. That is actually insane for Boy. The fact that he not only acknowledges that op already hit shot,
gets it?
That's nuts. That's nuts.
How did he? He was literally a split second between life and death, and he popped off one shot from the off. But they know, and there's a molly, and he's running into it. Okay.
Anticlimactic finish.
Yeah, it really was.
Dude, why is Mello just doing the most unthinkable stuff this game? I don't think people realize this guy is 20-9. Like,
He's getting silly with it.
bro.
Like, unironically, this is like the matchmaking game you play when you're like kind of feeling yourself, where you're just taking the shots. You know what I mean? Like just for fun.
Yeah.
Like that's something that's just like Franz J, dude.
This is like that tutorial game they make you play in League.
I don't think I ever played it.
Good. Keep it that way, bro.
Okay.
Don't change that.
I'll take your word for it. I think I might have played Dota. I played one of the two of them. I kind of want to play League of Legends after watching Arcane. I like the character.
It's a trap, bro. It's a trap.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think
It might have
got
worked.
me in?
Oh, dude. That's crazy.
I've only
Okay,
seen
really quick.
3 episodes. I've only seen 3
Oh,
episodes.
you bum. Finish it. Anyway.
Bro, I
want to talk about the op thing.
Why.
I want to talk about the op.
Go for it.
The 10 bullet op thing.
Right.
The thing that you don't really notice about the 10 bullet to 5 bullet op change is just how many more bullets you have to fire for fun. And that was how the meta kind of changed when Monacy came onto the scene most prevalently. Is that people were starting to copy the style of just, dude, you should just fire all your bullets. You have 10 of them. Fire 5 of them into the wall, for God's sake, and you'll probably deal damage. And it was working. Working to a point which got kind of silly. Players like Zaiwu, who were already very good and definitely not misusing the 10 bullets, were like firing an extra 5 bullets through like the banana half wall and getting 50 damage out, if not absolutely decimating people on a line that he knows exists.
Yeah, it kind of
Can't afford
me
to
of,
just spam like that.
It's a little surprising Monacy of all people was the one to like popularize it, because when, and I'm sure you've experienced this, when like you're on the upbringing of like learning Counter-Strike and like getting in leagues and whatnot, one of the biggest things people will tell you is you have utility, use it. Like, it's better than dying with 2 flashes. You know, like you'd rather at least use them and not just die with them. It's just $400 wasted at that point. And it's the same kind of concept, right? It's like the same theory. You have it, use it. So,
Exactly.
you bring up a very valid point.
You get it. Yeah, you get it. You get it.
I get it. I redact my earlier statement.
This is going to be an interesting... Well, I guess you're all right, though. You don't see it coming back to bite them. You know what I mean? Because you never really notice until you notice, kind of thing. Typically, if they fired all 10 of their bullets, they've done it spamming anyway, so they're just going to reload.
This one will be a non-starter. Really not much to discuss. It's just pistols. Even though...
Once they deal with that one, yeah.
Well, actually, hold on a moment. I say that. They're creeping in with 2 HEs. And I thought originally they were just going to try to nade stack. Now it's nothing. I thought they were just going to try to throw those nades to A-main on a timing, because that could have actually done some serious damage.
I thought he was going to blow the smoke close and have his teammate behind him hold, and then he'd kind of run in with his other teammates, but... AK, I think they're going to hunt. I don't really know if I really like that. I don't know if I like that. I think that AK shouldn't have been where it was, and if it were, then it should have been holding, but... Losing any more numbers here is not going to be very nice for Shinden into the future, as Slash is just going to sit himself some pretty up towards long side. Straight to the AK-47. Is there like beef? You got beef? There's been a lot of body spamming.
I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure the Game Hunter started it. Remember the very opening pistol? Or was it the second round? It was the first or second round. I want to say it was the second, where it came down to that 1v1 and Game Hunters won it. And then he runs over to him with the Galil and just starts TKing, spamming. Not TKing, spamming and like jumping around. Yeah, TKing the ghosts. Ooh, fast pop from Shinden going straight into the B site. Mollies are a little late though. Not on the right timing. That's going to cost them. They have some damage on the players around the back. Nacho and a Biz. Clean him up. It's a 4-on-3, but you still got the low man and Nacho to worry about. So that was by APR, however. Should be a plant guaranteed. The movement's being made for an effort of a retake. You've got PRT along with the flank, and they want to take the fight to ABR. Big shot from a Biz, and it locks down a man advantage.
I think that's just a save, to be honest with you. I mean, Mello is separated from his teammate, a re-smoke to game ender, no less. And they only have the one kit, and it's on PRT. If PRT goes down, Mello's doing nothing.
He's still going for this, though. I mean, I respect it, but one hell of a risk. Go on,
White is literally just Melo's gonna save if he doesn't get a kill. Wait, that's exactly it. I think he's gonna go back now, but
Okay.
I guess that makes some sense.
That's so unfortunate for PRT too, because Roy didn't actually see him. Roy went for that jump spot, but you can tell nobody shifted their movement. Like, the off didn't turn, the guy in sandwich didn't turn. Nobody acted like they knew that was discovered, but PRT saw the shoulder, so he's like, oh, jig's up, I'm just gonna run in. And then everybody just collapses on him.
I'm not sure. Why is he fighting? Yeah, maybe I'm reading too far into things. It was a 5v4, and I just watched that CT run through the smoke site before bomb was even tapped.
Yeah, these feel like a lot of different micro movements that aren't really coordinated with one another on the Game Hunter site defenses.
Curious to say the least.
Oh my lord, they're just running it down mid. Oh my god! And this crossfire isn't
hello?
gonna do him too much. Abyss, 2 kills, looking around. Yeah, they're trying to push him down, but Abyss is just saying absolutely the hell not.
Melo's like, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
I can't stop winning. Well,
Let's go gambling.
they did do a little bit of a gamble there, huh? They did not win.
I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure I heard that aw dang it prompt 4 times.
Quite literally, yeah, make it 5.
That's our second ace.
We be getting a couple aces. I thought there was... Either way.
I mean, this is a scary looking Shinden team, man. If they...
That's pretty good, yeah.
I'm staring at this squad and I'm like, if they can stop themselves from going into overdrive so much, then this is really going to be a threat.
Yeah, seeing a good amount of Abyss, a good amount of Nacho, an inconsistent but definitely still there IBZ in this game at least.
Yeah.
It's like pretty good to be able to at least point your finger and say, yeah, there's the 3. You know, that's good to have. EK1 certainly mixing in here and there. Roy not really giving me all that much to write home about, but that's okay. That'll happen. Those are the kinds of games that sometimes just unfold. But you know, you'll take the wins like you do here. I mean, ABR, talk about inconsistency. Man was an absolute unstoppable monster on Nuke, and found himself at the bottom of the server tied with Roy.
Oh
but
my!
Unfortunately, on the back foot in rounds, they just eat those nades. Nom.
Countless times we have seen Shinden down in a 4-on-5. We've seen Game Hunters in scenarios exactly like this, and each and every one of them, they've been converted. Shinden of all places. Oh, this is gonna be taken away. No, there's just no way. Abyss was still gray screen there, if I'm thinking correctly. So this is an unfortunate ending of the round. Nacho trying to spin the tail a little bit more favorably. Another headshot given, and worry about PRT, who's on 15 health. Flash thrown into Donut. He's suspicious. He knows there could be a third man here. Nacho, the one-man wrecking crew has just turned this round around again.
Nokes once again, Melio once again put into a position where he's a man down to the X, and yeah, I mean, there's just no hope in those positions, man. He's just not given the opportunity to get anything in these CT rounds. He's not given room to even have an exec put upon him, let alone get invested into a retake. He's always the second piece to it.
Why not? I want to say, it's one thing. It's one thing to have somebody practically carrying the weight of a team, and I don't mean that in the sense that nobody else can do it. But you have Abyss, 23 kills, another ace from Nacho, literally his second ace of the game, 3rd in total. It's one thing to have Abyss on 23 frags in 19 rounds. It's another thing to have 2 people on 23 frags in 19 rounds. Right now, this game is being won by Nacho and Abyss. 2 people we did not talk about much in the pregame.
No, we did not. And no, I'm cool with that. It's always a good sign for a team.
And this is what they needed.
Down, they're running it through. Game Hunters are getting desperate, and I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. It's pan out, actually. bottom side ramp instead from us that's been buffed, and at medium to close ranges looks to be pretty proficient. Nulks with a double. Not only that, gets out of dodge, doubled up in terms of the man advantage.
You saw that peak from Nacho. You knew that was a confidence peak. You knew that was him saying, dude, I'm 24-14. I'm taking this fight. And you can't even blame him. But now it's a 2-on-4 in the round that could have potentially been the game. I mean, hell-handed on a silver platter was an advantage for Shinden. But they'll have to think a little harder about this one. Scout posted up from Mello on the A site, soon to receive 2 eager T's. And if he falls, they hit a nice shot on him. This round cracks right back open.
So tight on this angle, but Ivs, knowing that he's got that A to BP, could just take this one pre-aim style, sends his teammate up, scale out the site, see what's going on. Nobody big box, nobody seemingly hiding in the back end. Tagged, I believe, by the scout, and seen with the bomb, you're right. 20 seconds now where they've just got to go for that plant, but at least they flushed out Donut with that molly. It's pretty good.
I think they actually have Donut because of this. No way! I mean, they'll take the plant, but unfortunate the way it's about to end. IVC trying to push down CT. Yeah. Good stuff from Mello. Keeping him alive.
Second incendiary going into Donut really just kind of cemented that round win for Team Hunters. There was a real world where an isolated 1v1 comes through, because keep in mind, the incendiary lasts for less long of a time than the team molly. So, the exchange where the molly went out first and the incendiary went out second, where they would have worn off at about the same time, but the CT incendiary would have worn out first. I forget what the exact timing is. I'm pretty sure it's like 5.6 seconds for the incendiary now.
Tony's got the numbers on lock.
Sometimes I'm just busy.
Oh, not again! They give him another opening pick! They're not going to let you get away with this one twice, for sure.
Should be guaranteed close. What we've seen, I believe, round 4, where this boost, actually a double boost, but Roy's going to find a triple overall. All that undusted draft should be the close, where only PRT is left standing, Anthran, and it's unfortunate, but he could do it.
I mean, coming into this game, I was like, this is really just a hop, skip, and a jump from being Game Hunter series. Boy, was I wrong. Shinden made me well aware that this is a two-sided tale, and they are not ready to back down from being the dominant victors just yet. 4 maps between the 2-0 taken by Game Hunters, these being the 2 most convincing. Back-to-back 13-8s go to show how deadly this team can really be on a good day.
Definitely. I was definitely hoping to see a good Nuke. We got that. I mean, good in, I guess, kind of like a weird roundabout way. It wasn't really, again, a very consistently good game. But, you know, Ancient, that actually proved to be a little bit better. It was more of that kind of gameplay we'd come to expect if you're going to see good gameplay consistently rolled through, where rounds strung together consecutively looked like they were done well. There weren't very many flounderings of rounds. There was one where it came down to the USPs on a full save, finding 4 kills. But really, I guess, that's as far down as we can say. I mean, we got an exciting pistol round from Nacho. So, yeah, I'd say that a good, nice, neat and tidy bow wrapped up upon by Ancient Underwear. Shinden looked to be just actually maybe a step beyond and better to what they had looked like the last time these two teams had met.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I mean, Shinden, they stepped it up. And again, it's not... I came into this map, but I said, Game Hunters, they didn't look like they were completely lost or out of ideas on Nuke. I think Ancient was a little bit different. I think I would have liked to see more, and toward the end, it felt like it was more frustration than anything carrying them in the way they would move around.
Sure.
But it kind of felt like Shinden just played better. Like, they had great reactions to a lot of aggressions Game Hunters would throw at them. They had individuals stepping up in very, very big moments, bailing them out of very, very big moments. And obviously, that's hard to come back from. But when you have a good conglomerate of both of those on one team, you really create a deadly formula.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with time for them to be able to grow in the time that we've seen them previously, this is a step in the right direction, a step upwards in the 2-1, a step down to 2-1, for 1-2 for their opponents in Game Hunters. But speaking of time, Anthran, we actually have just earned ourselves about an hour break. That's a good little distance between this and our next best of 3 between the Crew and Bounty Hunters matchup, which I think personally will be a really good one. I at least hope for it to be. So, until we do get to that point, you guys have a little bit of time to stretch your legs, do whatever you got to do, and get prepped and ready for the next 3 best of 3s of the day, because CCT South America will continue onwards. Don't go anywhere, though. Well, at least not for too long, because, like I said, there is more to be seen, there's more to be played, and there's more Counter-Strike on the way.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Like I said at the start of the day, this is a day of runbacks and rivalries, and that doesn't change coming into our final series, at least for me and Tony, between Crew and the Bounty Hunters, where Bounty Hunters are the ones looking for their revenge now.
Yeah, absolutely on the upswing in the games that I've seen, too, are the Bounty Hunters, in a couple instances where I think they're starting to integrate their players a little bit more and more. Perhaps this could be the day that they turn those things around, although last I had mentioned it in the pre-show, it was actually a lower-ranked team in the two of those between Crew and Bounty Hunters who had won it. It was the team in Crew who had taken that 2-0 over the Bounty Hunters, who have started to slowly climb up those HLTV rankings, which may not mean much at like the level of what I think is like the hundreds, maybe the 150s range, but even still, I think that it is pretty good that this Bounty Hunters team has started to integrate their more experienced young talent at the same time with their maybe less so in both mannerisms.
Right, and I think the one big thing that sticks out to me is this is a tale of two teams who are on the up and up in their own respective stories, where for the Bounty Hunters, they've been getting better and better wins, more convincing and more convincing as time goes on. They've now got results over Red Canids, Fluxo, the team we just saw in Shinden. Crew, could say the same thing for their case, who currently sit, at least win to loss-wise, as one of the top teams in ECL outside of this event. Like, both of these teams have a lot of reason to believe there's a very bright future ahead.
Yeah, certainly, I think room to go for the both of them, and Crew kind of sticking around and sticking with their guns for the most part as well. I was going to say this in the last pre-show, but it's better, I guess, set for now, is the interest that I think Argentinian Counter-Strike has shown in being able to, A, invest, and B, actually continue to progress throughout the scene. Particularly, I think, over the last couple of years, we've seen them rise to prominence, whether it be in primarily Argentinian rosters or mixed South American rosters, and I guess less so putting so much of a focus on just Argentina, and a little bit more of a focus on the fact that South American Counter-Strike is no longer just Brazilian, at this level especially.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, can't really forget them, though, because you look at the roster for Bounty Hunters, and I feel like some of their most storied players are the Brazilians on this team, between Bruninho and Turtle. Those are the two I personally look at. Maybe Myron in that argument. He's Argentinian, but Turtle has been all over the place.
Yeah, gotta look at Mayern, dude. I mean, I'll give you the credence on Turtle because he has been all over the place, but not in the greatest of senses. As he's been kind of like demoting by stage. I guess the same could be said for Mayern in roster changes that have been him as their highest performer in some instances being removed from the team. Sometimes their second best, sometimes deservedly so, especially towards the beginning of his career where he had skyrocketed in trajectory where MIBR really just wasn't cut out for him. The same could be said for Turtle. He had that same instance where he had played for that MIBR roster he got picked up by and just didn't really cut it by the end days into where they had looked to replace him. It was an understandable move to make, but ever since then, being dropped from Audic and now bumped down to Bounty Hunters, they look to unite, and to be frank, at this level, it does look pretty good.
Honestly, it should work, right? When you think about what some of these individuals bring to the table, there shouldn't be much wrong with this. But again, you say that, There's been bumps in the road. It's not like it's been all flawless. At the same time, it's kind of hard to pin how good their results truly have been because Imperial is, you know, a series that they were very, very competitive in. They took a map, full 3-map affair, again, 1 or 2 rounds away from changing. But Imperial have been on their own little issue streak recently, so I don't know if I could really credit it to that. But again, there's a lot of good results in their rankings. There is clearly something going right, but how right? I couldn't exactly tell you. However, on the other end of things, for Crew, the one thing I like about this team is that they've been playing together for the better part of a year. For the core of 4 between Riggy, Reversive, Laser, and Ataraxia, they've been together for almost a year, just a month shy. And I love teams that stick it out through the bad times and battle to get to the good.
Yeah, look at this player on the far right, though. I don't know who that is. I am uncertain of where... I actually have to take a look at the roster really quickly. Laser is no longer featured, but that is absolutely a Crew jersey. I think that maybe a new player that I wasn't aware that they were picking up. I am certainly curious to see how that one will unfold, but that's something that you and I can keep an eye on for the rest of this game because Laser has been underperforming, the lowest of the team, and without knowing roles and numbers aren't everything, that's definitely a grounds for something to be looked at.
Sure. I mean, it depends, right?
Wait a minute. No, that's Laser's last name. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're just a little on the edge here, all right? We're dancing back and forth. Still, though, I don't think that changes all that much. I think this team is still fine where they currently sit. I really like the combo of Ataraxia and Deco. I'm a big fan of that.
I didn't mean to roast bro, by the way. Sorry,
yeah,
Laser.
no, he's chilling. We were just joshing, bro. It's all right. It was just, you know, jokes, fun and gags. But anyway, in their last affair between these two, they really showed why that chemistry works. They kind of dominated the Bounty Hunters.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to look away from that. It's kind of hard to look away from that scoreline, but I think actually it'll really come down to the maps. I'm most interested to know what maps we're going to be playing today because obviously you and I, we get those maps known to us a little sooner just to have a good way to understand how things are going, but I think that it's going to be curious to see how this unfolds, seeing as their last meet was not that long ago. It's a little over 2 weeks' time, right? And they last played Mirage, they last played Nuke, and you've already seen the latter of the two brought out into play where Bounty Hunters are looking to shake things up just that little bit to go with a Dust 2 pick here. And with the final stages, maybe they'll look to go even further beyond that with a wild card with Anubis still available for ban. And there it is, they'll actually go for Mirage.
The issue with this team in this specific rivalry is that most of your maps are very overlapping, right? You look at the best maps from Crew, these are the 3 maps you're picking. So yeah, might be a little unfortunate, but I guess switching it up is maybe a better sign. It's just really hard, right? Because Dust 2 and Mirage, I feel like, have a very, very similar feng shui to them. And
feng shui.
You like that one.
I do.
You don't really change much, I feel like, more than the scenery. I feel like the ideas behind it are still very similar, and the fact is, it wasn't a issue of 1 or 2 rounds, right? It wasn't just a shake off the rubble kind of result. That was like a gameplay flaw that Crew clearly exploited. Again, you just look at the numbers. You don't have 1 or 2 minor mistakes in a game to lead to a 13-5 or a 13-6, and that's kind of what I'm taking away from it. So it's hard to imagine that the framework was laid from the ground up from Bounty Hunters, but at the same time, being that they come on the end of the losing spectrum here in this little rivalry, it's easier to understand what you need to fix and what you need to improve.
Yeah, and a little bit of a counterpoint to that, a caveat, I guess, to the idea of the discrepancy between their score last time around is that these teams really aren't all that far off in terms of their individuals or in terms of their results and in terms of their experience, to the point where I think that a result like that, as dominant as it was, I guess if we're going to look like with a microscope, 13-5 in particular, like, that's something where they have to be on the rise and on the up and up, or the disparity between these two teams just has to be greater than what we've seen as of yet. And not to say that it was a fluke, but I don't know if it's going to be easily recreatable, but definitely I think with Dust 2 being brought out before Mirage, before we get to that point where previously it was a point of contention to which Crew had dominated on, that's where we can at least get a little bit of a curveball, a little bit of a difference maker, to where if they take it toe-to-toe on Nuke at least somewhat close, you know, this could be anybody's game beyond even what our speculation shows, because the last game we had talked about, right, that was one that had also been a 2-0, like you had said. And that one, it still ended up being a 2-0, but it was a 2-0 in a little bit of a different fashion, I would say, but still very close. So it's like the bridge is being drawn together, like the gap is closing, but these teams are already so close beyond even that last best of 3 to where it's a little bit weird to say, okay, do they come out swinging? Is it going to be an absolute domination, or are we going to see all 3, or maybe even a world where it's an entirely different bounty hunters? In my mind, it's very up in the air.
Again, it really just all depends on when we get to the server. Before we do that, we'll take a quick look at the standings because there's a couple of interesting things that stuck out here. I think earlier on today, we mentioned the, briefly, very, very briefly, because I believe on the side of Game Hunters, if I'm not mistaken, Game Hunters, we were talking about Nolx, who had gotten the boot from Nitro. I guess, look, while the Game Hunters still sit in the 1 and 2 bracket, it's better than being 0 and 3. That's what's surprising the most to me, honestly, to see that Nitro
I actually didn't know they went 0 and 3.
Right, like they add Lucas, and that's a clear upgrade from a team that was already kind of middle of the pack, and they went down. That's shocking to me.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of research right now to actually take a look at their stats, because I want to see just how Lucas had performed for the team. The teams on their website.
Same thing.
Wonderful. He actually didn't play.
Academy too.
He didn't play very good, but nobody else played at all any better except for Hap, so that's rough. Yeah, unlucky, I guess. You look at the season in general, though, as we talk about stats, we talk about some high performers. Rigi is actually amongst the top 8. He's bringing himself to a level that he certainly needs to be in order to make them competitive consistently. When you talk about the bounty hunters and who on their team could be featured, it's nobody really to be seen at that same level, at that same point of, being able to hit the high highs. I don't really think we have anybody to point to.
I mean, you look through crew as well, and what's really impressive is that Rigi isn't really one of the people you would typically mention. So it's even better to see that this event specifically, where they're currently sitting atop that 1 and 1 column, that they find themselves with an extra man to rely on, at least thus far. Again, grain of salt, only had 4 maps, could have been just a couple of good performances, but at the same time, when you come into this team with Deco, who I already like, with Ataraxia, who's consistent, and then you add somebody like Rigi, who could potentially be a step in the right direction, this team is exactly what you're looking for. It's just that sprinkle of magic that I feel like crew are missing from taking things to the next level. And we're going to see if that remains consistent as we hop into the first map. Nuke on the docket. Seems like we're all teed up and ready to go.
I don't know if you know this, but I constantly confuse this Rigi, with, there's a Brazilian one too, and he was a coach. And I always think to myself, wasn't that guy a coach? Like, what are they, is he playing all of a sudden? He's looking like pretty good. Like, what's happening?
Bet you loved the days of Zeus.
The Brazilian Zeus, yes. Yes. But they're spelt exactly the same. One's just Argentinian and one's Brazilian. It's so odd. I don't think we have an instance of that in Counter-Strike at this level, that they're spelt exactly the same. I can't think of one anyway. No. It would take a minute.
All I remember about the Zeus saga is the one time, I want to say it was it SK versus Na'Vi?
It would have to be, if ever, but I don't know why Zeus would have been playing.
Where somebody had to be, somebody had like a visa issue or something, and they had to have Zeus subbed in, and it was, the whole point was like, I remember they did an interview.
Oh, I do remember,
I'm going for it. Yeah, remember Zeus, remember that?
Oh, that was it, yeah.
Yeah.
We kind of yapped over this round, unfortunately, but it's all right for the side of the CTs, which were to be the expected of the two to perform in it, to hold it down, as Ataraxia is the last left. But yeah, I mean, like, I remember like the casters were absolutely ruined with twists and twist. That was one that I remember watching.
I still don't know how to pronounce Chewy or whatever they call him.
I say Shuey, I don't know. Shuhei.
I've been told like 5 different things. Like, man.
I gotta listen to him say his name at some point. Oh, actually, there's an interview that just came out with Ash, his former coach. I mean, surely he knows his name and how to pronounce it, right?
Surely. That, or he's just like, hey man, we're teammates now, so I'm not gonna call you your alias. I'm gonna call you by your name.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you're no help.
Fair enough, brother.
Yeah, that's my thing. Oh, this one's definitely gonna be called an NL. Oh wow, what an easy round win.
Forfeit. Well, that's just an internet issue, I would assume.
Oh, for sure. You think they're all... Wait, does that mean they're all at, like, a boot camp right now?
I would guarantee that crew are together, yeah.
Oh, it was bounty hunters.
The organization is pretty friggin' loaded, aren't they?
Bounty hunters who lagged out, my guy.
Oh, wait. Oh, my mind is flipped. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait for them to go for their rejoin. This one might be a little bit longer than we had anticipated. We're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break and try and get them back in as soon as possible.
I got it. Well, it looks like it wasn't actually as long as we had initially anticipated. There was a power outage, but the bounty hunters will relax with it now. They got their power back, and hopefully they got their groove back. As we gear up for the force buy of the second round, yes, we're only on the second. Wonder what routine can do.
Out. This is going to be one of those awkward ones where, I mean, ramp pops, they do work, but I think a little bit of magic beyond that one flashbang they have, but it could actually just be this contact over towards the deeper side of the steps that maybe pull away a rotate. Indeed, it will for one, but a double at the ramp, sure, that's pretty solid. It's still going to be red entirely, and they're softened just as well, but no smoke, no molly. They're going to need to kind of take some sort of fight in order to get any more room here, and the highest HP player, the one to do it, but not really the greatest weapon for the job. It's going to be a little bit cooked. These two players, the lower ones with the rifles, they're going to be the ones taking the engagements, but Deco, give it a little bit of a freebie. Inside of the window, back in and out. They're going to be splintered. They could once again reunite.
You know this is the bomb, right? So Bruninho isn't just going to let this go for free.
He's above.
This is kind of bad. They're going to hold this down. Do they know about it? Yeah, they do. They know. It's the bomb, though. He can't hold it. Oh, it was such an advantageous angle to hold, but he can't. However, this crossfire could be unbreakable. As low HP as they are, this could be very difficult for the bounty hunters to recover.
It's going to be...
Don't like this,
one
though.
Walked up and seen, yeah, but the one down low also made note of, and Mayer's playing such a slow game here because he knows there are two. What he doesn't know is how low that they actually are, and it's just so hard to break them apart.
I'm not gonna lie.
That is it.
I don't know how fond of that I am. I mean, this is hard, right? Because at this point, you are almost playing the round like it's a 50-50 when it comes down to that 1v2. Because you both are low, right? And yeah, you might have some nice angles, but it doesn't really matter if you give over 1v1s, you know? And the way they formatted this, they couldn't really trade off of one another. They kind of had to just either both hold one angle and hope that they swung it, which is what Myron did, or take two different 1v1s on low HP.
Regardless, man, that is quite the turnover.
Got away with it, though.
Bro has a rifle. Yeah, they're looking for that big old one. That starts them off. Zero's just gonna have to take kill after kill. These guys with their pistols, I made sure, positionally speaking, if they can have crew walks into them for free, then maybe something, but logically speaking, these positions get flushed out by their utility. I mean, they've just got such a heavy hand in that. Two mollies still up. Mayern's position at the top side of hut should not go unchecked and with Bruninho's close enough with a 5.7 as well. It's potent, but again, they shouldn't go willy-nilly just waltzing into this site for free. There's one molly in the second in the places you would have expected. A little bit of burn damage, not really that big of a deal, but the big deal is that he's stuck in the corner, given room to play off, and oh my god, Mayern could have made that one a much more difficult round to play.
Oh my.
Good lord, Riki is just accidentally peppering this guy.
Yeah, well, that one won't last long. That was actually really scary. I think that molly could have made that round absolutely chaotic. And it kind of did, right? Because now you don't want to path in that specific direction, but in doing so, you've got not only pistols peppering down that smoke and just spraying through it to try and get chip damage, but you've got a molly that you threw hitting you. You know, it's scary.
Definitely cool with the idea of the force in the last. Full save here, obviously, is prim and proper. These are going to be death balling. It's all in through the ramp, it looks to be. Brawl has gotten them where they wanted. I mean, in this corner and laser. A little bit sloppy on that. Caught off by the positioning and by the numbers more likely than anything else, but everything else seems to be falling fine. It's coming.
Dude, these are just like 1v1 wins, USPs against rifles. Like, that's scary. Oh my god!
3 kills.
full USP round. That's
Clap it up.
You're gonna love that if you're bounty hunters. Yeah, it sucks you down 3-1, but like, man, that's huge. Actually, maybe not. I looked at the money again. It's not that big. Confidence booster. Now we get to see. Let me tell you, this is not Namiga versus B8, but
Boom.
now we're back. Now we're ready to go.
Like
We've
we never
missed
left.
the first. Bruninho is gone.
Bye, Bruninho.
Lost his duel. Unlucko.
We're now kind of brought around this smoke with Zoc. Must stick around for all too much longer. Oh, Rigi, although sending bullets down and through the smoke, more importantly, finds the one out amidst not exactly the open, but tucked to the corner. His turtle has been swept aside, and damage even through further beyond that. Rigi's spider senses were tingling, and Mayern is now to 7. Bomb site has already been fallen, and that's probably just going to be a spell save. These rounds are being determined so very quickly, it seems, and when they aren't determined quickly, it's in the snap of a finger when the execution eventually does come through, minus the USP round. I mean, like, that round where they had played with the pistols, it was determined immediately following the double kill at ramp and Mayern's decision to flood back up towards heaven. They were just too far between one another. Practically leaving Mayern to play for the possibility of a clutch, but here, there was never even really an opportunity for any of that.
Yeah, no, it's
Getting more and more dire. Oh, and they're all here.
Oh, they're gonna
so
take
it's like,
these guns. I love
what do
it
you
too. I mean,
want?
it makes sense.
No,
Are they?
Mayer's cooking with the A1S right now.
I'm actually really surprised they didn't just go full bore. I'm not gonna lie. But great hold. Great hold. You gotta give it up where it's due.
I don't have to do anything, and you won't make me, but
Yes, Papa.
I'll do it here anyway.
Hey. Awesome.
On my terms.
Yes.
Yes. We're getting tactical with it.
Oh yeah. I don't know why this hit me. You ever play Tekken?
No, really?
Wrath. Fun game.
I know somebody who did, for Fisher,
Oh, really?
or team or whatever. Yeah, I was watching him practice combos, and it was unreal.
Tekken's hard, man.
Yeah, it looked
Fun.
hard. It was timing specific inputs, and like, it was really weird. Like, I could tell how he was practicing like one combo. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, there's like fighting games that are like Street Fighter is very stick movement based. And then there's fighting games that are very like button based, you know, like A, B, X, Y.
Yeah.
But then Tekken is kind of like both.
And the timings between them, it was weird.
And the timings between them is also very important. Yes.
I was like, I could never. I need to have some sort of mashing element. I grew up with Dragon Ball, so.
Right, remember you played that one. Anyway, right now we're playing Counter-Strike. And we're playing a game of Crew versus Bounty Hunters outside, where right now it's hands off from Bounty Hunters until Turtle gets involved. A couple shots through the smoke for good measure, and he walks away with a kill.
Good. I'll take that. Might even take a little bit further beyond as he rounds the unbreakable box and looks to play a peekaboo. Finishes the next, and now just kind of needs to stay alive in the best way that he can. But the nade, it's an airstrike just over top. An easy one, but okay, that is definitely a skill shot. I mean, he's clearing the doorway, and his movement is stiff enough to where a micro adjustment is needed in a stutter step. But it's Zoc on an off angle of his own to drop down low. He groups with his teammate, and they only know about one. But that's Mayern dying, and they know Zoc was there now, so it's making things easy at that point. But Kaiser through the vent. Holy moly, he flies up, lands his feet firmly planted, and sprays down the both of them. Ataraxia needed to miss his shot, and he does.
I'm going to be real. There is a big problem in this round from Ataraxia, and that's when they go in. Watch this. As they go in for this mini take, Look at this spacing. There's only one person peeping. Ataraxia is right behind him and never ends up going with him for that trade. And the reason that's important is because even though they find that kill, it's the timing of that third. So the way it went was it's trade the Havoc player and kill the side player who was forced out by a Molly, and then instantly the other person's there, right? But since it takes so long to get that kill from Ataraxia, it gives time for that vent rotation, which is ultimately what Kaiser used to win the round. Alright, little rant fest.
No, it's okay, dude. They already witnessed an opening pick at the ramp, and they want to double back. They want to go right back into the belly of the beast, which was, but Kaiser, since having rotated and left responsibilities to another, still not exactly fully committed to that concept, but Crew's still dancing with the devil at lobby and anticipating a push through perhaps, but a man advantage, one of this nature at least. Don't think they're going to want to look squander, but now Kaiser's here to support. It should just be a kind of a shooting range for him as his teammate takes the next points of contact. A re-swing on his crosshair just straight ahead, no flick required. That's about as easy as a round like that kind of gets. They play into their hand and they set the trap, and it's sprung with absolute perfection. I like how he doesn't peek even after that first kill. It wasn't like gets rifle kill and then he re-swings.
And then
gets rifle kill,
yep.
1, 2, 3 re-swing. And I was like, that
Throws off that timing.
pretty good.
Now it's Crew back down to pistols, and it's Bounty Hunters starting to reclaim their lost territory. But a lot of this game has been very hinged on outside control. And these past couple of rounds, applause to Bounty Hunters because they've stopped it pretty well. Turtle did practically exactly what you would want your outside players to do. He was pretty much trapped, so instead of just giving away his life after he finds that first kill and just taking a fight on his own terms, he plays it smart. He buys time for his teammates to shift around with the information he's gotten. He lets his teammates shift. I think a rotation came through hell. What?
No, don't worry about it.
What?
I can't say it on broadcast. Don't worry about it, dude.
Ah! No, I tried not to say shift again and cut myself off midway.
I didn't say that on broadcast. So. Nobody knows what we're referring to. Just targeting your voices in your head.
Well,
Being threatened in the Discord of this CCT
No,
broadcast, and I
no,
want
no,
the
no,
world
no.
to let it be known.
no. That would never happen.
It's all good. 4 to 4 though,
never
not so good, but you know, Crew, I think that they'll be pretty happy with 4 in like a world where they can say, okay, if you could play out a half of T-side Nuke, 4, just guarantee 4 and fast forward to the next half. I think that they would be tempted to take that maybe in a certain world.
Yeah, especially now that you can start to overcome this deficit you had early on accrued. Look at the Turtle! They have no idea. They have no idea.
on.
This is 3 free kills. The person with the person who knows has his nades out. That's 2 kills from Turtle. Oh my god.
Peekaboo.
I mean, that's only gonna work once a half, but you only need it to work once a half. That's just won you the round, and it's eco shattered them again.
Turtle's cooking right now. They're just making the right decision after the right decision in some of these micro moments. I mean, sure, they kind of flop the conversion following the pistol, but that'll be kind of a distant memory at this stage. You think to yourself, let's say they don't lose that round, right? They win the round after that knowing that they were then broke. And then this is just a 2-round game for Crew. That's rough. But, you know, again, not the world we live in. 5, assumingly, to 4. Bounty Hunters are right back in the driver's seat. Everybody's starting to turn up just that little bit. I mean, Bruninho, he's been a little bit lackluster in towards mini side where he's been playing most typically, but when everybody's having success on every other extremity being outside and ramp whenever they do give them that push, I guess that can be forgiven. Temporarily forgiven. There's a limit.
When does that limit expire, buddy?
The turn of the half, probably.
Hmm.
So long as they're winning it.
Yes.
We gave that kind of room to some players in our last best of series, namely Slashes.
True. And IVZ, right?
And IBZ, yeah. He was the opper, so, I mean...
He can have it, then.
Anybody can.
I was about to say. They're just giving it to anyone now. Anyway, the only thing they're giving is a force buy, or at least force buy vibes with Riggy's AK. This is interesting. Because, again, coming into this series, we talked about his impact in this tournament specifically, and it's been good. So I don't blame them having him on an AK this round, but at the same time, you're going to be he'll be absent from this next buy unless somebody plans on dropping him, which, you know, its own plethora of issues. But for now, they're focusing on the here and now, which has Kaiser in ramp. Doesn't look like they're going to flash him up. In fact, they don't have a flash. He'll be picking him out from the sky. Plucking them like birds with stones. Makes it look easy. He gets his one, Zoc gets traded, and they walk away all happy in the 4-on-3.
Yeah, this is going to be a matter of if they get their pistols to find a kill and then just trade out on the AK from then onwards. It's really the only realistic way they get into even a somewhat favorable scenario where the AK-47's actually caught changing hands into ataraxias, and although the Tech 9 gets there, Verdinho, he'll drop down low. Batman, Riki picks up the rifle just as well. Only get his one for it. Do theirs. They get them sporadically, but need to be a little bit consistent. I mean, this is Mellow-esque, but not even a wallbang there.
I mean, he's looking sharp right now, if you ask me. I'm loving him right now, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely looking good. And he really hasn't needed to do a lot.
He just does.
He just does. I mean, he like hit
Turtle's been the star of the show.
Random
but
spots, yeah.
Kaiser's been really good. We just don't get to see it because everybody else is stealing the spotlight. But I was talking about it last map on Ancient, and I said when you have two players playing like this in the same given game, it gets so hard to do anything about. And right now you can see Crew struggling because on both ends of the spectrum, wherever they go, they're getting decimated by one guy. And Turtle, guess what, is sitting here behind the smoke, shifty as ever, ready to do it again with a 1v1 right in front of him if he wants it.
Jump spotting from Mayern down low. For their cross where there's only two players. I don't think he's going to be going for very many a fight in that spot. It's going to be a warning signal for somebody to make their move, to make their step. Has not overturned his disposition for Turtle yet, but he goes in, you know, hearing downrange. Player at Africa, though, there's room for it, but no escape for Turtle. He was going to have to commit to that duel every time. And from that point forward, it'll have to be the absolute conglomeration of CTs on a search mission of some kind, because if they just let this happen, they just allow this wrap to come through, they're going to be in for some issues.
Those are bound to come, especially that kill on Bruninho, reversive. Barely takes more than a stutter step to lock down that kill. Even though Mayern's coming up through the vents, he'll get his one, but that's not going to get him near enough around 18 seconds. I don't know what Zoc's hoping for, but maybe a couple of kills on his deathbed could do him better. Change the fact that it's still a 5th round for Crew, and we're only one away from calling it I'd say a well done and dusted half. Crew at this point can be happy. 5 rounds, that's enough.
I'd say so. I always tend to sometimes fall back into CS:GO mind where I think that there's like a 10-5 half possibility, but
right.
7-5 on your T-side nuke is like really better than that on a good day. Seeing as this is Crew's map pick, I mean that looks pretty good on their resume too, going down that second half and into further games beyond should they be able to convert it forward, but having a man advantage now. We're going to have to be the bounty hunters. This is quiet. Most of the game, Bruninho is going to be able to find them the opener, and he already softened up and low. It's not going to be the op tossed over to him, but it will be the AWP to make its impact known around the map regardless. Kaiser put into his place a head-to-head. We've not very often seen But anytime that we had, it was the matter on top.
About time Ataraxia won one of them for himself, and that's a big one to drop to. Again, just talk to you about the impact of these two individuals. Well, one of them's gone. And in comes Turtle, maybe a couple more. Bruninho just trying to fend off for the time being, and this is a big position. Go! Sees the behind of Zoc. Does he know about more? I'm uncertain, but he's still staying rigid in the position. Knows that it's a possibility, and whilst he drops Turtle, he'll also get knowledge on Mayern's whereabouts. Two heavy hitters gone. Where do you go?
They're just going to sit and wait, both CTs, I think. I mean, Mayern can't afford to go down through the vent. He can't afford to really make his way down over to those secret steps. Not until A, Bruninho has seen something, or B, they've looked to commit into his position upper, in which they will now, but a smoke to stop Mayern from doing anything. But a smoke is not a wall, and he knows that better than any. He's going to be able to find the first bomb on Reversive. When he gets to the bomb site, he's going to hopefully rely on Ataraxia, but he doesn't have his gun pulled. He's unzoomed. He's switching between weapons, fumbles it, and so too the bomb will be fumbled center site as Bruninho gets the double.
I'm telling you, man, it's small decisions like that. Ataraxia, that's his second one this game that may have just cost them a very, very big round. This could have ended the momentum of Bounty Hunters moving into the half. This could have strictly turned that in the favor of Crew, and Deco does everything here. 2 kills on that vending push, and then spotting the third. I don't really understand why they end up going back to Ward A here, right? Because you're going to take time to go up the vents, to get ready for your regroup, to go back through secret, and you know one is there, right? So at most there's one B, and you're more prepared to go in B than you are to go in A.
This site, wasting no time, being up close and personal with Deco. It's the Bounty Hunters that are absolutely creaming them in this instance into where worried about. Is the score flip? No, it's not.
No.
That's correct.
7-5 for the Bounties.
It's going to be the dual Berettas that can definitely do something.
Oh my.
Not when the smoke is just yet faded and he's caught between so many different audio cues. And Laser trying to fight back into this one. I'm not really feeling it.
You're going to have to accept the fact that you've lost this pistol. Maybe get a couple of kills on your way out as a kitty prize. Not like you have a kit, so. There was one on the floor. I would have a little more faith, but they invested in dualies instead. You don't know that. I mean, of course, you got to peek out. You got to humor him for that, but Zoc's having none of it. 4 kills in the pistol. Yet another member to step up in the server now for the Bounty Hunters. You've got Turtle. You've got Kaiser.
This isn't exactly what the predictions had in store for us, must be said. This isn't what history wrote for us either.
No.
This is a very different
times, Grandpa.
Yeah.
I call you Uncle, why not? I feel like I've heard that. I feel like I've heard you call that.
Tony, yeah.
Okay.
I am an uncle.
For real?
Not really, it's my cousin's kid. Casey.
That's what an uncle is, though, no?
No. I think I'm like a second uncle or something.
I don't know how the family tree works.
Yeah, well, typically when you're an uncle or aunt, it's your brother or sister.
Ah. You have a brother or sister?
I do.
They had kids?
No, or else I would have brought them up before my cousin.
That's a good point.
Although I appreciate you trying to do the dig.
Well. Right now, the only thing making about uncles is Bounty Hunters making Crew scream uncle as they go for another lobby push. Actually, no, this is Crew going to the lobby crunch. But this is also the lobby crunch probably getting shut down, so I thought. They start to line up and everything starts to come through. I was right there for a moment. A couple of kills exploded onto the feed, but nobody was looking at the back turned. No, it's just riggy.
Crazy.
This is, I don't know how much I like the spacing anymore.
To be honest with you, I was about to freak out for a second if there was any possibility that Rihi could have been somewhere else. I mean, Zoc was just like full on, I think it was Zoc, one of the two of them was just like full on knife out practically, like running towards ramp, and the spacing was so far apart to where Freaky had made like a hard read or like decided to like stick into a spot and save, or anything like that, that would have been just the easiest 1v1 isolation of life. All's well that ends well. Obviously, you get that many kills in towards the A site and lose that many bodies in towards lobby to where it's pretty easy to make the call, let's just run ramp, right? But
Yeah.
so.
Now, the irony of this is the last nuke they played was 13-6. At this current rate, it could literally be 13-6, you know, depending on if crew want to pick up a round at one point. But, I mean, this is going to be an 11th, right? It's USPs. You're not buying here. So, right now we're kind of looking for a sprinkle of magic at the end. Though I will admit, it's hard because this story turns from being okay 3 rounds ago to devastating 3 rounds later. And I think that's just the effect of MR12, right? Because instead of going from so much buffer before the game ends, you lose the pistol. Now you've got 1-2 buys in you before you lose the game. And 7-5 is a competitive hack. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem was MR12.
Right. I will use that. Dropping into this A site. 5-7 is actually cooking up a couple of kills, and people just the same, but I mean, how often you're going to be able to get those kinds of fights given over to you is inconsistent, but 3 actually burns on the Molotov on the outer ends of many as the bullets force him in the direction. Anyone else other than that is just now trying to get back into it, but from awkward positions and awkward rotations. Echo with the world up against him, and Bounty Hunter's looking for that 11th as this is some of a half buy. Crew will be back in the next with all that they need, all the fix-ins. Bacon, lettuce, tomato, ketchup, pickles, cheese. Some caramelized onions if you're feeling.
Terrorists win.
Too bad I don't like anything you've just listed.
Yeah, I know. You're 12. No. Sorry.
No more cinnamon pull parts for you, man.
6. 7? 6.
I'm actually this many, so I was shut it.
I'm actually this many. That was underrated. I wish we had. You just get like plain burger, don't you? Red meat.
I don't see the problem here. I don't see the problem here.
That is true, right?
Yeah.
Like hot dogs?
Not really. It depends on where you're from. I like Costco hot dogs. But like homemade hot dogs. Yeah.
Homemade hot dog?
Yeah, like on the grill. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway. God, you must be fun at 4th of July. I need you to make me ones without cheese. No hot dogs. And don't have the macaroni salad touching. Sorry. Oh, the vent's clean. Mayron's the one to make sure of it. He brought his trusty mop. Cleans that one clear. The rest of the site still has one more player to clean out, and so too does lobby as they look to wrap back.
Oh my God! What just happened?
I don't know.
A second ago, that site was theirs, and all of a sudden, this flank doesn't go their way, and you turn around, the site is completely under the control of crew. They've gone back up the fence. This round still isn't over, and they should still have a very clean path into actually taking this round, especially now with that kill in mind. But it shouldn't even really be this close. Crew have been gifted a chance, and right now, they're splitting up. Not fond of this. With Ataraxia as low as he is, if Reversive falls, this round is done. Sock and Reversive, they're about to take a duel that's going to decide the round, and hell, maybe even the game, but Ops posted. Kaiser's ready. He says, switch your attention to heaven. I don't think Reversive's ever going to be aware of this. Jiggle peeks, straight up walks into the Ops scope. And now it's just a lonely Ataraxia with the bomb not planted for him and 2 T's ready to say this is map point. It's only a matter of time before this gets closed out. Hell, he actually doesn't even have a kit, by the way.
Dude, that was the most, like, underrated moment. No.
He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have a kit. Doesn't matter.
That was the most underrated thing. It's literally instantly, as soon as Zoc confirms that there's a player behind him, I don't know if it was a call that was made by him or by Kaiser, but they actually, like you said, flip. they trade their angles, they're gonna hold. And that's so interesting because if that doesn't happen, like let's say Kaiser's just like a second and a half too late, he gets swung on, he's probably dead. Or if Zoc commits to that fight and loses, it's Kaiser caught between the two and off in the 1v1. Less than ideal, especially knowing that the CT knew where he was. But I mean, it was off 1v1. But you know, hindsight is 2020. Very, very heads up. And again, I really like what I'm seeing from Bounty Hunters in these split-second decisions where the players have to make a choice.
I'm going to be so real. Based on a lot of the knowledge we had from the T side of Crew, this is just Bounty Hunters calling a far better game than Crew. I think Crew have overcomplicated a lot of their T side holds, or T side takes. I think they've overcomplicated a lot of their CT side holds. And I think Bounty Hunters are just keeping it simple, clean, and concise, and it's working astonishingly well.
Dropping into the bottom sides of outside. SMG and pair of players deeper than he. They're off by smokes where they can't really see, and Kaiser catches him amidst the ends of the smoke as Rihi's exposed. I don't even know if he knew that it was blown. But from this point in, man up and one man down is Ataraxio. The MP9 actually make that 2 players in Deco just behind. Look to get a little bit of a recon mission going, but they're being held. They're stalling out Bounty Hunters in anticipation of this move, and it might have just granted them the map. Nuke looks so very good from top and to bottom as they remove all players of all different elevations. It's the Bounty Hunters that look to claim 13 to 5 and look to send us to Dust 2 of their map pick. This Anthran has looked so very nice towards the middle and end stages.
And I said the irony of it was that one more round and it would be a complete role reversal of what Nuke was last time these two teams played. But still, the first map was a 13-5. And guess what? That's exactly what the Bounty Hunters were about to deliver to them. Pretty much hand courtesy of Turtle, Kaiser, and Mayern. But Zoc, I also forgot to mention him. Everybody showed up here for the Bounty Hunters. And like I just said, this was just either Crew calling a bad game or Bounty Hunters calling a really good game. Whatever way you want to look at it, this was everything going right. And I say the calling specifically because it's very abundantly clear where we saw Crew and Bounty Hunters do something very similar when they transitioned up from going to a favorable B site hit to what was the unknown at A, and Bounty Hunters steamrolled it, whereas Crew couldn't even scratch the surface and get close and gave up like a 3-on-5. It was night and day. It's role reversal. And this is what you were saying coming in. You don't think that result of previous affairs was as one-sided as it actually may seem numbers-wise, and you were right. I mean, Bounty Hunters came to play.
Yeah, this is giving me some serious vibes of Dust 2 to come, but about 10 minutes time as we have a little bit of a break. We're going to wait before we jump into the next and potentially last, for me and Anthran at the very least, of our first 2 best of 3s of the day. Stay tuned.
Well, this is our first role reversal of the day, whereas we saw the domination continued in the previous series. Here, couldn't be further from the truth, or maybe it is, just in the opposite direction, as the Bounty Hunters utter pure annihilation over Cruise Nuke.
Yeah, and we have more to be seen, obviously, but the fact is that you just said it was Cruise Nuke. It wasn't Bounty Hunter's Nuke. It was an absolutely nightmarish turn of events onto what was supposed to be their comfort pick as we turn things around in about face. Will we see maybe a little bit of a resurgence for Crew in the same way? I mean, frankly, momentum and dominance and mentality from the Bounty Hunters team makes that hard to believe for me. But, I've seen crazier, but all that considered, even if it goes that way, that third map, after what I've seen on Nuke and a map like that in particular, which is pretty specialty required, I feel like, to be able to be calling it your pick in the first place. If you go to a third map, I think that even still I give Bounty Hunters some serious credence, regardless of what happens here. They can't just disappear entirely, surely, Anthran.
Yeah, to me, here's the problem, right? Where on Nuke, I made a big emphasis on the fact that it felt like a calling difference, and Bounty Hunters called a far better game. I didn't bring in as much argument that I should have to individual success, because Turtle, Kaiser, Zoc, and Mayern all had amazing games individually. They all had big moments. There were clutches, there were 3Ks, 4Ks, there were big op moments, rifler moments, and the reason that's important is because when you're not only calling a good game, but playing a good game as players, and then you go into a map like Dust 2, where you're starting on your side of choice and favoritism, with all of that in mind, well, what do we have left to think of for Crew? Right? There's not really anything. So, argument says this is Bounty Hunters from the get-go, because now we have two maps that are very individual-oriented on a team that not only looked amazing as individuals, but to the counterpart, a team that we didn't see the individuals of. Ataraxia on Nuke went 8-14. That's an upper.
They caught so many little funny timings on that CT side too, Bounty Hunters, it must be said. Let's see if they can catch some here, because right now it's going to be them waiting for that opportunity. Who start with the defensive and start at the CT site with a pair of pulleys and a smoke. It'll be Laser, who elevates himself above, drops down, can't find the next. Also can't ward off any of these players even further from the site, as Reversive goes through the smoke before the flash has even been pulled and pinned. Now they've got nothing left, so there goes that.
And now what, right? I mean, you really going to retake B-site Dust 2, 3-on-4? It's just fat chance, There's doors smoked again. That angle's cut off for the rest of the round, practically, unless you want to just hand over a free kill jumping over it. Seen. Bruninho takes another head with him. And at this point, pistol round's already called off, and they're going in for a safe. This is... yeah, that's far-fetched as ever. You can't get away with that for sure, and they don't even want you to let this... they don't even want to let Riggy have the armor. They knew he was here. They're pincering him. There's a 4-man hunt going on the pistol.
Nah, no survivors, brother. No man left living. They want to assert their dominance quick and early, and I don't frankly blame them. Kind of in for it. From that point forward, though, you wonder just how much our Bounty Hunter is going to let them get away with in their saves, in their buys. Are they just going to try and get up into their faces every opportunity that they get? Scout out for Laser. Going to have to be focused with it. They drop in through lower, though. He's actually going to relocate over towards the A site to play solo hold in case they're to crawl too long. The timing could catch Turtle off guard. And there's a player at the corner, but he ducks under his bullet. Oh! Can't duck that.
Say, watch his clips. No, not watching him anymore. Trades go back the way of Bounty Hunters, and now it's really just the recovered gun in middle stalling this round out. But they actually have the bomb. So all in the meanwhile, whilst things have been going fine and dandy on other extremities, here is where the real round is being played. Because when this gun of Ataraxia starts chirping up, it's going to create some problems. Though Riggy was his potential human shield that has now been depleted, and yeah, Ataraxia is going to get his one. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the Bounty Hunters are going to sweep this up. That was their bonus. Absolutely crushed.
Defeat. But one where I think, in reflection, certainly not going to be the biggest of problems so long as they can get back on track. Back 10 for Kaizo. He's going to have a field day. I want to see how he actually is utilized here, because he's holding for mid, anticipating there to be a push. But they're just stacked up at long. The late flash called, but nobody's out. Actually, there's one out. I didn't notice the turtle was to the bin. That's not great. It's an AK. Come on. They don't have any armor to go along with that, though, so it's still going to be smushy targets. But hold on. It's not even the AK-47 they may need to be worried about as the pistols continue to do their job.
At this point, though, I mean, you know where everybody's pushing, right? There really shouldn't be much to discuss here. This should just be them scaling into B. Riggy's AK's dropped. Yeah, Laser's going to grab it back up, maybe try to make a case for himself, but better off just saving it, bringing it into the next round. This one's already concluded.
Oregon conclusion after all, but the AK is pretty big actually. If they keep that locked, they're gonna hunt him. They're gonna hunt him. They're not gonna get away with this. They've already located him, and they're gonna hold on to him to cross to long.
They might.
Oh, I thought for sure that they had that, but he makes his way out. Oh no, he doesn't. He still sticks. Wait, Mayern saw him, but did he call that he crossed to long side, or he's definitely worried about it? But maybe he just faked him out a little bit there. Jiggle. Terrorists win. He'll actually keep his life up because of that, so that's cool.
Well, here's the big kicker now. What can you do on the rifles? This is where we saw Crew stall out on Nuke. Remember, when they got that first gun round out on the CT side of Nuke, it didn't really go all that well. I will admit, at the start, it was looking nice. I believe it was the lobby crunch that went south, but the one big thing that's going to stand out to me is Ataraxia's performance specifically. If Ataraxia can't get going early on, I'm going to start to think this series is a wrap.
I'll have to take your word for it once it comes down to that time. Dropping numbers in this B site, though, is Deco, and he holds the line for long enough where he could have swung to help out, but actually kind of short-handed in that regard, as going to be able to play for this, but there's a mid to B player that's more importantly placed. They're going to be a determining factor. If there's a trade, sure, but Kaiser can play here with them, and a re-smoke no less. Missed shot, but they clear left on right. Socket, he's out and through the Kaiser, no re-engagement, seeing as he was only at 31. Now they're just going to play their window and their door setup.
I don't know. This is kind of a tricky one to hold. Never mind. It gets a lot easier now. Smoking off tons. Obviously, you don't know where one of the players is going to be, but that's going to help Bounty Hunter so much. Flash goes high. Mayern full dodge. You're getting stuck inside of the door, but the crossfire actually fails. Maybe they assume he's in tunnels or not. Ataraxia, absolute laser of a shot onto the car player.
Right. A little bit of a different pace. Speed where more about getting into these retakes. A man equal in Dust 2 is not typical. Definitely not typical. But they make do. Araxia being a big part of that, as you say, and talking about him on the AK, dropped over to a teammate as he gets his weapon of choice for his success. Takes one shot. Forfeits the position for only just a quick second before the re-peek is through. In the smoke, that's just going to grant him the ability to now rotate back out and away. Leave the responsibilities to the rifle and lock it down for if anybody is going to make their way through later on. But it's mid they've got to be more worried about in the few moments to come, because Spirit Outpost, right side, from their perspective, CT, the smoke doesn't stop the B players from ditching the site and going to try and lock them out.
Big kill, too. That was the one way they were going to get leverage on maybe sneaking their way into B. I think that's why they left Mayern here, too, because he was waiting to see what they could get out mid. Over now, it's just Kaiser playing damage control and ensuring nobody on the crew side decides to exploit the gap left open. 55 seconds. They're making their intentions very clear of an A-sided transition. Or actually not, because all of a sudden, Kaiser and Mayern both look elsewhere for an answer. That's through the mid doors yet again. They even dropped off of Catwalk, really trying to make this interesting. And Turtle and Mayern just have, by getting that smoke down in CT, by making this B player so isolated, it's an island. It's a 1v2, and if they clear this angle, even go 1-for-1, ultimately a massive victory for the Bounty Hunters. And at this point, it's just a game of time, and Riggy's gonna win. There's a man who was absent from Nuke.
Very, very well done there. Ricky putting on a bit of a show in the back sight after having subsided from his first kill and leaving responsibilities to Deco, who does him proud. Nice shot from Mayer, though. Didn't actually catch that one, but from that point forward, it's the lack of bomb plant. Nobody saved. Crew now starting to elevate themselves with the guns that they carry over from their opponents, who so graciously allow them to have that luxury. And 3-3 looks almost inevitable in this stage, and that's not that bad for bounty hunters, all things considered. This is going to be a little bit of a war of attrition after this round to come, though, to where both of these teams are going to look for consistency, consecutive strings to bring along, drag through this first half. Out mid-side, they go that 1-for-1. Ricky was kind of island left because the off can only really fire off that one shot to support. Oh my god, blow the smithereens, Bruninho, and that just allows them to pincer. Use the word pincer twice now today. That's the last time I can use pincer.
Ooh.
Or pincering.
That means I can have it.
It's true. I have like 2 other words now, or 2 other phrases rather I'm going to use, so.
Okay, well, I got really bad news for you. We've got at least 10 more rounds.
It's okay. I don't know how many more pincer-esque maneuvers can.
Oh, there's 5. No, it's not the time. It's just set it casually.
Pincer.
Not having to keep track. That's 11. Anyway,
Yeah,
keep track of that one. Ataraxia. It's a nice shot to start it off. Bounty Hunters again. They take long control, but at a hefty cost of losing the first man.
Tries to hold this catwalk position now on a quick fly with Molly to the ground to stop them if they wanted to chase it. On that refrag, unavailable. Eventually it'll subside, and the flash to boot with Ataraxia to support. They're looking for more. It's a bit of a stall out in mid for now. And little do the bounty hunters know that somebody has gotten cheeky in lower tunnels. I wonder just for how long they'll post up their bodies. That T-spawn flank does become very real if they just decide to keep sticking their nose where it don't belong. Here goes the waltz. Keep in closer to where Deco is as he just periodically checks high and low. The box to where that one is exposed. Goodbye. Even then, the op is not yet finished with this round. Starting to heat up more and more as this game's gone by. Not a fool, though. Not going to go swinging without any players to be able to get him in for something better. Nade after nade. Catwalk is locked for business this round, surely.
This just feels like a game of what Crew was missing on Nuke. This is also why I said it was really just a matter of time, right? It's waiting till we get into the server and see if Crew can change it, because Ataraxia is showing up now. We already saw a good moment from Riggy. Deco's having his impact. These are all things that were notably absent on Nuke, and it's early on we're seeing this on Dust too. Very, very good sign. I do not like the save whatsoever. This is my personal gripe. I think this is objectively a bad save.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's why they're pro.
It's true. But now, whereas this round was essentially their eco, to turn the next into a rifle, I mean, you could still do it, but Bruninho and Kaiser, unless they're allowed to save again, which is unlikely since those AKs are likely to be taking gunfights even if they're set up for, then you've got 2 people who won't really have a gun for this next round.
This mid to B has been like, what would the word be?
Common?
The mid to B has worked, but it's hinged on
Hit or
different
miss.
factors. Yeah, it's hinged on different things at different points to really go their way. And I guess if a catfight will go their way, doubly back. Oh my good lord, Kaiser's AK nearly even collapsing onto a third. But honest and truthfully, Ataraxia wanting to maybe get an elevated angle, get a little bit involved, and then back up instead has entirely forfeited the sight in his maneuver. And it could be one that comes back to bite. I wonder.
I actually don't
They
know.
have a smoke and a flash.
Here's the issue, right? He's going to go all of his way and clear all this stuff. That's fine and well, but there's a world where Deco just peeks at the right timing in mid and drops the bomb. So this round
but you have
might
to
be
do
a
it so
non-starter.
low. You have to do it so low. It's a decision, right? Like, it could happen, but that's one where if you go back and demo review, it's like an I had a feeling kind of thing where you have to explain yourself, but there's not really an explanation. I think more accurately, it would have had to have been somebody to go through B-tons and call that clear, and then the move could have been made. Maybe even a double walk at that point. So you're absolutely right. That bomb caught in transition could have been everything. And maybe even if he was a little bit farther to the right and he caught him just jumping up across the Xbox at the line of sire. I was going to mix fire and sight, but do re-sight. He will fire up at range to collect a kill, but the round's still a formality. They will give up.
You know, I might look stupid because of what I said, but I'm going to stand by it.
No, I don't think you did. I don't think you did. It was more of just me, like, saying that bro's gonna, like, look pretty stupid if he does it and, like, dies.
I think this is a round that goes well, but it still doesn't really change the opinion of the previous.
Yeah, I think Ataraxia jumping CT is really just calling it then and there. Like,
I mean, sights on this map are so hard to retake.
yeah,
Can't really blame him.
I mean, you could just play the site at that point, but instead he kind of like goes forward to try and help out his teammates who have died.
Yeah.
It's kinda,
Oh my!
It's unfortunate.
Double up.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't see anything crazy.
That's interesting. And they're gonna go up B! They just killed the Lurk. This is an instant B play, and they're stalling. That is shocking to me. This is normally one of those spots you just dealt with the B Lurk, right? At most, there's one person there. You get up, you line up, you set up smokes, you go. But they're taking so long, and they're still going B. This is a mess from the bounty hunters.
Yeah, but it's still fine. I mean, they don't really need to commit to anything as of just yet. It's fun to herd, and there being a double op setup is going to be problematic. But yeah, I mean, it would have just been the round right there if they had gone to B. Like, typically, you'll just see them rush it out, right? Like, I guess the only other opportunity for them to lose that round is if there's like a second player who's opping posted from window or door who's deep. But they, I mean, have the ability. It's not like they don't have it.
It was very confusing because they like stalled, they waited, and then they went like at a very awkward time that gave enough time for crew players to rotate, which is why it was a little weird, but they still have quite the advantage. I mean, they didn't have to go out there, and they don't. Works out. Look elsewhere. There's another kill on laser. Bruninho gifted it.
There it is.
Headshot handed over, and that's what they were looking for a little bit more. I'm sure they wanted to go out B, and then with this, the IGL said, let's stall it out, because right now, the bounty hunters have other intentions. They're looking everywhere, and they know somebody's in CT, they know somebody's on long. Guess what? Now you know only one's B at max, and that's where they're going to target.
Yeah, it's... If at first you don't succeed, try again, and they're gonna try for
what
the
is going
time,
on?
but they've actually rerouted for another round, or another time, excuse me. What is this? And it's gonna work, I think, unless Ataraxia can do something nuclear where he catches that first. The bomb needs to cross. Mayor needs his teammates to die or post, and there's just no time. Ataraxia and Riki with the AWPs effectively doing it all on their own in unison. 4 kills split. And it's Turtle left in wake of what he's just witnessed. I don't know. That's a weird one right there. It's definitely a weird one.
Bro.
I don't really know what to make of that, but generally speaking, this round is one that you would call a question mark in Counter-Strike catalog.
I'm shell-shocked. That might be one of the weirdest rounds I've ever watched.
That was like watching a matchmaking game where all 5 players are like lurkers, like bona fide passive lurkers. They're just waiting for like a timing. He's like, I got a timing, walks out B, dies. I got a timing, walks up cat, dies. I got a timing, walk out long, die.
That
I got
feels
a timing,
like it's a
walk up
round
cat, die.
where I'm watching like a main team think they're good.
That was very, like, I don't know. Very
They
distracting.
had so many advantages, right?
5
Like,
blame
played
Fs,
that
dude.
well.
5 blame
At
Fs.
the start of the round, we see that double nade in tons. Like, they had a great idea going in to try and exploit that guy who's been spamming it or throwing you to the whole time. And then
5v3?
that was, I don't think it was a 5v3, but it was a 5v4.
Okay.
Oh, no, it was a 5v3 because then they got the lurk kill as they pushed up long.
Yeah.
Again, it's just so many different ideas at one point. This is the problem without having, like, a centralized voice, if that makes any sense. I feel
Put
like
the
that's
bomb in the site, bro.
yeah, it's not that hard.
Put the bomb in the site, bro. I just don't know why they're going for so many separated, isolated, lurky moves when they have a 5v3, let alone a 5v4. Just like pause, take a little control cat, group and hit.
I was gonna say, like, I don't even hate that they're doing lurks. I think a lot of these lurks have been really efficient for them. You think about a lot of times looking at mid, but getting them and then never regrouping is the biggest problem right here. Now they go for the B exec. Oh, should have done that last round. Off spotted at the back of the site. He's currently alone, but he smoked himself out. Very, very wise. And here comes that flank from Laser. This is one of your biggest support lines gone. One of your biggest aces in the hole taken care of. And guess what? There's still Ricky at the back of the site, and they've just perfectly flashed for him. This round's done.
Jeez,
What a
dude,
call from Crew.
What a weird round. These are getting just weird and wacky, and it's not that they didn't really do anything inherently wrong there, the T side. It's just weird. I mean, playing in front of the smoke with a double site setup, yeah, makes sense. Back bomb site, smoking yourself out. This guy's already lurked up from long. It looks to be to go up through mid and spot the bomb. Or rather, excuse me, the player back turned and the bomb in the site. I mean, he can't afford to plant. He's just gotta hold and hope that there's a kill and there's nothing gained. Oh, it just feels so like, what do we do kind of round. Like, the other round was you knew exactly what you should have done, and you should have done it. That round was, what do we do?
Right.
Duality of Counter-Strike.
It almost feels like they did that because they thought they had the read at B from the previous round, and then didn't. But right now they've got the right read. I mean, they go up catwalk, Ataraxi's on the corner, and there's no smokes. Yeah, just the flashes. They're just trying to get out to the site, get a plant, get some extra cash out of themselves. They did have a smoke and never used it on the cross.
That's fine. I'm cool with that, to be honest with you. Numbers will do.
Numbers will do.
Should have been at least, not a swift trade, but a trade of some kind with 5 bodies to 2, maybe 3 at that stage, to where they could have gotten that bomb planted. And that was always the priority. Mission success.
Yeah, they did get their plant, but too many cooks in the kitchen for that post plant. You saw one guy going around the world. You saw 2 people trying to fight Cat. You saw Turtle stuck on site.
Why don't you just call?
Please? You get in there, man.
I could do it.
You got the resume. Get in there.
I'm still in my prime. I'm actually
in
the
final
best
form,
at the
huh?
game that I've ever been, currently, statistically speaking as well. Too bad. They're lucky. Not these 2 teams, but North America is lucky that I don't jump back into it.
I mean, it's kind of hard to not be in better form from where you were before. Anyway, That's great.
I age like wine. So
Wine
fine.
sucks.
You're a fool and a nincompoop.
You drink Bud.
You're a nincompoop, dude. You're an absolute Nimrod.
Anyway, this guy's the fool sitting behind the doors or not. Laser! Sick angle from him. I mean, he hasn't done it the whole game. Why would they expect it now? Best time to bring it out. It's on the very last round of the half. It doesn't mean we're done just yet. 2 kills out long. Bomb is stuck, though. The only leverage is in maybe that if they get these kills from site to... Oh, Kaiser caught by Riggy. There's that double op reaping havoc again.
This could just be the finish there, as this double up setup has worked out brilliantly in the half. And this should just be there, giving up maybe 1 kill there, but speak of their CT side is going to have to be the better of the 2 by far. Crew have given us reason to believe. A little bit of hour of dying where they got to put all the gas in the tank to good use. They got to floor it.
Well, this is the half crew we're looking for the first time. And this is like also a little more close to what we would what I was expecting out of crew coming into the series. But at the same time, that CT side wasn't also anything to write off for the Bounty Hunters, so I'm not going to really count them out just yet. But it is a massive shift from what once was the Bounty Hunters individuals dominating to now getting dominated.
long. We're going fast. Hot and heavy. That nade lands right at the feet of Echo, though, and the CTs will support their teammate in this endeavor of pulling out and away. But Perdinho not having the best go at either of these maps. Frankly, further beyond that, the site is just collapsed in on. One after another, they drop.
Dude, this game is just a head scratcher of calls.
Falling in line, dude. They're falling in line.
Like, the first man falls out long, sees 3, and then they're taking fights on site, and I think it was Kaiser and Mayern still don't shift off of B at all. I mean, I understand, obviously, you want to keep people in there in case it's a fake, but, like, Mayern is still toward window, and Kaiser's still staring into tunnels as they spot 3 coming out long on a pistol.
Never back down, never what?
Might be time to give up, John.
Anything could happen on Dust 2. Buy a scout.
I remember that one. I mean, what? In theory, what is it? So, I don't specifically know all the rules of selling a gun, because isn't it like if you do damage, you can't sell your weapon?
No.
Because what's stopping
I don't think
people
so.
from doing the
I've
scout
done
strat, going back into spawn, and then selling the scout?
I've done it.
You can go down, shoot, and sell.
I think. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it is a damage thing. I don't remember now.
I swear there's some contingency in place, but still, my idea
That
is
must
like,
have
what
been
if
an
you have
update, because I have done it before.
what if you have all 5 people drop down with scouts? Then 3 of them can go back and sell it, assuming 2 of them get the tag, 1 gets the kill.
Yeah. Oh, there's one
there's
shot
the
with
scout.
the scout. No selling now, though. It's Brew who are gonna sell. They can't get it through. They're the ones with it all to lose. They hold the key. And as they stand in witness of their fallen comrade, Ataraxia will have to watch to see if anybody looks to creep in for that weapon, because their utility has 1 flashbang total on Zoc. So, I mean, like, you could flash somebody in to get to that, but that is even still looking to potentially go into the belly of the beast.
Gotta walk right back into my Oh, I thought he had that. That looked like a scout headshot. Any scout tags will help you here, but they hard clear that 5-7. Now you're just looking for damage.
Ooh.
2 tags, still staying alive. Maybe get a 3rd out of it. Nah, it's a little too much to ask for. Far-fetched. They should know that those shots landed. They should know 2 of them are weakened up. And right now it leans like they're going for it. The shift currently tells it.
Do they go? I feel like...
Depends.
I don't know, man. Gonna have to be an all-in affair. Everyone at the same time. No room for error in terms of the timing on that. But there's a re-smoke, and bomb timer now approaching 20. Halfway mark. The all-important one is they don't have a kit. They're gonna have to flood now, and Ataraxia's close. The Famas will catch him. There's another one made known, but they're all so low. They're in the red, and Bruninho's just not anywhere close to the site. He's since backed off and looks to keep his armor, and these 2 players, he'll never know how low. There's weapons to be grabbed, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. He didn't even really want that much, even. It seems to be a little uninspired for him, where everyone else is laying their lives on the line, but all good. Heroic efforts from Mayern,
like-
man.
Oh my god, for sure. Dude, Mayern does everything in this round. Dude, there's so many issues right now that we're seeing that just kind of feel like at the bottom, or at the end of the day, it's just too many different ideas for bounty hunters, right? I just feel like that could be another example of it, where these guys are ready to go in, or at least ready to give it a fight from outside window, and then Bruninho on the 5-7 is, like, going towards spawn.
Time's been flying on this map, to be honest. Feels like it's gone pretty quickly. Hasn't really dragged out all that long. But now as we're entering the second half, a lot of these T rounds are considerably slower. Here comes the B play. They're prepped, sort of. Their numbers are good. So it's a hard read, and B's been a pretty high point of contention for this series in general, or this map rather. 5-7 pops off, and they have to commit to this, really. I mean, the back out now would be pretty dangerous of them unless they do it immediately with bomb. Particular Turtle, or excuse me, Turtle Bernino. He gets his pair, picks up the AK, softens up laser, and the 1v1 where a fast run for Kaiser to get a better weapon. This could just very easily be a matter of a one-tap.
What? Like, Kaiser just left. This is weird, man. And he's still, I mean, yeah, it probably wanted to shift out to mid. You can understand the movement there, but eventually Kaiser's going to have to bite the bullet and go in. The bomb was dropped from the site, so it was easily recoverable. This smoke's going to tell him everything. He'll start to shift in, move up. Is he not spotted? Oh my god, he just barely got away with that. 20 seconds to go too, so it's not like you have a ton of time right now. Here comes Kaiser, up through the window, ready. Laser to be in this position. Shadow, give it away! As you said, all he had to do was land the one bullet. So they'll save the campaign for now with a full eco win.
Hold on. These are the kind of rounds that actually do inspire. This is, like, probably the only way they were getting back into this map. Like, this round right here, right now. Like, this had to be it. I didn't really have any faith going into the next gun round, to be frank with you, what we'd seen so far. I didn't have enough hope to be able to convert rounds beyond that to deny 2 rounds of difference. But, you know, 3 between Crew and the win, them having a leg up on them in this round, we can start to slowly see them creep in, like, say, 2 rounds at a clip for every 1 that Crew get, but it's going to have to be closer to 3. Or we can say anything about OT. So let's hypothetically say that they do get to that 7-10 line with a gun round victory. That's a reset. That's another round to go with that. That's 8. And then it's just going to have to be that slugfest. But there's an op here for Kaiser. If they can keep that in good hands and good faith for a good time, then Nuke, I mean, we saw what he was capable of. Just a little bit more of that, and Ataraxia really hasn't been all that crazy with the AWP. I feel like it's been more with the rifle.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely been serviceable with the op, but, you know, he's just kind of just been good all around. It's not like his op has been, like, the difference.
Yeah, it's a massive paradigm shift from Nuke, where it kind of felt like he was falling short a lot of the way. Here he has stepped up large in every point he's been called upon. And now it's time to see people like Kaiser come to life, right? Kaiser, Mayern, even though Mayern's had his impact still. Zoc, I'd like to hear more from. It looked like he was heating up hard at the end of that first map, and it was a very steep decline.
Hopping out the molly, the 2 players, as they look to actually excel. They had to pause for a quick second because of that flash. A good successful run boost, but Turtle keeping himself in good standings despite a dink that's misleading. It really wasn't all that damage that had been dispersed, but there's a bomb plant. That's pretty good. Beyond there, these Glocks, they're going to be running around and about, find anything to use. Scrounging for scraps, but Freaky, he's gotten his, and he's dealt with by pistols, the both of them actually, so they get a taste of their own medicine, but 2 kills and that bomb plant now. That's where we're looking to get our money's worth.
Now there's a lot more where that came from. At least there has to be. Bounty Hunters have re-invitalized themselves with that last eco round win, as you said, but now we're going to need a little bit more. And the worst part is, there's been bomb plants in these rounds, right? So it's not like you can go 2 for the price of 1. There's going to be money in store, so long as the plants keep coming, obviously. But the Bounty Hunters have actually played a very, like, hands-off site defense approach when it's not been a full stack. So usually we're seeing them play a retake, and that's something you kind of have to be considerate of. You will be playing against spies, and now you're going to be playing with your opper on half HP.
This is near.
Oh!
Playing with a limp, but Kaiser heads up play, blows the smoke, and heads his crosshair up onto Reversive, trying to get into a better place to try and get that cat space. And frankly, that information alone is going to keep Kaiser leaning in this direction for quite some time, because knowing that they have that double op set up, they can kind of play off of mid pretty easily.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those spots that's likely to be underguarded.
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, you gotta watch out for this one. They're gonna need it open. Turtle here's that. Gets behind the box is smart. Very, very smart. He's got a molly too. Oh, and he missed it! That could have been huge if he had landed that properly. It would have stalled him for so long. Door smoke comes in. 40 seconds to rock with Mayer. He's going to turn his attention. He's going to peek it. Ataraxia, a freebie as they even need open the door smoke. Now problems really start to occur. Over-aggression on over-aggression. Zox trying to save him through the smoke. Rather, Turtle, there's only so much you can get him to do. I mean, really only so much you can ask him for there.
They smoked the door, and Mayer's going for a window peek. Where else is he going to play from, and why is Ataraxia going for anything there at all? It's now Laser, and I can't even get away from the damn window. This thing's cursed. Or maybe it's not. It is. It has to be, because no one has found anything from that position. As a matter of fact, all they found is pain and suffering as it loses them the round, as it nearly did Bounty Hunters a moment ago.
I'm with you, man. It feels like both teams did exactly what they would have had to do to lose the round.
What in God's name?
Right, this all starts with such a sick pick from Kaiser, but then the molly gets missed, and Mayer, I know he's not swinging it, he's not trying to, like, peek it, he's trying to jiggle and see what's going on, because, right, the issue there for Mayer in his mind is you're worried about them still crunching from tons, right? Like, somebody's going to be coming from tons, and you can't keep everybody's attention on the door side of things, because then the second that guy walks out tons, boom, round. Because of that smoke, because Woody had, or not Woody, I'm sorry, Turtle had to hide, but still, then you have your players sitting in the door smoke? Like, it's just such a hard bargain.
I'm only a little bit frustrated with that. Only a little bit.
Yeah, but then, as you said, Ataraxia, that was just question mark, question mark, question mark.
You're playing a 2v2, man. Just hold
Just
your two angles, bro.
That's like the hardest side to retake in the game, man.
Unforgiving, and so too will be the economy of the T's. And blowing the smoke, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Me being Reversive, who he's the same player in both rounds. That's been abused by it. A molly, that'll separate them between the site, but only for a time, as Mayer holds for the round and about. And what a reaction onto the cross from Laser. His attempt is met with nothing. A fast scout with tags all around and about, but still it should be.
Oh my God, what is going on?
Style points, style points, style points, style points, style points, style points.
Oh, you gotta hold that. Oh, you gotta hold that. That's so funny. That was so funny. If I'm Riggy, I'm laughing.
That's
so
going
hard
to the
right
montage.
Now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My hope will never die.
Nah, I just can't wait to see the zoomed in keyframe behind like Don Tolliver's after party with that. I'm telling you, bro, the fact that there hasn't been a frag movie made with After Party as the backtrack is ridiculous.
Do it.
No.
You ever hear the song Girls by The Dare?
Probably.
You should do me a favor. Write that down, and I want you to listen to it after this. A, it's a really good song. B, it would go so hard as a montage song. Do me that favor. Right.
I see the vision. I see the vision.
So far, very, very clean couple of rounds. Okay, that's kidding. That's sarcasm. You wanted to have that explained to you. Rounds nonetheless. Bounty Hunters.
Surely. Oh, this is so funny. This is so funny. They've done it 2 times in a row that Ataraxia is literally just
paranoid. He's rent-free, dude.
But this is the goal, right? The goal is to get them so paranoid that you have somebody essentially removed from the round. And look where they go. On the extremities, you saw Bruninho with an opportunity to find an opening pick, but still takes 8 tons control because of it.
Dude, they feel boxed. You can see they feel boxed. There's really nothing other than just flashing it along doors. Maybe going for a double walk instead of a piece of utility. But look, yeah, Ataraxia is going to set that up. And that's just going to be so choreographed. No, he is going to go in for the walk. He's at the door. He's playing a tight angle. Bruninho might just get a freebie here, and he might be able to get out on top of it. Hold on, though. Riki not accelerating. Again, it's just choreographed. Clear, not easy. He had an op on the other end, and even if he died, it's, oh, wow. A crew collapsing amidst the plays being made right now by Bounty Hunters.
And Ataraxia, I think he's going to get away from this, too. He thought he evaded the initial mid-aggression. Absolutely not. Zoc, all in the meanwhile, it pushed down through the lower tons, and you're not getting away with that bomb. Are you crazy? Absolutely not. 1v5 for Deco, the only unknown entity. Slithers his way through CT spawn. I don't think there was anybody nearby on Cat or an earshot to hear him fall down. So they are kind of just doing this off of a whim, but with time as low as it is, there's not really a point throwing away your gun. And this is around the bounty hunters needed. They needed to shut down a bomb plant. They needed to hard stop Crew from constantly getting these rifles out and refreshed and refreshed and refreshed. It's been, even though they're winning, overwhelming.
Hear me out. Late round, not very good from bounty hunters, but the early to mid rounds, they're like in their head, like 100%. Like Kaiser is calling a game. His rotations are sublime. His early round decision making with those picks to the smoke, not only conditioning, but the success in the kills, with the first having been a little bit of a flick upwards on Xbox, and the second having been an outright headshot on the catwalk with a shoulder seen and the lower waist unexposed. Like this looks really nice, and now see that they're kind of comfortable in playing a more standard set of Counter-Strike, but that is just a soaring nade. How did he even get away that quickly? It looked like his player model was like Omen TP'd before the nade had even found its target.
All right, you're gonna get hate for that one.
I don't care, dude.
Oh, this is not good for Kaiser. I don't know if he gets away alive. I'm actually shocked they let
Drop
him.
a molly or a nade. Oh, the infamous nade!
There it is. Kaiser, he's done it so many times now. It's been paranoia on paranoia, and what I thought would have been a B site he was going to struggle on the defense is actually a clean and spiffy hold. Not a single kill to speak of. And now, we're all tied up at 10-10, baby. The bounty hunters have put the pressure back on, and Crew are sweating.
Yeah. Well, this is what sucks about Dust 2. You're kind of like out of options right now if you're Crew. The next option is to rush Cat, rush B, or rush mid doors. And frankly, all three of them are very viable options to change the pace and set a little bit of a setup for the rest of the half and what bounty hunters need to be ready for. But like, trying to vie for long control early, nuh-uh. Trying to vie for long control late, nuh-uh. Trying to get into B late, They've already tried and exhausted those options. Those have long gone. When they try and go fast Cat, they get the smoke blown, excuse me. So maybe not that, but a pop or a rush towards B, sure. I think that might be in their wheelhouse. But right now, I think they're just getting a little bit outclassed in any of these maneuvers. But they're actually kind of lucky in the fact that bounty hunters didn't really play out for all that much long control.
No, but this is the duality, right? As a CT side, you're either taking Cat and maybe trying to crunch in tons to try and get a good grab on what is going on in mid, or you're taking long and you're kind of playing a little more passive on B, something along those regards. But now, they know exactly what's coming for the bounty hunters. And the best part, look at the utility. Look at the utility. There's so much left. Oh, no way. No way.
Oh, no!
No!
Come on, man. I wanted to...
Oh, he's doing it again!
Oh! Come on! Swing
One
and a miss.
more?
Wait, 3 strikes? Oh, wait. Turtle has one. Turtle, get your ass over here.
Oh, no! Mayer.
Oh, he got one. He got one.
Peeks off. He peeks a little farther. That's not Kaiser. That's Mayer. And here comes that long flank. Everybody here was shifting through long. Right now, no eyes are trained on this angle. They're going to tune back in. As the off Ataraxia taking a couple of fights. A must-win duel from Turtle. And that's every extremity now held by the bounty hunters. However, that smoke buys a little more time for Crew to start to move around this site. They have to take something. You know it. And right now, Bruninho is left all alone on Cat. Good Molly. The smoke still hasn't faded, so they can't really do all that much with it. It feels like that molly was just thrown to throw. And at this point, it's 2-on-3. The bounty hunters, I don't know how you really retake this. And again, they're already motioning for a save. This round's done.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bruninho again. I feel like he's always just so far from everything. Are they going for it or are they not? And I don't mean to call out Bruninho specifically. Maybe there's miscommunications going on. Maybe it was a call that was made and he was in a better position to fall back. But I don't know. It's a lack of vindication, a lack of conviction in some of these moments.
I mean, the issue in that round to me is that Bruninho never leaves Cat. That's the problem. Look at this wall, right? While Myron was taking all of those fights, he's not really coming up the site to help him set up a crossfire. And it's not just on him, right? Because you want somebody on Cat to make sure that Cat isn't being crunched in the late round. But it's the fact that nobody is with him or he is not with the team. At that point, why it was so alarming to see Mayer go for that swing is because you don't want a 1-for-1 there, especially when it's your only site player.
And Kaiser went for a long rotate, too.
Right.
That just kind of complicates things for both Reno and Turtle, I believe, was it Wong? They both have to just stall out and wait at that point. 11, but, you know, I mean, with the consistency that we saw Bounty Hunters put through rounds before, it doesn't give me all that much of a fright. And also seeing where their bank is at, Bounty Hunters, with another round of loss bonus, even if they do lose with ideally one gun saved, they still should be with a fight. There's still room for them to say they have stake in this game, and there are 3 players fighting for long with 1 player to set up the utility for it. It's a stark contrast to what we had seen not only in this last round, but every round pretty much that's followed. And good lineup for Zoc, but he's going to have to either stay alive or call upon somebody, a little bit of both, and it looks like that will be the case, and he can actually get scot-free. The bomb still not having run anywhere too quickly away. This one is looking pretty nice to start with.
But again,
Zoc didn't even lose any HP.
Remember what we said though. This hasn't really been the issues with Bounty Hunters. They are very good in the early round. They're very good at finding these openers. It's these mid rounds, these late rounds that really poison them. But this feels different. Zoc is gonna lose his life for sure. But the big thing is he's gonna get a ton of info for what he's about to do, and actually he doesn't. Couple shots rattle off, you turn around at Arax, he's still in spawn, he's suspicious of that. But this is not whereabouts on 2 separate T's that are leaning toward B. This is good news for the Bounty Hunters.
Yes. Seconds. Still player long. Need Mayern to post a kill because they're not going to flush out the back of the bomb site. They're going to have to go dry to it for the most part. He's going to have not an easy line of sight. One nonetheless, and he flicks up and it's a collateral. One doesn't die. The other certainly will. Reamed his head back. And there goes reversive around the 10 with 14. That wrap from the back line to Turtle. Gonna be a little bit too late, I think, because he's gotten his teammates dealt with already. And he's low, reversive, but he still wants to go in looking for something.
Got it at this point, right? You know reversive is low. I mean, maybe not know it, but this is one of the better attempts you're going to get. And you lose this round, your eco broken. Your money's gone. The game is essentially over because you're going into the last round. And Turtle is taking his time. He's got a molly and a nade. That's the best set of utility you're going to get for this. And he's saving. This isn't actually a
I don't know if
attempt.
he is saving. I think he might actually go in for it late. 10 seconds. Walks in, takes the first. Player's close. He's got him, but does he have time? I don't think he does. It's too far. It's got to be too far. Turtle, has he just gotten them close enough? No, it's so heartbreaking. He had the right idea, and the only difference is if he'd gone from the window, he might have gotten there sooner. But there's no way he could have known. Oh, what a shame, and oh, what a time to fall short.
That stings. That stings. But again, I mean, I call up the mid-rounding here. Look at Kaiser. They see all 3, and he never comes into sight to help. Instead, he posts up from the cross, which, sure, you know, makes sense. Obviously, you want to help on the sight cross. But imagine how much, like, less pressure Mayern would have been under if Kaiser had just come up in the window and held the plat cross instead of holding it from the doors.
Still back into this one pretty comfortably, but their utility is non-existent. I mean,
oh, Mayern's dead.
Forced into an angle where it is unfavorable for him, but maybe not. Reversive. Barely showing the back of his head. The jiggle. Oh, it's too little too late onto the reswing. Oh! Great double peek from Catwalk, and they're right back. They're in. They're locked, and the money is rocked for Crew.
Zoc even sees the last laser. It's not like you're going to get away full anonymously. There's another fight to take. I don't think Zoc wins this, but this is all an effort to delay, which he's done in a sublime fashion. Crazy peak to go for, but hey, you know what? You got away with it. So long as they force overtime, I don't really think they care. The Bounty Hunters are only 1 measly round away from locking down that fate. And what an awful feeling that would be if you're Crew too, right? Because you avoided the scare, right? You stopped the momentum of the Bounty Hunters. You got a couple of rounds in a row, and you think you're finally out of the woods. Yeah, but guess what? You're not. And they didn't get a plant there either. So the guns in the last round of regulation, not looking so hot.
time on the horizon, but when money is equal. When money is evil. When money
oh boy,
is equal.
I sure hope my dollar isn't mean.
I wonder what that will mean for them.
I said as I take out a $1 bill, find out it's evil money.
Dollar was the FU guy.
Another primarily mid-oriented round, which actually isn't going that bad for Crew. They find the opening kill, they even get good damage on more, and I thought that would be shut down by Turtle, but now it's still problems. They have to worry about Long, all in the meanwhile, and Kaiser's getting snuck up on. Uncomfortably
Nice.
close, but locks it down. This has got overtime written all over it, unless Deco, a 1v3 of the ages, who's just put his third on the cards, trying to get through CT. Myron, nah, we're not going to let that one slide. The Bounty Hunters, they avoid scare in a game that's been so topsy-turvy. We're going to wipe the slate clean and go to OT.
We go again. Will we or will we not see map 3? That is the question, Anthran. It is going to be Raj on the farther ends if needed. It's one that I think at this point we're going to talk about straight up aiming. Gaming. I would still say the Bounty Hunters are on the stronger foot of. Crew just showing few signs of life towards the ends of the half. I mean, sure, fine, but it took so very long to get to that point. We now see that Bomb is up towards topside mid, and maybe just eliciting the idea that they could go for a mid to B split. Pretty consistently playing two players here towards this B site, though, have the Bounty Hunters.
I just
That
wonder
lurk
what the
smoke
shift
stinks.
Yeah, that's really bad. And you know what's weird about it, right? I don't even think that's inherently. I mean, maybe that one's a bit far out. That one was flubbed a bit, but there has now been a couple times where they've thrown this lurk smoke, and we even saw a couple of rounds ago. Mayern peeked over it with the same spot and still was able to get vision deep. So there is very clearly something that the Bounty Hunters, or I'm sorry, that Crew need to do to change that, because that's been a very big point of controversy for them to be.
Yeah. Need up. Alone. They didn't do anything off of it. Numbers not really being made known to Bounty Hunters yet, but I mean, how often do you actually get this angle? But for the
Oh my
timing
God!
on that peak! They're both done for. And Ataraxia, I mean, good on them for adjusting, but that's just confirmation that they're looking for A. There's 30 seconds left. What else are they going for? But the spray untraded? That's a little bit worrisome. Turtle, though, turns his attention wide as he finds one, and the second basically does it all for his team at that point. And at that stage, it's Ataraxia elevated, looking to go for this plant. Players all around. He's trying to pick one, but he frankly just can't. On a little bit of a circular zoom, he can isolate only Turtle. And we start off overtime with Bounty Hunters showing some of the same CT prowess we'd come to expect.
Is this the first time this map we've seen the Bounty Hunters with the lead since, like, round 3?
I don't know.
Wow. How helpful you are.
Can't remember that far back.
All I can remember is Burger King.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice.
McDonald's is doing a deal right now on Uber Eats for a free Big Mac meal, and I want to try that new Angel Reese burger they got going, because apparently the barbecue sauce is pretty damn good. It's like not the normal.
Okay, well.
Got bacon. Bacon, bacon. Sorry. Bacon. Move now. B-side opening pick, that'll do. He's gonna flood towards the site now with the op posted on his cross. There's no smoke. Oh, and that they're doing. They're getting a little antsy on having to toss their utility actually, and they get smoked as a result of it. It's not alert.
Oh, Kaiser nade!
Dude, Kaiser nade!
Kaiser nade! Kaiser push! Kaiser clip! This is an op round, bro. This is just op.
Off India.
You want to feed the beast, Laser? You're the last one.
Heck yeah, dude.
Oh, he's gonna. This is an off ace
All
right
5!
here. Yup.
The
What is that called? A bro ace?
The bro
Yeah.
ace. Or sis ace. Sister ace could also. I don't judge. Kaiser nade is gonna be a staple of this map now, dude. Anytime anybody blows a smoke with an HE in South American CCT ever, it's gonna be referred to as the Kaiser nade. Kaiser nade, Kaiser nade. Oh. Dude. And
Oh my
dude,
god!
shut up, shut up, shut up,
they're
shut
confident.
up.
They're confident.
Stop this madness before it gets out of hand. Don't take too much of this. All these offers today. The lineup. Oh,
God,
another
dude.
collateral and damage. Finished by Bruninho, but a double with rifle in the bottom sides of mid. Kaiser nade, Kaiser nade!
Kaiser nade!
Oh, they didn't go through it.
Well, they're gonna completely avoid this. Wow. Actually, a really smart call from Crew. I love this play. Because they want nothing to do. Kaiser nade! No, I thought there was another nade picked up at CT spawn.
Jeez.
Very, very smart call, honestly. I think this is super underrated.
It's gonna be wraps for the first half of overtime, but they still gotta go for it, and they know it. They got one smoke. Let's see how well they know their retake lineups, because Bruninho's gonna have to lob that one over to Tons. Taking their sweet time. Are we saving KDs right now? Yeah. Okay, well, time to get in. Pretty much locked. They wanted to
Look,
take
I
it
hate
two
to be that
different
guy.
sides.
I hate to be that guy. But, all I'm saying is there was a certain someone who was super far away again.
I don't know. They love to take their timing on these
Yeah, it sucks too,
rotations,
though.
on these retake attempts, and I think that they'd be better off just saying, "Screw it and go."
I think the big issue in this round is just the, they do too much, right? You have that really cool idea out long, and it already starts with Mayern just ripping off a shot down mid, which also, that means you hit that, combine it with what you did out long, that could have been the round right there, sure. But then you see Zoc and Riggy, or not Zoc and Riggy, I'm sorry, you see Zoc and, I believe,
Bruninho.
Mayern
Oh wait,
go
forget.
back for those peaks in mid, and alone that's not a bad idea, but it's when you're doing it with everything else that you're doing that it becomes a problem.
Ezra with the setup to try and get himself out long. Almost had me a believer, but the flash was just so well placed. His vision was restricted. Let's see for how long they've been off their T side, if they've learned a thing or two. Talking about earlier, the MR12 versus MR15 discussion. Well, we're in classic CS:GO territory turf now, baby.
Oh, yeah.
We're so back.
You said you missed it.
Just turned into Donald Trump.
And you said you missed it. MR15, the best.
The greatest. All right, all right. For another time. For another broadcast.
What an excellent peek here from Riggy.
The best angle you can hold.
What isn't the best is the time right now, because
Not
bounty hunters are
good.
not leaving themselves a lot of room for it.
Everyone tells me. This is a good bit. This could be a great
a really
bit.
good bit.
Like,
It's a really
non-politically
good bit.
charged, like, that'd be really funny. Molly, this is Goose. I think it was for center sight, though. I think it was
What
still for
is
center sight.
going on?
Oh, he could be abused if his flash is off the mark. It's not, though. It's really nice adjustments. Really nice adjustments. And eventually put to a halt. And honest and truthfully, a really snappy and fast-paced reroute
What?
to where we're not used to that on the CT side. It's all right. Zoc wanted to get into a better spot. Relax.
Sure.
Sure.
My team wouldn't lose these post plants. They also have no util, so they're not really doing themselves any favors. There's only one flash and a nade to go back in for Laser, but the big worry right now is Bruninho, who's stuck at the back of the site. So depending on where you place that HE, thankfully it's not toward him for his case, but That could have been round determining. Kaiser still posted up on the window. Nobody's shifting away from Tons right now. Crossfire will leave it all up to Kaiser. The IGL, aka Opper, turned Clutcher, pulls it all off for the Bounty Hunters and gives them match point.
Kaiser's cooking. Kaiser's the GOAT right now, dude. I'm a fan of this guy. I've been a fan of this guy for a while. But, like, not a fan to where I thought, like, I'd be, like, following his teams and such.
Yeah.
But, like, now I kind of am. I kind of consistently be following, bro. And when he got Mayor, and I was like, all right, that's kind of rad.
Stalking.
Then he got Turtle, and I was like, all right, that's kind of rad. What's next? Just going to slot in a couple of players who can build this Bounty Hunters team up to be something serious.
I mean, that was always the goal of this Bounty Hunters roster, right? I mean, I feel like they've actually been contending for a while. The banner, that is. Thinking about back when they had a completely different roster with Showtime at the same kind of thing. I believe they were making an uprising there. Ooh, that's not great, though. No uprising to be had in this round just yet. Turtle giving away the pick means, yeah, you got a man low on 40 HP, but you're 4 on 5, and you've already got to deal with Mayor and low.
Oh, dude,
This is a double op T side. What the hell?
So disrespectful. Walking through all these extremities with man advantages is just going to be a little frustrating, probably. That'll also probably teach them not to go for a double up setup T side, like you said. Mayor had to spawn for long, and he went to go fight, and Kaiser, I guess, wanted to post mid.
Again, this is kind of what has me very worried about the Bounty Hunters. Because it feels like there is not a centralized voice. Surely the Molly doesn't exclusive. No, that's not.
Oh, it is a center site Molly. Okay.
That makes a little more sense. But yeah, no, this round is still likely cooked. Because even if you get this kill on the long wall, right, you're not ready for this second player, Rick Goose. And why would you ever?
His goose is cooked. His goose is cooked.
This map has been in the pool for 20 years. I promise you, somebody has said that. It's a cool line, but I can't.
No one's ever said it.
Nope. No one.
I'm the only one to have ever said that. And frankly,
all I'm saying is we're going to Launders. We're going to Launders with this bit, bro.
this is such a funny bit. It's really funny.
Pull that off at Launders.
I just love the idea that, like, I want to see, like, politics talk Counter-Strike. Like, that's just, like, a really funny
concept. That's hilarious.
Concept.
Oh my god, yeah.
This is now outlong. So very many of them outlong, and flashes coming their way, the CTs, but it took them a while to get out of there.
Very, very slow approach to the start of the round. They only need one more of these good round calls for them to call this a done deal, but at the same time, how long can you outlast one another in overtime thrillers, right? If you go to another overtime, what's that going to look like? What's Crew going to look like? They've been starting to hit their own stride these past couple of rounds, and right now, they are hard reading this, though they might get a first pick here shortly. They're actually waiting exactly for this push from Deco, who's going to break the ice and peek in first. Huge headshot to hit, and now all hell breaks loose because Crew, they put their entire reservoir on this side of the map, wholeheartedly expecting this to be an A-sided finish, and they're flashing into mid. Zoc, I'm surprised he doesn't peek with that, but they're still buying onto the bit that this is an A hit in the right.
He kind of playing with the idea that he wants to go further beyond. The boost doesn't really work out, but the Molly, it will burn him past, and he's in the open, but the 1-for-1 is about as good as it was going to get. So he's fine with that much, but his teammates are going to have to be better than that. They swing out wider sight, still not yet fully gotten. It's Kaiser who's a little bit deeper and can't post on a line.
And this takes way too long for him to activate. It was really surprising. This was a team who had been very shifty with when they would go in for side execs. I'm actually really surprised they didn't call it off and explore a little bit more after they get that first pick in mid. Especially with the history of them in this map, right? Like, we've seen a couple of times where they would get this kill and then they would instantly start transitioning to a B hit, and it even looked like they were ready to take a fight off of mid, but I mean, at the same time, this was just ballsy from Crew. This was like a hard gamble or read.
long, controlled. Looking for bounty hunters this time, except for a pretty big tag, but just double up setup. Taste of their own medicine with Riki, who was kind of prime with it on their CT side in regulation, getting another go, getting another swing, and it's a hit. Not a home run, a single for now, but one that definitely, in the early stages of overtime 2, gets them on base, and that's only more important.
How do you recover this, though? They have really hit a wall. Well, I think Crew have started to figure out a lot of their shifty ways to get these opening picks, and they're just not buying it anymore. You see far less aggressions from Crew. You don't see them going as undisciplined into some angles. You don't see as many things happening. But this is kind of, was the big advantage for Bounty Hunters now going good. Exec on B, though, so far, turning things back around in their favor, but they're still low. Again, this is confirmed damage. They have 1 HE left, and again, it comes down to where it gets placed. Oh, what? Oh, there's 2 HEs. Oh, my God. What are you about to cook up? And it's... Oh, it's a double touch. I thought that was going to bounce to Car. Now you got to worry. Zoc off, posted, not flashed by that, not moving off of the angle, but missing the shot. Troubles really start to arise. Nobody keeping a tab on this just yet. Turtle swings back in. Amazing headshot. Clotheslines the retaking Crew and stops them from advancement.
These shots are so fast. So very fast, particularly on the T's who hold the line with the rifles. They seem to be snap accurate. Doc might miss on the AWP, but when on rifle, he looked to be pretty clean and clear, rising towards not the top side of the board, but when he was once really far down and below, and where he still isn't in a great spot, he's hitting the shots that do matter, not in this round, but relying on players like Mayern, who have known to be so ever reliant. Now, one round on this T side where you're struggling to get him in good order. Now this is the best time than any. This is quite literally the best time. We know switch over to that next with a 2-round gap, or rather not a 2-round gap, but 2 rounds on the T side here. That might spell disaster for Crew. Timeout was taken. Buys out and through, and they go for the double up once more. It got them successfully that 5 versus 4, but inability to capitalize, that's where they're going to look to remedy. Posted, tagged is Rigi, but I mean he has the weapon for that to be the case. Still find himself useful for the rest of this round. It's just a matter of getting in positions that best for him, and maybe even getting or giving some support in addition to that. Could just be a turret at B for the rest of the round, I guess.
I think that's what he's going to do. Not uncommon to see this double up setup. They haven't really countered Ataraxia in a while when it comes to opping terms, so this will be a strong reverse. 4-round mid gets away with one. Flash comes in, Ataraxia actually set up laser. So him backing off may have costed them a big pick. They're looking to go straight up through long either. They're not even going to respect this smoke. And every single time this util has been thrown, Bounty Hunters have taken their spin time. They haven't changed the pace. Now they do. And these are big kills coming through. Deco, another given away. Oh my God.
What? What are these ops doing? Ataraxia and Rigi both finding one. The bomb not yet to be planted. Now they can try, but okay, Zoc. What a
2 ops.
That is just stop. Just please and don't, and please and don't. I can't handle any more op shenanigans. That is just too much from Ataraxia. It got to be silly from Rigi, but now it's all ops. Every single one of them, for God's sake. And one of them can get on this bomb.
No way. Oh my God! No way! And that smoke's gonna fade in time. Ricky's gotta just go up and tap and hope for the best, but now you know the lineup if you're Kaiser. There's no way you're gonna get away with this.
Did you hear it?
He doesn't hit it twice, right? Yes, he did! And he remembered it too! Another big clutch from Kaiser!
Oh my good.
What a round, bro!
That's like a round that if you see in like an actual, well, not an actual, but if you see in like a LAN event, like that's
everybody's losing
as
their
a
minds.
spectator, like that was my unfiltered reaction to that happening. Like I'm jumping, I'm standing, I'm doing the scrawny. I've taken inspiration as of late. And good Lord, if it isn't keeping me on my feet in more ways than one, it's Ataraxia. Excuse me.
No way.
It's Laser who's
Zoc.
removed and ejected from the round. But Zoc did it?
No?
No. We need a replay. That's crazy.
In and over the second! Oh my god, it's a bait and switch! And he even goes to the lineup. Turtle almost doubles down. What the hell is going on? They're all swinging out long. They've baited them all up to the A site. The only one here is Reversive.
One well placed flash, and Bro's gonna have to go back towards Cat. Or just a jaw for free.
Planning for Kaiser again.
Oh no, Molly extinguished. Smoke for Kaiser. HE2. And he can definitely keep them at bay for a little while longer if he so boosted. Oh my god! Ataraxia! He finds that kill and another from burn damage, and surely Kaiser doesn't pull away with another 1 versus X. This would be 3. Well, there's the first, though, and, I mean, he's got utility, drops that smoke, he can dance and play around it, and the side player gives him a shoulder.
God.
Oh, my God. So close every one of these rounds, but the magic number, just for everyone to remember, is 19.
The craziest part about it, man, the craziest part about it is the fact that if Kaiser hits that first shot, I think he does it again.
I mean, if he, frankly, Anthrin, if he kills that other player top site, he won the round already. There's no time for the other long player to get to the site already. There was already only about 10 seconds. That's the reality of it. He could have just done it with 1 bullet.
Oh my god, what a game. What a game.
See, I told you this one would be fun.
It still does too, buddy.
I told you so. Grow
Still
up.
does too, buddy.
Grow up. Put cheese on your burger. Play Dust 2. Grow up. Oh, I'll have a Whopper with no cheese. Oh, Ataraxia clips Zoc on the jiggle, and it was a very fast jiggle, to be fair. Zoc. Ataraxia has been just about as fast.
Remember earlier in the game, right? This is exactly what we were expecting the bounty hunters to do. You see the difference here? Remember that 1 round on T side they lost?
I remember.
And why it was so frustrating?
I remember.
Uh-oh. Kaiser? Kaiser? I mean, it's overtime, right? There's literally no point in saving. And they're saving. Again! Look, Bruninho, look. I get it. You're an anchor, but why are you just coming down catwalk when it's a B exec like 20 seconds ago? I feel like he's got to get his head in the game, man.
Hey, man, I mean...
He's been a statue.
I can safely say that not all...
You can't hate Zoc. You can't.
No, yeah.
That's just unlucky.
Not all these situations can be put down to Bro, but certainly a decent number of them feel a little awkward. A wee bit. Hopping out. Their utility at long without committing with it. Bounty hunters have at least that. Not Ataraxia again. Not Ataraxia.
Yeah, that one you
again
can
on
blame him
Zoc.
for.
That one you can. Really just playing with fire, and that they gave him a lurk smoke, kind of. Not really, though.
I think they meant to throw it in tons. I'm actually not sure.
That
what
actually
the
looks kind of
smoke
cool
was.
for Mayor, and that looks pretty free for him.
If the
That might
idea is like,
elicit a peek.
right, maybe make you want to peek and then walk it. That would be really cool.
I wonder. I do.
But I don't think they've considered the issue at hand here, right? The issue is, yeah, you traded it out, but this is a 4-on-4. This does not favor you.
But nothing else is happening around the map, and that Molly, I think, might just make them believe that it's going to go this direction.
Oh, Marin eats that nade.
That's okay. He's got an out. Kaiser nade!
Kaiser nade! No!
Get a mess. Give him another one. Bruninho.
Why not? He got one!
He has another one!
He got another one!
Dude, shut up. Oh, bro, please. Please. Use your smoke reversive for mid or something. Oh, it's B. It's a re-execution. But Bernino, right place and right time. He's gotten the positioning. Let's go. He moved his way around the map. And it worked.
Mayer tucked into the site.
Whoa, Kaiser nade.
Kaiser
Kaiser
nade.
nade. Boom.
Kaiser nade.
Baby. It's all coming up Kaiser right now, but it's
Oh,
gonna have
no.
to be a 16-second hold.
Oh, this is
Crazy.
smart, though.
Takes off a shot. Player in tunnels. Misses his mark. Not in his right state of mind, but there it is. The flood. They've done it. They've got map point. Again, they need to convert this next one, though, because it's no shortage of a cash fund. It's a crew still very much so capable. All right, I don't want to see the same round again. I don't want to see the same round again. Dude, now that I think about it, we've seen like the same 2 rounds, like back to back to back to back, but like different rounds. You know what I mean? I'm getting like massive deja vu in a couple of these. But
It does kind of feel like sometimes we're like, oh, hey, I've
Remember this
seen
thing?
this round before.
yeah, I've played these rounds before. Kaiser saying,
I said I've seen this nade before.
boom.
Oh, no Kaiser nade this time. But this is a bait. This is a bait. Wait a second. They're pushing from lower tons. They're pushing from B tons. What is going on? This is tons crunch. This could be big, but they're actually going to back up before anybody goes in. They get full control of B. Now what?
Yeah, now what is right? Ataraxianate, Ataraxianate, boom!
Ataraxianate! This is a problematic round, man. You've got 2 ops left in play, and you have no info.
Who needs info? They do. I don't know where I was going with that. Who needs info when you got 2 off? Something has got to shift significantly. If they walk through long, I mean, there's room that they just go 1 for 1, and then it goes 3v3, or not 1 for 1, but both of the CTs rather find their kill. Yeah, this would be the right read for them. Mayer stuck around. Boss is in that smoking line where they kind of have to run it back to Cat now.
But is this still an A hit?
Or B.
That's the real question. This is the only way into the round, is if they go towards you as Mayer. You have to fight this. If they get into B, the round is done.
Well, it's done.
Yeah.
We're going to overtime. Yeah. Overtime 3. I don't stop, dude.
They're trying. They're really trying.
They really want that Mirage. Kaiser versus Atarax.
Really, yeah.
Battle of the minds and the scope.
Yeah, this is done, written all over it type stuff, you know. Ain't no way that was gonna work out well, but I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's third overtime.
Running out of
just
things.
2.
At this point, it's just gonna become like a clean feed of us just sitting here and watching. Put up a little watch party. Get the chips. Get the dips.
Except me. I'm not gonna get my Papa John's
They want a burger.
or Burger King. I have 2 gift cards, bro. I haven't decided.
Fair enough.
The amount of time I have left will decide it for me.
Between 2 smokes. Flash down. And
No
tag
way. Saves the Kaiser nade though.
sure does. Lives to blow another day.
Don't.
Blow the smoke, dude. Get your head out of the gutter.
My fault, man.
The powerful angle with the teammate to help out.
So hard, right? Because it feels like we have seen a lot of these duels taken before, but that's just the nature of Dust 2.
Dodge a nade, you can dodge a ball.
I don't think that's true.
I think that's definitely true.
Like, they've got vastly different hitboxes.
Yeah, but there's an explosion radius with one.
Tell that to my gym teacher.
There's an explosion radius with your gym teachers? Never mind. Oh my god. Wow, that was almost live. Oh, Bruninho, look, he's got another flank. He's learned to activate.
Oh, yeah, okay, that kill's coming in. At this point, it's 30 seconds to go. This is just a stall-out match from Crew. That's a crazy peek from Mayern.
It's a crazy
They should be at the scene. They should be at the scene. They should be here in time. Gonna need some movement here. Kaiser is still stuck back deep. That's another crazy peek. What is going on?
Bruninho was known to be flanking earlier. Oh, dude. Tell me it's cooked.
I mean, it is. This
They're all
Bounty
low, though.
Hunters have
One
just
bullet.
played this horribly. Headshot angles galore. Need that one from Bruninho, and there's the lurk smoke. Yeah, gonna have to respect that. He has to peek out with that. Yep, there you go. But doesn't really matter. Now 2 eyes trained on his angle as he sneaks through the smoke, tries to clean up reversive, doesn't see him, so even if he gets the skill on laser, trade is right behind you, and Bounty Hunters can blame nobody but themselves again. This is just a case of horrible mid-rounding. Crew, they didn't even really have an idea in this round. Like, they tried to take Cat, didn't really work. They tried to take mid, they get shut down, and at this point, Bounty Hunters can just sit idly by. But what is Mayern doing peeking here? You get nothing out of this peek. Like, I mean, he obviously wanted to cross back to the site, but at that point, when you're that committed, I mean, you got to at least do, like, a jiggle, something. The whole game, he's done that, too. So it's a very, like, scary sight to see him start to get impatient. And I did say earlier, this is going to be a limit test, right? Who breaks first? It's patience, really. And Bounty Hunters just don't have any. It's fight after fight after fight. And that's a problem.
Time is moving slowly. Very, very slowly. It's very quickly up to mid goes Mayern. Taken out. Goodbye, Ataraxia. Goodbye, opportunities at hitting your fast shots, to which you've been well known for in rounds recent, but
Oh, he's
a
dead.
bit of it, yeah.
Good stuff from Riggy. All of a sudden, the Bounty Hunters need to come back down to reality. And honestly, like, they have nobody to blame but themselves. There's so many opportunities they had to take this game, and now Crew are starting to pull ahead. Now the CT side's coming up short, and now they're putting your backs against the wall. This is a 4-on-3.
Unraveling.
And yeah, you could tell. Which is crazy, too, because Bruninho's impact has gone up.
This is long control waiting to be taken. Kaiser, get lurker, then
What the?
okay, maybe there's some legs to this because there's no one else committing. He can call that
They know.
over.
They know.
Tunnels is clear. Tunnels is clear. Tunnels is clear. Bruninho is over on a site now. He walks up to Cat though,
What?
and maybe looking to do a
Oh.
long flank. I mean that entirely
Kaiser!
possible.
What? Okay, this is just... Like, what is Kaiser doing? Mid's clear! They've cleared lower!
This is the part of
Oh
the
my God.
cast where the casters get frustrated. I hope you guys are prepared.
He's clearing Cat! Oh my God, this round is actually going to be lost because this is 100% a posted angle. Yeah. Miley on site. Got to force these players out. Kaiser gets the one, but now it's left in the trusty hands of Zaku. Runs it up from ramp
Oh!
and saves the Bounty Hunters. That is not their round to win, but it's one robbed.
A 3K, or a 2K. I thought, well, who killed the other player? There were 3 alive. Kaiser?
So there's a couple of things that I think are actually really important at this rate to recognize. It's either there is a lot of frustration going on right now, or there is a horrific lack of communication. Because Kaiser
Oh, he
should
did
at
get a
that
kill.
point...
What? Is that
Yeah,
accident?
no, he grabbed one. I think it was accident, yeah. Because there was 2 at the spot. But Kaiser... Mid should already be cleared for him. This was called by Bruninho, who took his time to check all the angles of Cat, look down mid, go for that long flank. And Kaiser is taking, I mean, understandably so, clearing lower tons, a couple of cheeky spots you still could be in. But Kaiser is taking all the time in the world to move through, get into mid, get on a rotation, have his impact in the round, and that's just a comms stroke. This is huge. That's a double kill. And they get away. This is another 5-on-3 for the Hunters, who have struggled in this scenario, ironically enough.
No, this
Wow.
struggle is Going to
Oh, he's
ground
dead?
it little by little as another overextension of some sort as Kaiser looked to see if somebody would expose themselves from the box. He's not
Oh my
worried
God,
about a
Mayern.
swing in Mayern. He gets the tag, but he's certainly going to be run through. Reno tries to blow the smoke to play supportively. This is where they want to end up, and Mayern, even on low HP, has made his way back over and out. So like just one quick click, and this is him just has to stay alive afterwards.
Still worried about Cap. There's so many different unknown assets right now in the round, trying to stay alive around the box. He's missed shot. Ataraxia up close. It looks like Mayern's recovered. Doesn't know the last one's low, so we'll just pop out the up. A double CT-sided round for the Bounty Hunters, both equally as scary. Oh my lord.
Definitely cooking up something nice. This is tunnels control. Maybe it probably be execution. I mean, we've seen it actually work out pretty well before that attempted opening pick.
It's
They're
true.
split just a little bit right now. We're down mid. They're going to have to be slightly worried about on their crossover, depending on the utility they decide to expend. Kaiser's got door. I believe that's a door smoke.
Oh, I don't like the scenes here. There is still right now. We just saw Riggy throw his supportive utility back over to Gecko, so there is still more where that came from, and they're going to activate on this early. Oh, he's right. This is crazy. I mean, do you really want to come back into this, Deco? I don't think so. A couple of pre-fires in the works, and there's even a cat flank from Turtle. How long do you leave this checked? Not long enough.
So sad.
Ataraxia dropped, and Turtle doesn't drop himself. Now it's just door spam. Things again looking dicey as the Bounty Hunters are once more in prime position to find 2 match points.
Dude, Ataraxia was holding for the cat swing for literally right before he decided to make his way around.
CS code.
Beautiful timing, though, from Turtle, even still on a much better lurk, I think, that we've seen from Bounty Hunters across the board in a long time. Definitely towards the early stages of regulation was looking good. Now that's about as effective as it'll get to say, yeah, call it, shut it down. Nino, as well, has really elevated himself and changed the tune of his rotates.
Well, I don't even know what to say, right? Because we've seen the Bounty Hunters here so many different times, and each and every one of them, it's fallen apart. The Bounty Hunters continue to bring great ideas to the table in each and every one of these rounds, but the way the mid rounds have been navigated is very, very concerning. Now they've only got to hold on to it once more. Not even the double op brought back out in play. That's something we saw from both teams that gave, honestly, both of them equally as much of a hard time.
I mean,
We haven't even been talking about the util usage either. There's a lot of it that's kind of just thrown for no reason.
or held all around and thrown in one big blur.
Right. Like here, you see that second smoke? They've essentially used both of their long smokes, and they didn't do anything with it. They didn't try to, like, rotate somebody around or shift somebody away. So you essentially just burned through 2 nades for no reason. And imagine now if you had that, because your long player, if things go wrong on Cat, is going to have to leave, and Bruninho won't be shut out at all. I don't know where they got that one from. That's the 3rd smoke. No way Bruninho's right onto this. Wait a second. it kind of looks like Laser's about to walk in, or they're going for a read. What the hell is going on? They're throwing mid-split nades. They're going up cap. There's a tons flank in the works. And all of a sudden, it looked like Laser was about to walk into Bruninho's angle. They need to get this kill on the long corner, though. If they want to apply pressure, if they want to force this man out of the long hauls, they have to get this kill. But time dwindling thin, and they still haven't cleared Goose, nor do they seem all that suspicious of it. Reverse it. No way, no how.
No. Talk about the utility usage, like you said. It's it feels very, very free. Through Ataraxia can just sit and post, change angle, sit and post, change angle. Reversive has no reason to swing because Ataraxia's got his cover and cross no matter the case. And they dropped a smoke center site, I'm pretty sure, Bounty Hunters, if I'm not mistaken. I'm hoping that it was Reversives, but
yeah, that was Reversives. That was Reversives.
I hope so.
Yeah, this was a smoke. You see him play around the whole round. This was the intention of it too. But the Bounty Hunters, I think they made a read on the fact that Crew weren't going to test with tunnels because of how much pressure the Bounty Hunters have put on there in the past few rounds. So they spend the whole round assuming Tons is going to be clear and that mid fake is going to work like a charm. But it actually only further solidifies the Bounty Hunters or the Crew team in that this is going to be an 8-hit.
Yeah, Sioriki. I mean, that's just kind of like a hard angle to clear no matter the case. And Maynard wasn't fully exposing his head. He was only kind of like jiggling W and S. Gets the better of him when he looks towards the steps and stairwell. This is primary.
Oh my
course, but they
God!
rotated
What
fully
the?
off B. Marin could literally win the round for fun if he decides to be a little bit of an idiot.
Oh my God! They're gonna retake this. Flashes and everything. There's a couple of players playing anti-flash, but that's not gonna work. 3 of them down. There's the bomb. Oh my God! What a call!
Like we're going again. We're about to have cooked up 2 maps in 1. Approaching that point. 42 rounds. Let me do my math. Two more rounds or so.
You gotta go for it. What else are you doing?
Oh, good from Turtle on that first swing. 44 seconds. Bomb is still Bears. Now I'm getting actually a little bit scared for Ataraxia's health and safety. Is got another smoke that they can utilize. They're both going to be nading into the pit. Ataraxia is going to be only taking a little bit of that damage and forced forward by the pair of mollies. This would have been best case scenario for them, but they've actually forced themselves into the belly of the beast.
Mayor's gotta go. There's not time.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of knows, but also, like, I think he's going to probably fight for the kills more so than anything else. And that, 21-21.
This wasn't even like a bad call from the Bounty Hunters. This was just a crazy brazen move to make if you're Crew. At the same time, I think the Bounty Hunters need to change the pace up a little bit because it's been very linear. Those past 2 rounds, it felt like they knew they were playing for the win. They didn't want to make a mistake, and look at how it turned out. Both of those last 2 rounds go down to the last tick of the clock, practically. We're finding ourselves saying over and over again, this round feels done, right? And right now, the idea for the Bounty Hunters is let's set up for an A-take, because you're going to assume somebody rotated to fill the hole that Ricky left. But they didn't explore fast enough with those lurks. Because Mayern was smoked out, and I believe it was Zoc in mid who was trying to take initiative and go for that double, or go for the mid crunch. And that's what cost them. Again, though, they got to stop throwing this util. I don't think I've seen that work once for the team in Sui. And we've been in 25, or we've been in like 45 rounds.
Versive swinging wide with a flashbang and a teammate by his side. So easy for them to just flood over top. They're getting so disrespectful in some of these rounds where Bounty Hunters expect at least. Dropping bodies even still. I mean, spotting that gun barrel is pretty good, and they can at least get this. No, they can't get this bomb planted. They left it outside.
Yeah, that's the struggle. And you've got, what? Very well poised primed AK. No, sorry, M4. What am I thinking? My brain's fried at this point.
Yeah, I'm getting a little.
Sit right on it.
A little fried myself.
It's a long one.
It's just like nothing to even analyze anymore. It's getting down to where it's like we're both going to just be play-by-playing or, frankly, just crying about the decisions that are being made. It isn't going to get much better. I'll tell you that. The quality of life is only, more likely than not, probably going to get much worse. pretty fast shot, though.
I just think teams need to stay out of that angle. There's not really anything that's good come out of that angle. I like this whole game. I legitimately can't remember one time where somebody went there and it went well. Like at the start of the round for the cross, you know, it makes sense. Check, see how many people shift over to B. But we're talking like 10 seconds into the round, you're still jiggling that. You don't get anything out of that. Like, what do you acknowledge there? And I mean, for Crew's perspective, there's not really a reason to not post somebody there anymore because it's been like happening so many times. Again, I just think right now, Crew know they have time to play with in these rounds. So you see them taking their sweet time to go about making movements, making plays late into the round as a team. Because they know something's open. Like, again, look. Tons has been left open. And Crew have gotten away with this a couple of times now. They know that the bounty hunters aren't inhabiting this spot of the map anymore. So Riggy's just going to walk up.
Good space. We've seen bounty hunters get space like this on their CT side and kind of not do much with it. They actually trade out at least at long and change. Laser.
Wow.
Didn't think Bro could see, but in some capacity he could.
This is such a hard angle to deal with. And again, you've got to worry about Ataraxia on this corner. I feel like it's on Opera's paradise, especially when you only have that one-legged approach from, like, Cat. He always ends up finding multi-kills, but this is a big one. Great change. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is actually potential. Like,
No.
Deco's just dropped the smoke. There is potential here. There's a low HP player and Tons. Two of them are only grouped up together. That is not unthinkable in the slightest.
No.
If he spams it at the right time, at the right moment. Deco's actually exchanging spots. This should be under lock and key now. Deco, that was actually a world he pulled that off.
I don't know if I'd be able to handle that. I think my brain might go boom if I saw that. But for the sake of bounty hunters, all is well that ends okay. I mean, some of these fights are just getting so goofy. Like, to be frank with you, Zoc reading that as a repositioning from Laser is stronger mental fortitude in a map that's gone on this long than I come to expect, and I applaud him for that.
I mean, they're still playing with some fire. Ooh, here's a fast one. Straight out long they go. We haven't actually seen too many brawls in this area of the map, but you can see bounty hunters wanted it. But instead, they reroute to mid. Posted. They get away unscathed. Turtle, good info. Oh my God. Damn, that's actually a really cool way to peek that. And even on the corner, Ataraxia is predicted. That's 2 kills on A. It's time to start accelerating. Up top they go. Reversives here, and they know it. Where's the trade, though? Still another man behind this smoke. Mayern not paying too much attention to it. CTs think they have catwalk control right now. But Mayern never actually left. They both start spamming, radically letting themselves be well known as Mayern drops into CT spawn, and that Molly's going to be extinguished by the smoke. Still trying to get the plant down, spamming the box. Molly on top of it. Plants will go down. But Zoc's going to go down with it.
I think Mayer might try to flank Cat, but it's, again, going to be pretty easily read.
Yeah, predicted.
And what else are you going to do at that point if you haven't swung from CT and you were hurt on the drop? I mean, Kaiser, though. Oh, Kaiser, though. They don't have a smoke this time. You're going in dry. 1 high and 1 low. A flash, though.
Oh.
That's pretty good, and Kaiser will trade her. He hits the ground and is absolutely destroyed mentally by the fact that he is killed by him. His own decision-making, unfortunately.
Well. Another side swap to go. Whoa, what's going on here? I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe it's just the side swap animation. I'm not even gonna lie. I've lost count of the rounds. I don't know what round that was. I thought there was still another round to be played or more, but
What do you mean?
I'm losing my mind.
All good. That's the first half of
I'm losing my
overtime.
mind.
3.
Right.
4. Oh my God, I am losing my mind. Oh, it's going. Oh, my mind is going. And oh, Ataraxia, he's getting crushed by Argentinian on the other side. It's Mayern, who at one point in his career was opping.
I'm pretty sure he
I think
was.
he was for a bit. I'm gonna actually fact check that because it might be the only thing to keep me sane. I know Lucan opt.
This is where the issues start to emerge of the bounty hunters. They know that players are on Cat. Bruninho's just confirmed that because he's in earshot of that tag on the molly. NT on the nade, but doesn't go far enough, and Screw are waiting. Where do they want to go with this? Mayern's posted. Shot rattles. Nothing lands. What? Oh, wow. You're not expecting this angle. Not this late in the game. No shot. No way. No how. But I don't think that matters because bounty hunters have had the issues of their own right and actually holding and retaking A. Oh my god! What is going on?
I think Turtle did that on purpose, actually, to re-engage. That's pretty awesome.
I didn't even see what he did. I was so confused by what's going on. But again, 3 on 5. Site controls the bounty hunters, and we still have a player on B.
I don't know how 200 IQ Turtle can be, but he, like, dropped on the left side of the smoke closest to them, but then just re-walked through the deep right side, hugging the wall.
Oh, I really dislike this. They're mainly retaking this site from long. They have one guy going up cat. It's Zoc.
Or go, Zoc, go! He's running it up now, and plucked out of the sky by Mayer, and if he wasn't an op before, he could have fooled me, as it looks like he is now, as the wall is of no object to him, and Reversive will be dealt with, and so too will the lead that has been gained by Crew.
Oh, man, Ataraxia really tries to make ends meet with that shot. This is another one of those rounds Crew are just waiting for one pick, one thing to go their way, and they're waiting for it to be their turn the entire time. Eventually, they slither their way up catwalk, but just from easily bomb plant. Money means nothing in these overtimes. And it's obviously duly noted by the bounty hunters to keep reinvesting this double op setup.
So far,
Mayern.
Seems like he's a CT offer on like every team. Probably does this a lot.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this angle from Mayern. He's gone in front of the smoke and doesn't stay around. Not enough to rattle a shot, but he gets that info for a very, very long time. Here's an issue, though. 3 of the CT smokes have been used within the first 30 seconds of the round, and 2 of them are typically refreshed. We might be looking at a situation where there is not a single defensive smoke left come 10 seconds from now. Mid's free.
This is very awkward. Are we frozen? Oh. We were for a second, but all good. But they've played off mid consistently, though. This isn't anything new. Contrary to popular belief, and this isn't anything new either. They love to walk back through these long doors, and they have it on a timing to where they've done it so many times. It's usually Bruninho, but Turtle goes large, and in charge is he for 3. More on the other end, the door of no safe place, and Laser may find some sort of a trade, but is not an equivalent exchange. This looks to be Turtle's round that bounty hunters are going to be very happy with having procured.
And we're going to say it one more time.
It's map point. And series.
It's match point for the bounty hunters. I believe what? 8 match points, something like that. All for the bounty hunters. Each and every one. I don't even know anymore at this point. Playing it by ear. This is usually where the bounty hunters fall off, and I think I've cracked the code.
Okay.
You can tell when the bounty hunters are on match point based on how they play. It doesn't really feel like it's the same sort of round. This is different, though. This is a switch up. They're going to fight for long in the very last of it. Molly goes for the loop, and this is going to be an opening pick unless you waste up that smoke. And he won't. He's going to go for the fight.
See how he read that flash coming over from long late to support him for his re-engagement, though? Bruninho turns, and there were 2 other players, but, like, very, very smart. Again, you kind of get, like, what's the word? When you eat a certain food, like, you go, like, mouth blind or taste blind or something, right? Like, your senses start to go when you've experienced the same thing for so long. And once you've experienced stuff, too, for a total of what we're about to be going on, for a total of 2 full Counter-Strike matches. And, Yeah, you probably start to feel that a little bit.
Might as well have been a 3-mapper.
Still could be, Anthran.
Still could be.
Now, a lot of these mollies just being extinguished in the majority of these rounds.
That hurts.
Oh, God, and Kaiser, dude.
Wait, they actually have no smokes right now, but here's the thing. They don't have anybody on catwalk. This is Crew, I think, reading into this, because every time we've seen this kind of play, Bounty Hunters have left Cat completely free. So, yeah, if I'm the Bounty Hunters, why even... Or, sorry, if I'm Crew, why even bother peeking long? You know they're there.
God, he almost got burnt out of the corner, even. Another one.
Is this a double nade?
Big, big.
No, but it's a meaty one. Flashes come over high. They see somebody's head on elbow, or no, they don't. But Turtle gets another kill to even the odds back out in their favor. Kills coming through. It's a very, very favorable 3-on-3. His health is draining as both are spotted. It turns to a 1v2, and Kaiser, 48 HP against him. And that's the only thing he can do to try and stop overtime number 2. Peek got Cat, 5-7 pulled. He sees the last to take it recovered. Smoke! Planet for Cat. Kaiser's got a smoke. Screw the Kaiser HP. Kaiser better. Raxia says, hell no, we want more.
Come on, man, you had it.
I feel like there was no point in that swing, by the way.
It
After,
was
like,
right
come
in
on,
his hand.
come on.
Oh, he had it. He had it. We were right there, man.
I'm gonna just give it up. This is Crew playing this round crazy well.
Oh.
This is not one of those instances of Bounty Hunters making some drastic, brave mistake. In fact, I love everything they do, right? The Bounty Hunters, they regroup. They wait. They set up as soon as that molly is thrown onto the bomb plant, they know exactly what they're doing. They all regroup. They send 2 from CT because Cat and Long, it's never worked on that. They come out together. It's cool.
We're actively entering map 4. This is round 1 of map 4. Do you understand?
Hey,
We're effectively casting a best of 5. They managed to push us to another map. It's actually insanity. A 10-minute break. It would be so sweet. Right now, it's going to take Crew stepping up. I mean, we've seen this position before from Mayer, and they kind of just forget about it. He runs it back in the same way, and Turtle finds his. Mayer looking to go even further beyond, and the flashes again too little too late. They get themselves a man up, sure. Where do they go from that stage? And they know where one unconfirmed is Riki, but still a lot of work to be done for Bruninho, though, on this flank. That should lock it in, and you see that from Kaiser putting full faith in him and dropping off.
Ghost on the door again. He did this last round. It just wasn't really trifled with. Now it is. And it again gives them another slight advantage. The CT side's been pretty strong. I like these plays that the Bounty Hunters have made, head full of steam. And again, I actually thought this was going to go butt up again. You saw 2 kills from Deco. Did his job phenomenally in under.
See, okay, have I poisoned you? Because I call that underpass, and everyone calls it lower tunnels, and then, like, I get it.
Oh,
Cause it's
you
like,
might have poisoned me. Yeah, no, you're
'cause it's
right.
like-
I always called that lower.
it's tunnels and then lower, but I call it
I
under.
didn't even think about that.
But it's negligible.
Again?
Oh.
Oh my God!
He knows his lineup. I mean, he's done it
That's
3
bold.
times now.
That's a very
Flashbang.
optimistic way of looking at it. Oh, wow. Nate walks back into it. Oh, you got to feel for Deco there.
He could have had that kill, and then probably even the player behind who was pulling a nade. There was a real world that he could have. Oh, God. Gonna be another one, though.
They saw bomb. Oh my God, dude. These peaks are getting really brazen from the Bounty Hunters. I mean, look, it's either going to lead to another... Oh, damn. It's either going to lead to a map 3 because of the aggression in some of these duels, or it's just going to end out the map, because we haven't really seen this kind of play from the Bounty Hunters, where they're just constantly going in and in and in and going ham and ham and ham. Even in these mid rounds, usually they'll get an opening pick, they'll back off, play a little more safe, more conservative. But here, you see Mayer get the opening pick. They change up the pace. 2 of them get ready to peek off of Catwalk.
Turtle is kind of frying right now. I like to see Turtle doing well. He wasn't a player that really got his chance to shine on MIBR, for example, and frankly, on Audic too, kind of, sort of. But now he's kind of like Audic adjacent in terms of their ability to peak potentially, right? Like their skill ceiling, even though Audic are maybe a couple of steps ahead with the time they've had.
No. No, please.
We're taking attack.
No, no, please.
Players go to the bathroom. Are we about to enter Fnatic versus M80 territory?
No way. No way. That's still a good like 5-6 overtimes away.
A couple of TeamSpeak issues having been had right now. Let me see what that M80 Fnatic game went to.
37-34.
You know that off the top of your dome?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just looked it up. I heard your greasy little confession, bro. 37-34. I feel like we're not even that far off is the problem.
No, we are quite the ways off. That's like 5 more OTs, bro.
No, 2. It's 2. 2 more.
You know what's really funny?
What?
So,
what?
Peek behind the curtain. Peek behind the curtain. People at home. We have the option to see the maps before they're displayed. I think you mentioned that in the pregame. And typically, they are posted about as the pre-show would go live for each and every match. And the veto, which I'm not going to spoil, the veto was posted 20 minutes ago for the next series.
They're just watching now, dude.
It'd be even funnier if this went to a map 3 now. It'd be even funnier. I'm having a grand old time.
I'm sure you are.
And you know, I don't usually give much attention to Twitch chat. But seeing someone say, "Hope the casters don't have any Valentine's Day dates." That's a good one, bro.
Yeah, really good. Really good one, dude.
That's a good one.
She actually, my girlfriend actually just broke up with me via text because I didn't make it.
Oh, okay.
That'd be a really funny out of context Twitch clip. Like I could have just lied there and that would have just been like immortalized.
I was just ready for you to straight up drop that bar. I was like, here? Really? Damn. Well, bounty hunters trying to ride the high to get themselves their first flawless CT half. What's been even more interesting about these overtimes is we have not seen one which features a flawless. No. We haven't.
I can remember that far back.
Competitive.
My brain functions at least for the past 12 rounds or so.
And then it just shuffles out into the next memory.
Yeah, like a slide.
Very, very massive round from the bounty hunters. A while since we've seen the good old-fashioned Kaiser. No!
Maybe there's another one in spawn hidden.
Surely, right?
No. Shame.
I actually don't think they have the resources equipped to deal with this right now. They're going to have Kaiser on site, but he is going to get firebombed out. And they're going to smoke this before they peek.
But hold on, Bernino has an HE. Okay.
Hey, they didn't miss the molly!
But
40 seconds. Wait,
just
this
play
is
for
a
cat
big
again.
deal.
They can just play for...
I think that's what they're aiming to stop here. These smokes, they might fade to a degree, but... Oh my god, no way you got that! He's going to sneak behind him. Managed to sneak through! Tries for more than one, and almost even gets it. But it looks like, again, we'll be continuing the spree of 2-to-1 round counts.
I have to say it.
That's on me, broski. That's my fault.
Girl
almost actually did the impossible there, man. But nah, this one's just a little bit chalked. Kind of more of what I was talking about a couple of rounds ago when it comes to the bounty hunters on match point. You can tell it feels like they get to this point where they're so scared to make a mistake that they leave the whole map open for crew. And this is an instance of that. They don't really fight for A-tons. Usually when they stay reserved off of mid, they get a glimpse in A-tons or take cat. Same thing with B. They don't really do any of that. They play very, very hands-off, and you can kind of see that come back to bite them. Retaking on this map is not easy. In fact, I'd argue even though A is more retakeable than B, it's still one of, if not the hardest site to retake in the game.
That knife flipping is going to go insane.
What's your go-to knife, Lena?
4.
Oh. It never works! Stop doing it!
Origi is going to eradicate Kaiser from off the face of the earth. Suicide lives up to the name. Right now, it ain't working, and it looks like we're going again as it stands. Another in before bounty hunters have gotten even the chance to respond.
At this point, like, I don't even know how you would call a game like this, to be completely frank with you. I mean, what, are you going to run the 7 millionth B split? Like, not really much you can do. Ataraxia, oh, he has been so good from this angle. You know, the difference between these two teams, or at least one of them, that I've been noticing is on their A takes, they never smoke up top. They always challenge this fight, and it very rarely goes their way. They just try to flash him off of the angle. Turtle's going to get the plant, should go down for free, and they're going to try to play the 2-on-5, as pessimistic as this may look. You gotta get ahead of the curve. You gotta get something, right? You let all 5 of them start to clap back onto the site, and you are not gonna get very far. But the problem is now, Turtle's gonna stay and take a fight in the open, and he doesn't really have a backline to go back to.
And one tap from one of these weapons, and he'll be dealt with. Mayor is gonna take the lineup of a century, and he cobbled together a 1. Statement rounds get their start of CT again if they like to continue on their way onwards. Or wait, is it first?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
28?
I don't know. 28. 28.
I lied, and I also lied. I mentioned.
Yeah, but you'd be ashamed.
I don't often do it.
What's gonna be really funny is if crew win this round, get their first match point, and instantly close the game.
That would be great. Crew would send us to Mirage. I mean, we get all 3 maps. I feel bad for potentially the last casters of the night. Because God forbid that next game goes 3 maps, if not more, then they are hooked at the end. That'd be tough. But we'll pray for them later.
I think the next series was like, what, scheduled to start at this time?
Let's get ourselves out of the 6th layer of hell first.
Ooh, this is interesting. This is off-spawn B nades, and there's actually a lot of adjustment going on right now from crew, but they're also not full biting onto this. I wish there was somebody around mid for this, for the bounty hunters, because then they could confirm or deny if people actually rotated off, but right now, this kind of is just a gamble, or at least a
smoke.
Oh, problem is, they're going to go through this. They might get reversed, but they're not getting laser.
He's not dry. I think there's a flash from deep outside long doors from Mayor.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
there's a flash.
This could be banging, actually. Laser, he's going to be the
They're not trying to
another hawk on a swivel. Damage enough. Flashes are there to re-engage if they'd so please, but they think better of it. Got nowhere, anywhere else posted, and they could with a minute try to make a change, but they want to get a little bit active. Oh, this is bold. This is bold. What is he doing? He's burning. He's got to run out to the open, and that's a freebie.
48 seconds. That's the last smoke of the round. They used so much util trying to take control of this. Mayor. Taking a very weird dance right now, and they know somebody's in elevator. Oh, that's good info for them. Reverse it on the site. Team head given away. Mayern commits to the duel and wins.
Long flank.
There's a long flank coming in, though. They didn't realize this. Oh, my God. They're planning in such a weird spot. Neko caught jumping up. They knew he was there. Originally, they heard him. But now, how do you deal with Riggy? I don't know how you can navigate this because you can't really set up a double peek from this, can you? Riggy waiting for the duel to be committed to. Mayor just going to end it all himself. And
Mayor breathes a sigh of relief looking at the ground. He lets out a puff of air. Map point. Bounty hunters. something you love about this, and I think it's that you know that I'm reaching my limit. The earliest I've been up literally in weeks. Maybe over a month.
Oh!
But, okay, here's Zoc.
Oh my god, that's huge!
That's so big. He gets the opening pick. Zoc with the picks up the AK. 5v4. 4 more to go.
Tony, don't get your hopes up. Tony, don't get your hopes up.
It's Crew who now have it all to do. Behind the smoke, Deco awaits the arrival of the last remaining T's, and he's what stands between them and the B site in its entirety.
Renino sticking around to see if anybody wanted to investigate that smoked area further,
Bye-bye.
and I think they are eventually, but here they come. Full B-site exec, util, pretty much everything that Crew have being dumped in an effort to thwart this until rotations can be pulled to the scene. Oh, and I even thought they were going to boost. Here's that last smoke. At this point, they're already fully ready to go. They're going through it. Behind them, Echo, not cleared, not called. What is going on? I don't think they really caught wind of that. He's going to go all the way back around to Car as the smoke settles. Deco traded in a 3-on-3 with site control. In comes Turtle on a very, very long-winded flank, praying, screaming, begging for his teammates to buy him just a little more time. A couple of crucial seconds. The Molly should force Riggy into the open. They're ready. They knew a flank could be coming.
Has to be.
Suspiciously quiet. Laser heard and seen. Last man in B. Riggy's opt seen. Back sight. They have a nade. And he's 41 HP. Turtle just looking to slam dunk this game to a closer. And they do. 26 to 20. No, 28 to 26. It takes 6 different overtimes, but the bounty hunters get it done.
I would absolutely love to do a long-winded analysis of this game. First of all, we have a game that we actually have that should be starting at this very point in time right now. And second of all, there is literally nothing to break down about that game that hasn't been said time and time and time and time again. We had seen the Kaiser nade. We had seen the cursed window peek at B. We had seen the A-side cross smokes that very, very, very barely timingly had been made through, and an A-site post plant for Cat. Whereas everything else is pretty much irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, unless you have something else to add.
No, that's pretty much it. We saw so many different stories start, develop, end, and then
Repeat.
Open another chapter through in the game. Like, it was ridiculous. And I've always been a Dust 2 hater, bro. So, of course, it had to happen on Dust 2. I remember since day one, I was begging for that map to get removed from active duty, and then they brought it back. Oh, man. But, these guys worked hard for it, on the real. I mean, this is that moving up to the 2-1. We mentioned what it meant for the loser. This was a big run back. Originally, coming in, we mentioned Crew had destroyed the bounty hunters. I know it seems so long ago because it was 3 hours now, and it's only been 2 maps. But after a stomp of a map 1, bounty hunters, I don't know how they did it, but they pulled it off.
And let's take a look at the last 2 matches of the day that we have going into the next before we send ourselves into a very short break. As we have a... That's Solid versus Dusty Roots, and then following that, Onyx against Uno Mill. This is a pretty solid set of games to follow, I will say, but I think that by far and by large, for the most part, you and I had gotten the better of them. But you guys are going to be the ones who get to determine that in just a little bit. Once again, stick around. It'll be very, very shortly before we jump into Solid and Dusty Roots.
Yeah, no, not kidding. Hello, everybody! Welcome back! That was a long one, wasn't it? What a match we saw right before this one, bro. 54 rounds on Dust 2 between crew and bounty hunters. Talk about a long haul. But thankfully, we're now moving on to the next match. We've still got 2 more to go. And for starters, we've got Team Solid versus Dusty Roots. There's the schedule for the remainder of today. And later down, we're gonna have Auric versus Uno Mille. Então, or in that case, let's just get into it. Let's get into the action. I'm Toon, and I'm here with Roy to bring you the action.
Oh yeah, here we are, baby, once again. It's been a while since we had the pleasure to commentate together, but nonetheless, for today we have a good one to say the least. Solid and Dusty Roots, yet another team with Argentina representation in Dusty Roots versus Solid, who of course are sporting the flag of Brazil. And these teams have yet to even see a single loss. Both of them have been clean so far through their Swiss rounds. So, I mean, after all, one of them is going to be qualifying from this point on with those 3 victories, but one of them is going to have to fight a little bit harder to get to that same spot, or perhaps to even get, because after all, you can still go negative at the end of the day, even with 2 victories. But I'm not expecting to see that from Dusty Roots, but or from Solid for that matter. But we'll see who gets to prevail for today. So let's go ahead and take a look at those rosters for this match.
Yes, let's take a look at who they are composed of. Starting with Team Solid, of course, we've got GBB, Nython, DRG, Destiny, and Tomachi. As you can see, they a couple of them have some history in the past, namely Nython with Red Canids and Tomachi with 9Z, but here we've got 3, the same main core that Team Solid has kept around, namely GBB, DRG, and Destiny. So shoutouts to them, shoutouts to Brazil. Batashi, galera do Brasil, galera brasileira. Of course, these guys are looking for qualification right away, and so far they have done a pretty solid job. You know, no pun intended. They have not dropped a single map just yet, so they are going into this one with a 4-0 record on maps alone, Roy. Whereas Dusty Roots, they do have a couple of maps lost. But how about we take a look at what they are composed of?
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at their Argentinian counterparts in this side of Dusty Roots. They are Maxcore, Fraguti, Tommy, 1962, and Toto. Of course, a couple of new additions to this roster, but of course, the highlight is going to be Maxcore, who is always going to be putting up quite a bit of a show for us. I mean, I've seen this man fight tooth and nail to make sure that his team doesn't go down, but much of the same, I mean, if the rest of the squad is online as well, they are for sure a threat to be reckoned with. And talking about Team Solid, I mean, I've seen them, like you mentioned, not drop a map quite yet, but they've been close. It's been through clutches that they've had to really bring things back in fairly nail-biting situations. So we'll see if Dusty Roots are able to push them to their limits. But of course, to talk about that, we're gonna have to see the videos first.
Indeed, where are we going to play today? We've got the first maps deleted from the pool. That will be Anubis, removed by Dusty Roots, and then Nuke, removed by Team Solid. The first pick is going to be Dust 2, selected by Dusty Roots, and we just saw a very long match in Dusty Roots. Argentinians love to play this map, so this is going to be their comfort pick, but it's also a bit of a curious one, Roy. Over time, we usually see Dust 2 as the decider, not usually as an initial map selection, but this is what they're going for. And then Ancient going for, Team Solid going for Ancient as their counter pick, and the decider will be Train, so, you know, they're kind of switching roles in that sense. Train is also a map that not everybody has practiced that much, but if you're going to leave it to luck, might as well have it be the decider.
Oh yeah, I mean, right there we really get to see who is feeling more confident in their aim. But for starters, I mean, Solid, no slouches whatsoever on Dust 2. Their record over there is very impressive, and I've seen them mount some impressive comebacks, specifically on Dust 2, like 9-round comebacks or something like that. So for sure, I think that Dusty Roots cannot fall asleep at the wheel whatsoever. And then Ancient, well, a bit of a different ordeal, perhaps a bit more close quarters type of engagement that we're gonna get to see. You know, those tight corners do lend itself also to show off your aiming skills. But I mean, those are only the first 2. Terrain, bit interesting. We've seen very little out of train for the last couple series in which has been enabled, of course, but nonetheless, I mean, it is an option and we may get to see it for today, but it's all about how things start. I think Dusty Roots, if they get to strike first, then they could be running away with this one. However, Solid, like I said, no slouches whatsoever, man.
Indeed. I think what we're hoping to see here from the Argentinian brethren, for instance, is, you know, for them to really keep their cool. I think one of the bigger problems that happened on Dust 2 in the last match is that, you know, maybe you just got ahead a little too early and everything. They were definitely building up to, crew was building up to something big, but they could not quite avoid Bounty Hunter's own adaptations. And like I said, Dust 2 is usually a map that's left to the deciders, because you already know that everyone has, you know, about a decade and more of experience, almost 2 decades of experience with this map. So yeah, granted, you will need Dusty Roots to get real creative with their strategy here on this map. Now, Team Solid, though, they do have a perfect record to their name. They also have clutched the map against Game Hunters, but they also have the highest round differential in the tournament so far with a +21. So +21 versus +9, the Dusty Roots have to their name. Maybe not the greatest, but hey, let's take a look at how this one goes, because already Dusty Roots has a lead of 2 players, taking care of 2 of the core elements of Team Solid. DRG and Destiny are out, and I think the rest of them have already been located. Take a look at this, only Nithan remaining.
Oh my lord, what a start it has been already for Dusty Roots. They send Fraguti to the right side of the map, and he finds himself not only 2, but 3 close out on the Nithan. So we'll be seeing Nithan a little bit further down the line, trying to support that AWP. So keep a look in the middle portion of the map for that. However, as of right now, it's all the show from their Argentinian counterparts and Dusty Roots. I mean, we saw exactly what Fraguti and MaxCore were able to do. I mean, even turning around impressive stuff, and Nithan just tries to fight for his life at the very end. Doesn't quite end up happening. Now, we do have some resources for this side of Dusty Roots, but it seems like Solid, a couple of frags as well, are they're going to be spending their money early on, so this could be a very, very tough gamble for them. Shall they lose it, it will take them just that bit longer to get reestablished, economically speaking.
It will be a bit of a long road to take, but we have seen them be prepared mentally to take those very long battles. Reminder too that Solid is working with a loaned player, that being Tamachi, loaned from, sorry, not loaned from Galoris. No, yeah, it's Tamachi. So yeah, you are kind of working overtime to make sure that he can adapt and everything. So far, so good. Tournament has been a very solid testing ground for Tamachi as of now. But you need him to pop off here. And at least they do have some intel. Look at the util flyby. Of course, the swing and a miss here from Team Solid as they don't quite find MaxCore just yet, but everybody's still alive. Oddly enough, MaxCore decides to take a step back, and now the smoke will let him move in a little bit more, but still, no blood being shed, with the exception of Tommy Jet, who was tacked by, very slight 16 HP hit. Damachi's the first one to bite the dust, though. Oh, and in comes the scout, actually working to their favor. Nithan, one of the new additions, the upper for Team Solid, picking up the scout and finding the first, actually the second kill to his team's name. But it seems like they won't last too long, as MaxCore has the loadout right and ready to go. Taking care of GBB, only Nithan remains once again, and the scout, even though it's good, I don't think it's really 3v1 combat material, so he's going to bite it, and he is going to survive. Carry over the scout, and give Dusty Roots their second round.
Best you could do at this point. Very impressive how Dusty Roots were able to command their presence. Of course, would have been a bit more impressive if we have had a bit of a more neutral situation as far as how the firepower was distributed, but all things considered, I mean, they did take a bit of a beating, but they get the job done, which is the most important part. Now it is up for them to keep on trying to maintain this lead to their side, whereas Nithan, I mean, those couple of frags are sure to make an impact further down the line, but so far that has not been reflected in the scoreboard. So it is a good start for Dusty Roots, but again, it is only a start. And again, just taking a look at those couple of headshots that Solid did get, I was talking about how perhaps it was going to, you know, be a little bit tougher of a situation, and that is exactly the case. Actually, in spite of them racking up a bit of money, it is just not enough for them to start taking off. I mean, they spent barely whatever they got at from their first encounter, and now it's not like it all went to waste, but it certainly hasn't been correctly employed at the very least, unfortunately for them. So the Brazilian forces here looking to reestablish themselves, and this is going to be a tough break for them. Come those AKs now that are going to be facing against them, it is going to be a much tougher deal. I mean, there's something sometimes magical about this AKs and even the Galils that just empowers players feel extra confident in their aim.
Will the confidence do it, though? Well, it's all about the rapid fire over here. Unfortunately for GBB, not able to do much. Scorched by flames, actually. Not even the bullets helping him take care of business with his opponent in front. Much as the last one standing, and he is not going to run away from that. Was trying to take shelter within the smoke. Not quite going to do it for him. And that's the third round in a row for Dusty Roots, who are starting out with a bang. Also, if we talk about the round differential that these two teams have, it's going to be a bit of a rubber band situation as they are facing off against each other. Dusty Roots currently plus 12 now, and Team Solid plus 18. Still a larger differential in the favor of Solid, but, you know, it's getting a little bit shorter as time goes on. This could be where they actually meet their match. That's the thing. Dusty Roots has the potential to really rain on Solid's parade and their potential immediate qualification into the playoffs. Reminder, they have not lost a single map just yet, Team Solid that is. And Dusty Roots does know the taste of defeat in terms of maps, but not quite the matches. They are always able to clutch them out, whether they lose the first map or not. And actually, in the two matches that they have won, they lost the first map, so they always had to make a comeback and clutch it in the end. So, no strangers to being in the back seat of things. But now they are in the driver's seat, and they already got a lead as well, taking care of Nithon, so the upper's gone. No chance for him to do much. No chance for Tommy Jet either here, though. And, yeah, there is at least a bit of a response from Team Solid. They have a lead in the remaining player count. They have a good loadout. But they don't have the AWP. Maxcore is the one holding on to that. So I think Maxcore is going to be the key element here. Oh, but DRG, yep, he is going to see Toto M give himself up right away, giving his back.
Dangerous ordeal, turning your back to the enemy like that. I was also about to touch upon a fact that Solid, last time that I did see them play on Dust 2, they were looking much more comfortable on T, ironically enough. And it was a bit of a slow wind-up for them, though right now it seems like, well, they make their initial bet, it didn't quite go their way, but that is not going to deter them further. However, if I look to here, still gonna find some action. Trying to bait out for position. Yes, there was somebody scouting out for him. However, pressure from both ends, from both above and below. So Solid end up claiming their first round and a much needed one to, you know, kind of get the ball rolling. Test the waters some. Excellent defense. I gotta say that challenge perhaps not the most sound. Trying to catch timing perhaps onto that naded toss that was going to be headed straight towards them. But some of those resources are going to be lost here for the side of the Argentinian squad. So, I mean, you better get to try next time, but definitely taking a bit of a beating, economically speaking.
It is going to be an uppercase beating if they do lose it here. Dusty Roots, unfortunately, does not carry over that big of a power. They do have the AWP with Maxcore again, though, so, you know, that's the price you're going to have to pay. Give 1962 the Deagle in exchange. And Maxcore has delivered, though. I mean, 5 kills already. That's a pretty solid number for the fact that we are currently in round 5, of course. And Fraguti also did pull off quite a performance in the last round. So now the question is, what entryway are you going to defend? I think that, you know, guarding the doors on the previous rounds, protecting A side and ramp, That definitely worked out in your favor, but finally there's some adaptation, and Dusty Roots are going to attempt a much different approach. Oh, or at least they were attempting a much different approach. Here they go again. It's going to be Nithon taking care of business with the AWP in hand this time, and some util to boot. Extra little incendiary to earn himself a bit more time, and there are the flashes going in. They know now that it's going to be a catwalk approach, probably, so GBB still hiding. Nithon ready to take care of his opponents from the right side, but also from the doors. Do they see him? They know about him now. And yeah, he's going to be forced to run away. Not the outcome that Solid expected. This is a 3v3 situation, Roy, but without an upper. And that's going to deliver a ton of damage to Team Solid. But there, look at that. The grenade dissipating the smoke. They find Ferguti in the way. But Stag, oh my goodness. What's at stake here, man? It's the fact that Tommy J was just able to plant the bomb like that. A super fast and heavy rush, but careful there, Tamachi! My goodness, what a swing in momentum!
Oh, brother. That did not go as expected whatsoever. I mean, just getting caught in the nick of time. Of course, at the very least, they got the plant down. However, I mean, once they diffuse the situation towards long with Nithon, I think they were feeling a lot more comfortable. However, that nade perfectly placed, try and catch the cross, and it ends up being just the case. So the Brazilian forces right here running away with. So we were talking about how it was a bit of a beating earlier economically, and now it is a bit more of a considerable hit as Dusty Roots reduced only pistols once again. Of course, the Eagles. And definitely, you can definitely make him work. But, oh, Nithon already spotted one. Not gonna try for a re-challenge. Perhaps knowing there was likely to be a Deagle also waiting for him. And that distance, that is also gonna be deadly. But man, what a round it was last time. And so Solid, pristine to try and even things out, even this early on. I think it's boding well for them. Dusty Roots, though, it's not like they've been slowed down completely. You're gonna take your kill right there, Tamaji. Make that a second as he welcomes the challenge. Oh, actually, Maxer ends up getting to him first. Of course, the coverage from the doors is also there, but Fraguti, oh, brother, that is a couple of shots that perhaps Solid were not expecting, just making things a bit more interesting. Or you still have the numbers to be able to decide on whether or not you want to stay together. And Tommy, gotta make this one happen now that numbers are evened out and there is nobody left by B to try and negate the plan from coming to fruition. It is a retake situation that we have in our hands now.
And I don't think they're expecting the flank from GBB. Fraguti is going to stay behind a little bit. Aim towards the window. And you've got Nithon approaching the gates. But this is no easy task for Dusty Roots to take care of. Tommy Jet is going to have to switch between two different angles. There you go. He's looking towards that. Expecting the approach from GBB. He does catch him. And they already heard the bullet from Nithon. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty much done deal. Question is, who is going to bite the dust from the bomb explosion? Because it's not going to be a defusal. Nithon is not going to live that. That's the round, and Dusty Roots are going to get another one to their name from the bomb explosion. Not even the full-on massacre, just the bomb going out and taking Solid out of business for one more round. That's very unfortunate for Solid. They were building up something big, and they had the better loadout too. But Dusty Roots, just from smart positioning, repositioning that is, they were able to find the plant and the round confirmation.
Man, Solid getting a little overzealous. This should have been their round, and they just got ecoed pretty much. I mean, it was quite a bit of a blow to the morale. But if Nithon does get a bit of retribution at the very end, there was just no way to save the round. Let's see if they can avenge it, though. It is not like they are far behind by too much, but unfortunately for them, Solid are now going to have to taste, you know, some of their own medicine that they were dealing on before towards the side of Dusty Roots. Seems like Max are having some issues here. Hopefully it sorts itself out nicely. And for the momentum that Dusty Roots have right now, I hope quickly as well. You do not want to try and let the situation fly nilly-willy. You try to take control of it, and right now it is Dusty Roots that managed to regain some of that, or at the very least some semblance of it. Oh man, it's definitely been a bit of a back and forth that I think it's going to be very appreciated. I'm used to seeing Solid be a lot more dominant in some of these encounters, and yes, mind you, there were a couple of blunders done earlier that really cost them quite a bit, even in that last round, right? However, I think Dusty Roots are also showing they've got what it takes to be challenging the odds. I mean, the stats say one thing, however, I think Dusty Roots have a very different plan for attack right here.
Well, it seems like Dusty Roots tanked one of their tactical pauses, but it is going to turn into a technical instead, as a player has unfortunately lost power. So it seems like it's going to be a bit of a longer pause because of that. And as a result, we're going to take a bit of a break. So Roy, we will be back as soon as everybody gets their power back.
Thank you.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Finally back! And hopefully, for the last time, we had to take a tech pause. Hopefully. But who knows? Given the situation today, Roy, I wouldn't be too surprised if, you know, things just ended at like 10 p.m. or local time. I don't know. Because it's been a pretty weird day overall. With a 54-round map, and now a tech pause from a power outage. There are so many things that could happen, and it's Valentine's Day, so I hope that you guys have got your date with you, watching some good old Counter-Strike, watching Dusty Roots win this one pretty darn fast. DRG is the last one remaining, and they already know where he is, so yeah, it's going to be a bit of a speed run-up around as we come back.
I mean, all the momentum, I was talking about how perhaps some of that might have been lost, but it seems like MaxCore is back with a vengeance. And the rest of Dusty Roots are looking to do much of the same, only 1962 and Toto a little bit on this lower end of things as for right now. However, it's not like things are boding terribly for themselves. Solid just wanted to get done with that and try to make it across. MaxCore gonna find the shot predicting DRG's path right there. And so with a wall bang, he claims the first life around this part, and quite an important one. As Solid were kind of in need of trying to find something to establish themselves. It's been a couple of rough patches that they've had to go through, so it was bound to be terrible for them to be losing their first player. And again, Destiny moves out of position in, I don't want to say careless fashion, because of course you have to make a move out of there. However, you have to expect somebody to be watching from either cat or even from the other side of the doors, which was the case, right? I mean, Dusty Roots were on Destiny's case regardless of the situation. And, well, I don't want to say the rest is history, because we've seen teams do much more with even less. Nathan doesn't want to give it away, perhaps trying to catch them on the move. Knows that he's going to have to be sneaky about it. If he catches MaxCore first, this could be a good start for them. So MaxCore seems to be very aware that he's been chased about. Whereas in the meantime now, Mats is going to have a not-so-fun time trying to defend B by his own. He gets flushed out. And with this, I think Solid are going to be opting for a bit of a retreat as of right now, because a retake they might have liked, they just don't have the numbers to attempt it.
They could have walked out of it with a double AWP as well, but I guess not so much for use. You already got Nathan with it, and next round will be doubly as dangerous if you want to risk it to play a loadout that you really are not used to. So this will be a retreat, like you said, no retake attempts, and Dusty Roots are going to enjoy the sweet waters of victory one more time, as we are now headed into a possible lead before the side switch. And a very fast one at that, too. Reminder that Dusty Roots started out winning the first 3. And now they've got another 3-round win streak building up. Potential for disaster if Team Solid does not wake up soon. Because unfortunately for them, if they do have an AWP in play, Nathan unfortunately has not found that many lineups. Like, this AWP has more so become a scoped item to get intel. Like, Nathan has 4 kills, that's not too bad, but MaxCore has 10. And, yeah, that's the big discrepancy here in the numbers between them. Nathan has definitely provided a ton of intel for his team, but the bullets have not flown. And I think that's very odd. I mean, Team Solid, a lot of their problems come from just the fact that they are not shooting. They're just not pulling the trigger when they have the chance. You saw Nathan doing that. You saw Destiny a couple of times doing that as well. Tamachi, actually, I think, has been the most willing to pull the trigger alongside GBB, but unfortunately, those numbers do not add up for the majority of the rounds. So yeah, just a very, very slow approach, very defensive approach from Team Solid that has not paid out quite as much. They are in CT after all. They should be, responding to what Dusty Roots has to offer, but, they usually catch them moving out of the way in very weird ways, like with Destiny last round, or they just don't let the bullets where it counts. And here we go, Destiny might just have a chance to deliver a bullet or two. Nope, apparently nobody's going to approach mid doors. So it's going to be Catwalk once again. And here we go, Roy. This is going to be a pretty swift approach towards A site. Nobody protecting it as of now. At least not in the higher level, that is. And here we go. The util starts flying in. They will come across Nathan soon enough. But Nathan with the smoke, he is not able to catch anybody on the move. And instead they catch him.
Oh man, again, timing on tonight. And I mean, once he heard the utility flying by, it was too little too late for him. And of course, it was all in hopes of predicting a push that was coming from the long side. It ends up only being Fraguti right here, who may just catch GBB as he's going to be forced to try and approach. He's kind of caught in an impossible situation, pretty much, as the rest of his team just is going to let him be. Yeah, Dusty Roots very effective on the aggression right now. It is looking very tough for Solid to actually get anything going. It seems like they're going to try flush him out first, and so comes the molly and also the bullets as Tommy Jet claims that one without much of a hitch. And he was not alone, so it was a done deal already that GBB was going to bite the dust. And so, Dusty Roots, I mean, it's been an excellent effort already, guaranteed themselves a lead. Not that many rounds left for our first half. But I have to say once again that when I've seen Solid be the most impressive, it's actually during their 8 rounds. So I am still going to be waiting for that because I'm not going to be counting them out quite yet. Though I have to say, to be fair, it's looked dire at times. And right now, it's kind of starting to look like that too.
Now, it is Dust 2. I am not so sure how much Solid has banked on T-side for the time being, but it appears that they are not really feeling the momentum so far. Again, it's more so due to the fact that they have been making some very odd choices at times, right? Now, unfortunately, it seems like it's Maxcar once more, who seems to have another power outage, or at least he is out of the server. Reason undisclosed so far, but yeah, unfortunate situation as it's happened twice now. And again, it seems to be a bit of a cursed day, as we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, once more, for him to come back. So I guess it's time for us to call for another break. We will be back as soon as the power comes back around as well.
Hey, howdy, hey. We're here once more. Thanks for your patience. And of course, I think last time around, Maxor came back with a vengeance. I am expecting to see much of the same. This is the standard that I am now judging the rest of Dusty Roots. I mean, it's like they have something to prove, even though they are winning by quite a bit. We're gonna see approach. Ooh.
Here's what you don't know. That actually means that the other upper is going to pop off. So now Nithon is going to be the one to start delivering the kills. Maxar is going to take a step back. But, you know, actually looking at... That's a very weird KD distribution from Dusty Roots. Look at that. 3 players with 10 kills, 2 with 1. So, talk about a very contrasted rhythm map, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not been the same for everybody, but as long as you're winning, and Toto trying to change some of that too, says, so I can pick up the pace, gets nice and even with that one. 9-62 is going to have to try next time, but it seems like the rest of the T-Forces are looking quite clean on their aim for today, and max score, again, it's not doubting whatsoever. Nathan has seen better days for sure. Watching gonna get tagged up, and he's gonna reach out. He has to go for it, and he doesn't quite get a chance to catch the move first right there. I mean, Faguti wasn't even close, but I don't think that the rest of Dusty Roots were quite sweating on that situation. Not when they had pretty much pinpoint the location of the bomb. I mean, as soon as you see that one drop, well, it is all so tough for this side of for their opposition. Okay. For a second, I thought Max War gonna be slowing down, but no. No, he doesn't. Now, Nathan gonna be giving that one away, and so Destiny in charge of carrying the hopes and dreams of Solid right here. Oh, man. Again, I'm not quite scared yet for Solid, oddly enough, just because I've seen them be not stellar on their CT side. I think that something needs to change because it's the second time around that I see them get not obliterated, but yes, kind of handled for their CT rounds.
Given these 2 rounds, I think if they're able to at least put up 1 round before the side switch, I would almost give them a chance because of that very, you know, characteristic score of 9-3 on the side switch and how doubtful you can be that you're going to win it. It's a very, very questionable score to have on your lead. Now, unfortunately for Dusty Roots, this approach is not going to go their way. Destiny gets the read on 2 of them. He sees 2 more, actually, approaching that, and that's a huge smoke gap. It's not going to be an easy approach for Dusty Roots. Maxcore has already revealed himself to be jumping on those crates. Here comes the bait. The bait and switch. Hamachi just gonna take care of the upper real quick. That leaves Toto on his own. The one who had only 1 kill before this round, by the way. Or at least, you know, he had 3 kills before this round. Unfortunately, it's not going to lead to a good result for him. There's the round that I needed from Team Solid. I now see them back in the map. And of course, they were able to stop an approach into the side, which is crucial. Not even a retake per se. It was like half a retake. They were able to at least see them moving in, but they were already positioned to start that retrieval of A side itself. So sorry, B side itself. So yeah, not a solid performance from Dusty Roots on this one. They were definitely getting scrambled.
Getting 4 right here would be ideal, of course, for Solid. Kind of sad that is the best that they can get right now, but hey, it is something. The second smoke, and Tamachi gonna try and take charge of things. Not boding too well for him, but definitely knows it. But he may be lurking to the other side of the tunnels. Max score not quite getting a chance to go for the challenge, and Tommy gonna get that up in his hands as he is the one with the lower health. Nathan, who has been a bit of a mixed bag, I have to say, as far as how his results go. Sometimes a little too much patience out of him. Let's see how it goes this time around as first smoke flies by. It's not going to block anybody. However, it's going to make things a bit trickier here. And the molly does come through, narrowly managing to space, but tons of damage being dealt already. And Destiny has to swing first, and he is going to find success. That is a big, big double right there. And GBB also did manage to spot somebody. Gotta cover himself with flash. And so the FAMAS can do its thing as well. Last player being Tommy. Okay, I thought for a second that since he was near death's door already, things were gonna be looking a bit more difficult for himself. At the very least, gets some going, but not before getting finally shut down by Nathan. Alongside, the rest of the squad end up being, you know, massive contributors, especially him and Destiny. Or ends up going down as the 4th round in the favor of Solid. And like I said, that may just be enough. This is, you know, the position which I am actually used to seeing Solid be a bit more consistent, ironically enough. So, Dusty Roots, if they watch some tape, you know, they saw some VODs of Solid playing earlier here on Dust 2. Or at the very least, you know, they're gotta be aware that these guys are mean at the offensive. There's smoke gonna fly by. However, he is very heavily guarded for the time being. He also flies by. Destiny takes aim, and he is not gonna be alone finding those bullets. And look at the coverage right there. I mean, everybody, even through the smoke, they know exactly where they're gonna be shooting. And so they make it look easy. But it definitely was not. It's just very, very highly effective coming in from Solid. And like I promised, this is the type of pace that I was expecting from them.
No, it definitely looks like a different team, man. Just from the way that they approached this round, where they placed the util, how they jumped in to take care of the player on the crates on the right side. That was such a fast and swift, you know, coordination. I love to see it in action.
Hold on.
Now, as it unfolds, however, you still need to protect the site, and they need to take care of one last player. That's Tommy Jet. It will be a successful defense of the site. You know, you took maybe a little too much more blood for what you would have liked, but still, it's a round to your name, and that's what matters here. And again, yeah, I love the coordination. They are definitely feeling like a different team now that they're on CT. And it's not very common for me to see. Well, yeah, it is kinda, sorta common. You should have a plan for pistol rounds, as volatile as the round might be. But this is one of the most clear tactical approaches to a pistol round that I've seen in a while. So good on Solid for pulling that one off. And they seem to be going a bit of an opposite route here. They know that Dusty Roots have invested a ton into their util, so might as well take your time. You know that util is not going to last forever. There's just a few more pieces remaining for Dusty Roots themselves. So, the loadout is not going to help them too much. Max Score is going to be playing with the Scout. We saw Nathan getting some, you know, moderate success with it before, but I don't think it's going to be quite the same. You're playing against mostly, you know, just the very basics, the P250s and such, so, yeah, not looking good for Dusty Roots.
Not right now in Max Score. And he's gonna have to find Destiny straight in the head. Doesn't quite happen, and so he is gonna end up biting the dust alongside Tommy, who was a single other player that was right there on side with him. And I think the rest of Dusty Roots are left to scramble right now. Not like those pistols are gonna be making them any favors right here. Versus all the rapid fire that Solid is holding, and I mean, looking much more methodical. I don't want to say that Dusty Roots, sorry, that Solid were looking lost for their first efforts. I think that a couple of things definitely could have gone better. I don't know if it's exactly like, you know, the decision making is just not as sound for them on CT. They perhaps were trying to overcomplicate themselves too much. Yeah, but they've got the offensive down to a science, it seems. I mean, nobody biting the dust. I mean, everybody knows their role right now. And so it is looking like a very different ordeal. And this is how Solid usually, I think, get to look so dominant here on DOS 2, because they do boast a very impressive record on this map. And let me tell you, Ancient is no different as well. These guys are going to be feeling very confident in their Ancient appearance too, which, I mean, if you're Dusty Roots right now, and especially given the fact that, I mean, you just got done with pistols, and, well, guess what? You're still in pistols, so, man, guess I'll have to see them at the very least be a bit more successful to make this a closer ordeal. Or these may just be curtains. I mean, from what we've seen from Solid, and from what we will continue to see, I can't predict. Things are not going to get any easier here for the Argentinians.
Now, careful there, Destiny. You're kind of lighting up your own teammates, but thankfully he does make bank with 2 kills in the process. And what I love from Team Solid is that they have also tasted, what it's like to be on the lower end of things in the map. So, there are no strangers to being behind on the score. Like you said, they had to clutch up some maps in the series for them to keep that perfect record. It was never that easy for them to just get a 2-0 victory, particularly against GH Game Hunters. They played Dust 2 as well, but it was a very dominant first half for Game Hunter, actually, as they got a 9-3 score before the side switch. Very close to what we just saw here with an 8-4, so Solid did a little bit better on CT this time around. But yeah, it seems like that's the strat. Let your opponents choose Dust 2. You already know how to play this one. They don't really know what's coming. And unfortunately, I think the Dusty Roots did not do their homework either. As time goes on, Team Solid is just looking better and better at playing said Dust 2, and especially so on T side. But careful here, you've got Dusty Roots with full loadout. They also forced Nithon out of his area. And look at that, the spray's gonna catch Nithon through the smoke. That gives Dusty Roots their first lead of the side switch.
I love what I'm seeing right now. Good call out. I mean, they were definitely scouting out whoever was the player on the other side of the tunnels. Ends up being Nithon, and such a crucial portion of the offensive that Solid have been showing for their tier rounds is now gone. Yeah, some semblance of mid-control right here, but that smoke is still going to be burning quite a bit of time against them, unfortunately. And Maxor, ooh, he catches the Mate on the move. Matu had already been lit up a couple of players over by B, so now they decide to press ahead perhaps a bit sooner than expected, but nonetheless, it seems like Dusty Roots were perfectly ready for that one. And whether they did their due diligence or not, they are still showing up. And they definitely came here to play. The Dusty Roots are going to continue ahead and stopping the momentum that Solid were already showing. It was about to be an evened out situation, instead now turning into a slight 2 rounds for Dusty Roots.
And with that round on their pockets, Dusty Roots have already gotten a pretty solid approach towards defending B. So that will be a much harder task for Team Solid to accomplish. Thankfully, though, they are keeping silent. What I like from them is that they're willing to just hold shift. And a lot of times, a lot of people just want to rush in and such. Nah, you need to keep calm, buddy. You need to keep holding shift. Make sure that you don't make a sound. Keep your head on the sight. Now, of course, they do leave one player behind. That's Tamachi, with 11 kills to his name. By the way, DRG, the IGL, he has not really landed that many kills so far. I was telling you about this discrepancy in the KDs from both teams now, where some of them are stellar in their numbers, and there's always 2 of them trailing behind. Different roles and everything, but yeah, there's clearly some protagonists here in the map so far. Now, Team Solid here, about to ambush with everything they've got, all the units flying in. They do not know about where, yeah, there you go, where Mr. Tommy Jen was hiding, but it was just a matter of ending that control. And that's going to be the bomb planted. Maxcore, though, with the AWP, he should be able to catch a head peeking real soon. There's a gap there between the smokes. It's about to dissipate as well. He still sees nobody. He knows that there's still someone within that sight. The bomb is still guarded very closely.
Interesting play being attempted. Also on the other side, I do believe that is Tamachi. He's trying to apply some pressure towards B, but Dusty Roots, they know better than to try and make last-ditch effort. Those smokes definitely complicated their lives way too much for their liking, so closing in the distance once again is Solid. But it's not like it's been a free ordeal. Dusty Roots have also put on quite a bit of a fight. And they do have the money, they keep their weapons. It's a round that you can afford to give away for sure. and it may prove to be the right decision further down the line. Right now, though, it's been a much-needed injection of momentum that Solid have seen in their tier rounds, and they are looking to continue on that same path.
It's all about momentum here. Will Solid be able to carry it forward? They already got 4-round victories on the side switch. Difference is that their win streak was cut short. And now they're not even able to get that first kill. Destiny was so close. But unfortunately for him, MaxCore leaps out of that one alive and kicking. And now you've got a bit of a fire being lit up near TommyJet. He cannot really leave the smoke area. Tamachi is once again the one guarding the exit of B side, so, you know, checking for any flanks. And I think that's a good strat. Solid went for a couple of flanks before, and they were cut short. So, yeah, good on Team Solid for playing the same strat that Dusty Roots has been putting up. And there you go. Tamachi's going to stay back. Now, there's no gap here within the smoke. MaxCore is not going to pull the trigger just yet. And here we go, Toto M. He does get the read on them, gets 1 kill. And TommyJet, man, DRG not able to turn around in time, but look at that. 2 down immediately after. Tamachi is going to emerge from B. And he does see the movement from MaxCore. So once again, just they keep on trading, Roy. They keep on trading one after the other. And oh my goodness, Tamachi with the bomb out. Nearly eating a bullet from Fraguti. Oh man, Fraguti saw him. Yeah, there's a flash. There's a flash. No, Tamachi flashes himself.
Oh my god! This is so tense.
No
Machi
baits.
had everything. Had everything right there. Machi still has a flash, by the way. He'd make something out of it. Playing ring around to Rosie.
Goodness gracious!
Tamachi jumps out on top. It was looking so jittery. So much mom's spaghetti being spilled over the place for a second, but I mean, managing to keep on. It was kind of a bit of a Looney Tunes situation in the trading, you know? Tommy manages to get 2, and from then it's like back and forth. MaxCore finds a shot, and then Tamachi answers. Gets the last one, too, not without sweating bullets first, though. That was some crazy stuff. And, well, won't you look at that? We are at an even situation. I mean, pretty much from the first time since the beginning, as it was for quite a while a solid advantage for the side of Dusty Roots, but now the catch-up is real.
It's real, it's accomplished, and now it's a matter of continuing on with your momentum they've gathered so far. Good on Team Solid for finding this kind of record. Good on Tamachi for finding that final kill too. I mean, Fraguti definitely saw that shadow moving. He had a fraction of a second extra to take care of Tamachi, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, spaghetti is definitely the term to describe that end of the round that led to this even score of 9-9. And that's 2 tactical pauses being burnt, by the way, 1 from each team. So both of them are willing to tank their own tacticals just in hopes of getting a new perspective on things. Because you are even, but not just on the score, Roy, you're also even on the loadout. The wallets were not looking that much similar for a time, but the Dusty Roots' own loss bonus is going to give them a fighting chance here. If they lose this round, though, and they don't get any kills, I would expect some big money issues. So that should put Team Solid on maybe 11 rounds to their name, but we cannot get too ahead of ourselves. We first need to see what the approach is going to be here. No. Oh no, I don't see the clock ticking, Roy. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Not again. Not again, please.
Problem is that last time around they were winning. Hopefully, MaxCore's power issues are resolved completely. I mean, it's something out of his control completely, I'm sure, but nonetheless, it's still. I feel it serves to sap some momentum away. Like I was saying, I was expecting them to be slowed down, but it seems like it's not been in quite the fashion that they get slowed down or anything like that. And finally, we are ticking. So. It was just a bit of a jump scare. Don't fret, guys. It's a Valentine's type of jump scare. Okay. First start here. Fraguti gonna get traded immediately. Long pressure being applied via the side of Solid. The smoke gonna be crucial here if they want to make it across.
It does give GBB the chance to run through. He hears the bullets, or rather they hurt his steps. And now the bullets in return. So they know about the heavily guarded area beneath the side. Goodness gracious, they do see GBB emerging as well. But Tommy Jed, will he be able to get a second headshot? He will not. This leads us to a 3v3 situation once again, Roy, but I think the high ground belongs to Dusty Roots. This might just be, sorry, to Team Solid. This might just be what Team Solid needs to put themselves in the lead once more. Clock is ticking. That bomb will soon explode. And I think that one of the issues last round was the fact that the bomb was actually ticking so fast. And there you go, Nithon! Oh my goodness! Just trading one after the other. Only one player remaining on Dusty Roots' side now. It's Toto, and he is going to be the one to be taken down. Team Solid reaches the double digits, Roy, putting themselves at a lead. And also hitting Dusty Roots in the money front big time.
Oh, that was a massive W out of them. Mind you, that it started as a victory for Dusty Roots. Also, during this sequence, MaxScore tried to hit the nastiest jumping shot in a while. Like, he just tries to right there. Like, he attempts for it, doesn't quite end up getting it. Nithon does predict that 962 was approaching from the cat side, and the rest is history as Tomachi clears up the last two players. I mean, it was quite a sweaty ordeal, but they managed to prevail. And this time, it is a long approach from Solid yet again, but I mean, those are not looking like M4s, my man. These are very different weapons that the Dusty Roots have brought to the table, and of course, that is courtesy of their enemy's grievance earlier on. But let's see what Tom can do with this deagle. He was being expected. He gets tagged, but oh my lord, Tomachi ends up dropping that one. I thought for a second that MaxScore was also going to be finding some success, but seems like this initial push shall be slowed down by just a bit.
Uncharacteristic to see them drop it like that. And Destiny 2 forcing himself in. They are going to shoot through the smoke. They already found one person. They could keep on insisting on that. And I think they might have seen somebody else moving. So there you go. They're going to insist upon shooting through the smoke. That's 3 players down from GBB's own weapon. Now, I don't think they know about Toto M and his MP9 here. Hiding. There you go. Bomb will be planted soon. Announced his arrival, missing the headshot. There was definitely a chance for him to take care of business. But it won't be this round. And apparently it won't be, you know, for a while for Dusty Roots. Again, a very solid start for them as they were able to take care of Tomachi. Uncharacteristic miss from Tomachi as well. But not quite able to keep pushing that momentum till the very end. And look at how close Toto was to delivering that headshot on the bomb planter. So, yeah, very unfortunate situation there. But if Dusty Roots loses this one here, I think that is going to be almost curtains, as Solid will be super close to just clutching it. Would be map point for them if they win it here. And of course, clutching overtime, securing that. But MaxScore here with the AWP in hand. He is able to find at least one kill. Fraguti not able to deliver the second. They know where GBB is, though! GBB thought he was taking care of the operator. It wasn't him.
Oh, man. MaxScore just having such a great hold on the timing right there. 1962 got to walk straight into his death. And so the numbers are evened out once again. This has felt like I said, so Looney Tunes at times, but here, Nithon gonna end up biting dust. I thought for sure he had that one, but Toto trying to redeem himself a bit of that early loss, and so they find a cleanup. It was a must-win right now for Dusty Roots, so they will stay alive. Monty's still in a good position for Solid, so they get to fight a right back immediately. I mean, this could have been a much easier approach, quote-unquote, from GBB onto MaxScore, but trying to perhaps overcomplicate the situations a little bit. I mean, of course, it's not like your utility is there for naught, you know? However, MaxScore correctly predicting the timing onto that type of maneuver, and so he decides to swing just at the right time, which was beautifully executed. Oh, that's tons of damage already. Nithon again playing for the corner, but doesn't quite find anybody, and he decides to make it out of dodge, or he gets caught by the rest of the attempted onslaught coming in from the Argentinian squad. MaxScore watching vigilantly. This time, first in a while that he's missed his prediction on the timing. I think that is part of what makes him such a great player. It's just I mean, he's seen the situations time and time again. He knows when people are more likely to move, which of course gives him just an even more deadly quality other than not only precision on the aim, but also on the timing that makes him a deadly op. And now, oh, you poke your elbow and you're out of there. Be completely taken over in just a matter of seconds here by Solid, and I think that OT is the best that Dusty Roots can hope at this point.
Yep, not even going to attempt a retake. They need to keep their AWP. Like, that is the win condition right now. If Dusty Roots do not have the AWP, that will be a very complicated round going forward. MaxCore is also the only one with solid money to his name, so with this loss bonus coming over, they will have a little bit of room to play with. But I think that Destiny does have a read on them. Do you want to risk it here? I mean, you're going to win the round regardless, but do you want to risk it? Is he going in? Oh, there's a flash! But unfortunately, not quite enough to take care of MaxCore on his way out. And MaxCore has announced that he is going to remain in that very position. But it's a victory for Team Solid nonetheless. And like we said, Roy, it is now map point for them. As they have secured overtime, it will be a very, very tall mountain to climb for Dusty Roots if they want to make it through. And here you go, the possible final tactical pause. At this point, go for... I would almost go for both of them, honestly. You don't have that much room to work with. So if you want to ice your opponent out, might as well be now. But there's still a chance for them to do something. They're going to have full loadouts. Everybody armed to their teeth. And Team Solid, though, with that mental advantage, knowing that they're just one round away from going into Ancient, another map in which they do very well.
Oh man, was muted there for a second, but fret not, we're here. We're here again. I was gonna say that, I mean, Solid, it's been such an interesting fashion in which they managed to get their W's here on DOS 2. It just goes to show just how confident these guys feel when they are able to dictate the pace of the match, and this has been no exception whatsoever. Of course, Dusty Roots still have a chance, but this is it right here. I mean, they want to force OT. This is where they must make their final stand. Try to throw the kitchen sink at it. Tommy Jet instead is gonna having to end up backing down. Got a force to retreat, so, and he's not alone. Fraguti is right there. Not gonna be quite approaching car. It is gonna be an 8 invasion right off the rip. Tommy, a little flashed up, so he doesn't really get to answer at first. However, he's gonna try to be playing some whack-a-mole here with the rest of the team. Solid, and he finally gets shot down, but not without delivering tons and tons of damage. Let's not forget, though, already got planted. Do they expect to drop? Oh my lord, Nathan! It's raining bullets today. MaxCore gonna be the final approacher right here. He may just be catching him on the move. It's a dangerous game of whack-a-mole. You're just about to play, and MaxCore does not miss those, ladies and gents. They stay alive.
By the way, this is the one and only defusal of the map so far. They have not retaken the site ever. Like, no one has ever gotten a defuse until now. Yeah, at least for the timing in this map. But yeah, very interesting statistic there. Better late than never. Dusty Roots eventually was able to fight back and reclaim the site, but man, if it was in a very complicated one, shoutouts to Knife on this hit right there, man. This bullet that he just delivered on Toto. What a stellar play. Unfortunately, decided to emerge on the wrong time to be right on MaxCore's view. And this, Roy, is going to be map point once again, but also possible overtime points, as Dusty Roots are getting ever so slightly closer to tasting that extra chance at winning. And again, considering the events of the day so far, you know, more power to you if you love overtimes. But yeah, this is going to be probably another one of those. unless Team Solid can say something about that, they do have the upper hand. But this last round was definitely a shift in momentum in the favor of Dusty Roots. They were doing such a great job. They got a 3-1 lead at some point. Couldn't quite hold on to it for that long, but still, what's done is done. And now we need to take care of this possible final round, if there's no overtime.
It is an MP9 from us here for Toto and 1962. The most important resources are in the players that have been dropping numbers for the side of Dusty Roots. Molly into the car. Nada is going to alert Dusty Roots of where the pressure is going to be coming from. Fraguti going to be the first Brave Soul to come through. That is so big. Such a big double right there for Dusty Roots. However, Tamachi may get one of his own. And with Igalil, nonetheless, oh my god, that was almost so close. But got to get shut down by Toto. Who's still going to get himself an upgrade from that. Destiny and Nathan going to have to be the one to punch right here. They do have utility to play with. Oh, don't take your shot right there, Nathan. Again, the hesitation. But he hits the flick. Nonetheless, he's got to hit the important shot. Now he's going to be covering for Cat. They must know that somebody is coming from the other pass. That is Toto. Also inside the smoke. Not going to allow Dusty Roots to move forwards. However, Toto could get in himself a bit of retribution right here. He's been trailing by quite a bit. Max score. Oh, he misses. That is an uncharacteristic miss right there, but he's got the goal in the most impressive fashion. Get out of here. Get out of here. Max score, you beast. And not only was it impressive, but also to clutch out the round in the most impressive fashion. So we do have overtime, ladies and gents.
With the only 2 defusals in the map, we do get to see overtime. Wow.
Wow.
What a final bullet. I mean, what a way to end things. Collateral? Are you real? What a performance from Max Score. Also clutch from him because he started to make his rounds in the backside of the map way earlier, so leaves Toto behind for an extra chance to fight. Toto hugging the wall, never coming into view for Nithon, by the way. And that is what clutches the round for Dusty Roots. Just some very intelligent decision-making. And Toto deciding not to engage was actually the best outcome for them, too. He could have found a kill here and there, but it would have been a much harder task for MaxCore to finish the job then. And remember, Dusty Roots did survive with 2 remaining players. So, good on the team for the way that they played at the end of that round. And now we're headed into that overtime. And Team Solid, after losing it like this, I'm not sure how they're feeling. We talked about how good of a performance they usually pull off in T-side, and they did do pretty well in terms of the overall round count, but it was the very tail end of the map where they couldn't clutch it out. They thought it was over, but no, man, you can't keep playing like it's over. You need to see that 13 on your side.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I come back to that situation with Tamachi over there by mid. I mean, had he caught that player coming in from the tunnels, well, the 2 players, actually. Had he finished that frag, I think it's a done deal. I think it's a done deal. You have the numbers, and you're not forced to line yourself up for the AWP like that. It was an incredible shot, to say the least. I'm not trying to take any credit away from Max Score, but Solid, it feels like they kind of gave it away in a certain sense. Now, the problem is, of course, that even if it's OT, they're not going to close out on T side. They are going to have to fight tooth and nail through, at the very least, 1 round of CT cell. That, of course, depends on how things go here at the beginning. But, as mentioned, momentum is one hell of a drug right here. And Fraguti looking to follow on the steps of Max Score. He's trying to also reach double digits right now. And the T's, they get completely dismantled. This is a Solid that just looked disheveled, man. This is not the same squad that we are used to seeing on the offensive, and Dusty Roots are fully going to capitalize on that.
Super sad that they have not been able to hold on to the side for the longest time either. Team Solid had done a very solid job at defending A sites, but as time goes on, they just seem to be losing their... Sorry, defending A site, but yeah, they seem to be losing their ideas more and more. Because when they defended B, for instance, the last time that they were unsuccessful at defending B, you saw that merry-go-round kind of situation, right? Or they were actually successful
yeah.
in that one, but it was a merry-go-round, and they were like, okay, we don't want to risk it there. So now they keep on playing A side. No mix-up. Dusty Roots is getting used to it, so much so that they have the fuse 3 times in a row now. And I think that B side is becoming a much more viable option, but this is the other option here. Mid doors, they have not really attempted a push through mid for the longest time, so maybe it's finally time for them to really mix things up. And Dusty Roots is so far forced to commit at least a few pieces of util to defend this area. There's the smoke still up, but look at how close Tommy Jet has gotten to them now. And I'm not sure how good of a positioning is going to be for Solid anymore if Tommy Jet is able to walk through mid doors. But here we go, they're finally moving out of the way. It seems like it's going to be a B-side push at the end of it through the underpass.
Heavy pressure being applied into the tunnels, of course. That Molly still gonna slow them down. Here, G. Is he gonna be the first one to attempt right here? And everybody's kind of clustered up. 1962, he's definitely seen better days, but Photo's right there with him, and he's starting to rain a parade right there. We're just waiting for him to poke out. That is a beautiful bit of coverage right there by Ninthon. He does miss the second shot. He's got to give the call out, though. A couple of players immediately turning around to try and alleviate some of that pressure. That is a massive W there by Tommy. Not long lasting, though. And it seems like Solid, they are not ready to give this one off just yet. I mean, they're going to have to walk through the crossfire. There's just no way around it. GBB shuts it down for Akuti, unable to clutch it up for the team. And it was getting very scary for a second. As soon as we saw the flank coming in from Tommy, I think this just might have been Curtis, but still, Solid keeping their wits about themselves, not completely losing it, even at the brink of what could have been a very nerve-wracking situation, or definitely was a nerve-wracking situation, but they still managed to navigate it perfectly so.
Yep, just one more kill on B would have done it for Dusty Roots to get the retake, but kind of swung a little too early. And then there was no escaping the crossfire there. Now here we go, it's time for them to decide, are we going to rush in or are we going to take our time? It seems like they're taking their time at first. Only TRG taking a little bit of damage from that grenade explosion, sorry. But still, no real damage to consider. Just 4 HP won't really cut it. Solid though. Commit some of their units to the lower end off of the side. And look at MaxCore, man. I mean, how many times has MaxCore survived by the skin of his teeth now? Wow. He unfortunately does not live to see another one, but he did walk out of it with at least a kill on Destiny in this case. And the bomb will be planted once more. This time they successfully take A site. Will they defend it though? That's the question. 3 times now they have lost the defense of A site, and you still need to worry about 3 players on CT side. Oh man, they got only 1. So does the last one. The first half of overtime 1 goes to Team Solid.
Narrowly so, and it was a bit more nerve-wracking than it was looking out to be at the beginning of these T efforts for the side of Solid. I'm still impressed by MaxCore's ability not only to play his life, but also to just continue to dish out as much damage as he can before he bows out, you know? It's not like he ever teases out and he's like, guys, I trust you with the rest, because I'm sure he does, but it's like, no, I'm fighting till the bitter end. I am not going quite into that good night, and goodness me, that has been, I mean, just completely impressive. Funny enough, he's not even the top frag on his team for as good of a performance as he's had. That honor goes to Tommy. We are used to seeing in a bit more of a peskier role for the other squad, you know? Tommy, the guy that goes for flanks. Tommy, the guy that usually finds himself in those uncomfortable duels, but he has delivered time and time again. Oh, you're going to see a nozzle right there. That is a very dangerous situation. Backdoor does find the answer on the DRG, though. The numbers are evened out right off the rip. Let's not forget, now it's Solid on T. Oh my god, Maxer, wow. You see what I'm telling you? You see what I was talking about? This is exactly the type of play. And now Destiny's gonna have him lined up. No way. He shots down 2, almost a 3, but the last one is Fraguti, and he's been called out already. He does have some control, but it's gonna be a very tough walk from the long side. I mean, I don't think there was ever a chance in which he was making it through. Not with the health that he had, and not with the resources that were left. And also not enough human resources around. Once again, this shot from Max Core is like, look at him. He just makes it so tough.
It's called having cojones, man. I mean, a no-scope to take care of business
Dude.
there. Unfortunately, not quite enough to help his team get the victory. And it's a very heartbreaking loss for Dusty Roots to take as well. You mentioned how Tommy Head was doing so good with 27 kills. Maxcore has 26. Like, that's only 1 kill of difference. And unfortunately, though, it seems like this is going to be just another 20. But Tommy's the first one to go down.
Could have been even more damage there done by GBB. I'm sure he's not feeling too happy about only being able to claim 1. Though that much. So that much is for the element of surprise right there. Destiny's still going to be covering for the cat approach, which is not quite making its way just yet. Still a couple of pieces of util here for Dusty Ritz to be playing with. Fraguti going to call out the approach. Expecting someone else aside from Tomachi, but Nathan gonna get a bit of a lucky break right there, and this is why double up works so well for the CTs right here. And now that you don't have to really worry about the money, this is the type of strats that are enabled towards your side. And well, the bomb is left in no man's land, so Max score in 1962, they move forwards to try and find this through a massacre.
Make that only max score remaining. The 26 kill Opper on Dusty Roots' side has a very big task ahead of him. A very tall one, as you might imagine, taking care of 3. Picks up the AK instead.
Oh,
And I, for one, agree somewhat with that, but unfortunately, regardless, you're still going to come across the AWP's fire line. And after a just 1 overtime situation, we've got the victory for Team Solid, 16-13, and we are now headed to Ancient Roy, where people tell me Team Solid is also pretty good.
oh yeah, the war in the streets. Streets be saying that Solid is really, really good over there on Ancient, so Dusty Roots, again, gonna have their work cut out for them, but it was a valiant effort from them. After all, they did manage to not only force out the OT, but also make it look mighty close for a second right there. Unfortunately, it was not meant to go to their side, but it is what it is. Sometimes you win those, and sometimes you catch an L. Unfortunately, this time around, they found out just how powerful Solid's offensive can be, which is really what made most of the progress happen through most of the part. And actually, we did see Solid get very aggressive towards the later half of OT, which even on their CT rounds definitely worked wonders for them. So you know exactly what type of gameplay we're going to be seeing over there on Ancient. However, that'll take us a few minutes to get there to give the guys here a chance to take a bit of a breather. So you guys go ahead and take a break with us too. We'll be back in a few minutes. And here we are once again. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience and also for being here as well. I have to say that was a very, very back and forth type of action at the very tail end. But my goodness, Solid do know how to close out things, but not without one hell of a fight that they had to go through. Dusty Roots and especially a couple of other players such as Tommy and Max were definitely trying to put up a show for us. But now it's up to them to try and do not only that, but much more on their enemy's territory, which is going to be Ancient.
Yep, forced to make a comeback, forced to make a big one, and unfortunately it's one of their opponent's best. And like we said before, still true, Team Solid has yet to drop a single map so far in this series number 7 of South America. So good on Team Solid for winning, good on them for staying together as well. I mean, there's only one person that we can say kind of underperformed, and that's the RG, but you know, being the IGL still brought them to success, so I don't think we can really complain that much. Whereas Dusty Roots definitely had a couple of players who were a bit behind on the KD department, namely Toto and 1962. Fraguti was doing okay alongside, you know, kind of a bit more average for what we saw in the map. Tommy Jet and MaxCore, though, they were popping off, so a very heartbreaking loss for them to take after such a good performance. But now let's see if they can pull off the same thing in Ancient, as we're headed there right now. Everybody is in the server, everybody is ready for the battle to come through. And again, this is Team Solid's own map selection. They're going to start it on T-side this time around. So, here we go, Roy. Either Team Solid wins it here, or we go to a decider on Train, but honestly, with how good Team Solid was looking at their peak performance, I think they're going to be able to channel that, or at least that's what we're kind of hoping for, looking at the statistics and everything, but let's see how far they can actually take that.
Seems like looking to take things towards A at the very least from the beginning. Later down the line, of course, we'll see tons of smokes towards Elbow. Right now, we only have MaxCore over there, but there's nobody around. A couple of shots being fired already by GBB, and he's going to take aim immediately to the other side of the smoke. He's already going to call out at the very least. One player is on the other end. MaxCore, oh my god, almost managed to get that again. And the game sense that MaxCore brings to the table is unparalleled, man. We are seeing just incredible precision and in both aim and timing from this man, but unfortunately it is not enough, and he is the last surviving bastion of the defense. Unfortunately, there really isn't much left to defend, as the rest of the squad is already wiped out, and A is about to go boom.
Pretty solid start. Starting out with a bang, quite literally, as Dusty Roots once again leave only MaxCore surviving. This time, though, 0 kills for Team Dusty Roots, as they can only spectate how the timer keeps on ticking. So, 4 players already starting out with a death, and no kills so far. So, not quite as pristine on the trigger so far, but it's only the first one. We're not going to call that, you know, an element to what's going to happen later on. But still, you definitely need to wake up big time, because Dusty Roots, need to remind you, they lost the final 3 rounds of that overtime, so Solid was not really feeling that bad in the overtime that they had to play overall. Yeah. They did have to play overtime, that kind of sucked, but when it came down to business, they were able to play with their double AWP strategies and everything, and that's where they really popped off. But now, Dusty Roots, man, if they're not able to put that momentum on their side, I don't know what to expect. I think that Team Solid can definitely steam run.
Could be the case. We're about to see some of that, perhaps, but still, a couple of deals can change how this one's going, and also that MP9 in the hands of MaxCore. Nathan trying to clear out, you know, a couple of common spots. Not going to be the case, and nobody going to be around for that particular position. Something may come after the smoke clears, but are they even sending anybody towards the house? I mean, it is only GBB for the time being. I think the DRG is still going to be holding down the fort by the doors. Waiting for a bit of position from his team. It is a race against time after all, and here comes Tommy. Finding one, 1962. kind of hard to say that 1 and 2 is already looking 1/4 of what he managed to do on Dust 2. Not to point any particular fingers, but unfortunately, that was a bit of a tough one, as we were talking about how a couple of the players, such as Max and Tom, were so effective on the frag department, and I think Dusty Roots would have definitely benefited from, a bit more help in that regard. But I'm not gonna put all the blame onto just one man. After all, I mean, it is a team effort, and you have to give it up to Solid in the way that they were able to bounce back and in how they look once they are coordinated. They definitely were the better team on their first appearance, but now it is up to them to prove if they are the better team today overall, as they are looking for qualification. Not only that, but they are staring at a 3-0 lead here.
And a 5-3 player lead now. So the count just keeps getting bigger in the side of Solid. Both on the score, now on the players, also the util. I mean, even if they keep draining through their util, they still have some pieces to boot, including a Molly cocktail and 3 flashes. So make of that what you will.
Oh.
This map belongs to Solid. Man, look at how fantastic their coordination is so far. Now, of course, these are only the first 3 rounds. This is where they still have a big lead on the money front and everything. They were able to play with their full loadouts. Now Dusty Roots is going to finally be able to come into play with some real weaponry to their name. But for what it's worth, Team Solid did a fantastic job in these 3 rounds, only dropping, I think, 2 players total? Yeah, only 2 players have died so far, so just great, outstanding defense. And on the side of Dusty Roots, only 2 players have gotten kills, those being Tommy Jet in 1962. But now in come the M-Force and the AWP to play, so this should be a tide turner for the team. And if it's not, then I think that we can start sounding the alarms very early on.
Would be the case, yeah. Not to be, extremely early about it, but from everything we've seen from Solid, aggression is the name of the game from them. And if you're unable to find any sort of answers, which of course we've seen Dusty Roots can definitely find those, then it could be very worrisome right from the start. Here Tommy is in pristine position to at the very least do some damage. Passing around, GBB gonna try to clear him off. There's the crossfire. GBB finds the first one, calls out. And so DRG is going to take advantage of that. Destiny to make his move towards mid. Odo doesn't quite catch him on the move. Max score is still there, so there is no free cross or the T's over on that avenue. However, they are already very deep within B. And with the loss of 1962, it's all left to Max score once again. Oh, not exactly how he wanted that situation to go. I'm just already ticking against him. And it was just a matter of time. I mean, from 2 different angles against an AWP, that is exactly how you deal with that. Unlike last time around when they were pretty much lined up perfectly for him, as we did see that collateral. That nasty, nasty shot, I think, was one of the main highlights out of our first encounter between these 2 squads and Dust 2. I believe it also was like that collateral was what enabled them to go to overtime, wasn't it?
It was. It was the final bullet of regular time, of regulation.
Yeah.
I would almost call it the highlight of the day, honestly, alongside the 6 overtimes that Crew and Bounty Hunters played, but that's depending on who you ask. I'm sure the production does not love that. But hey, you know what? We love some good old Counter-Strike, and it's Valentine's Day Counter-Strike, so show the love, everybody. And speaking of which, show the bullets.
Ooh.
Oh man, loving those bullets here from Fraguti. As he takes care of GBB, that's the first kill that Fraguti has landed on the map so far. And you've still got to worry about 2 players. It's a 3v2. Not impossible for Dusty Roots to make a comeback, but it's definitely a bit of a long road to take. Now, does Nithon hear any movement there on his left side? I think he does. And he will, swing out to try and catch Tommy Jet. Not quite it. But there was definitely some intel being relayed there on that side. Now, you will find someone else still.
Oh,
that's Fraguti, who
okay.
might be able to deliver some solid damage against them. And he already finds the first person to take down. That's Destiny, who bites the dust. Nithon and Tomati are the last two standing, and I think they're not going to engage if possible. They would rather just let Fraguti emerge from his own area, whereas Tomati is on the hunt for...
Oh,
For Tommy Jed. Well, Fraguti takes care of Nithon. And Tomati and Tommy Jed are just going to stay out of each other's business. But Team Solid still wins it regardless with a bomb explosion. That's 5 rounds in a row for them. And, you know, so far so good. Even if that end of the round is not super clean, I still see them on the driver's seat. It's just a matter of not really risking what you don't need to risk, you know?
yeah. And Raguti having one hell of a round, though. And that AK, a bit of extra money could definitely go a long way. We're gonna have 2 AKs on the side of the CTs, actually. Just, if they were able to get from their last efforts, and this may be the first time they attempt, or make a serious attempt at, well, at trying to climb up the ladder once again. The angle, it may be getting steeper, but nonetheless, still, there is a chance, especially if DRG is going to be trying to make that top rotation kind of all nilly-willy. Nathan also not going to find any success. The bomb does get planted, but chances for a retake are looking higher by the second here. I was going to say, unless Mati has something to bring to the table. Molly going to slow down the approach just a bit, at the very least isolating one of the players for just a slight longer. However, it is all left to Destiny here. You better know exactly where he has to take aim once he hears... Oh my lord, through the smoke? Oh, it's not gonna get it! No! Not gonna get it, man! It is MaxCore. Who but MaxCore to have the cojones to continue on and deliver that first victory? Finally, I mean, he just held on to that one for dear life, hoping that, you know, Destiny was not finding the right bullets, and, well, the aim was there for one of the frags, but not for the other. Otto did make it out of there, but Max were pretty much unscathed from that position. And not only that, but he even delivers a final frag as to add insult to injury. It is a round that, well, it's not like Solid had that Dusty Roots didn't have any business in winning. After all, they did manage to scavenge quite a bit of firepower from their enemies. But it was very tense, and finally showing some signs of life over here. It is exactly what I like to see, because, I mean, the rounds in this first half are going by fast, and there's already 5 of them in the side of Solid.
Well, for what it's worth, if Destiny was, you know, ever so slightly closer to the bottom left, that would have been a very different round, too. So it could have been a 6-0 on the favor of Solid, but, you know, millimeters make all the difference here in Counter-Strike, so precise. And also, for what it's worth, Team Solid are still banking on their hyper-aggression to pull them through, which I, for one, appreciate. They're definitely trying to run through Dusty Roots, and look at this. Even with the full loadout that Dusty Roots was bringing to the table, they're still not quite putting in as much damage until now that MaxCore blinded and through the smoke takes care of Destiny. So Solid game recognition, that's all about the game sense here from MaxCore. He has very good game sense, knows the timings, knows the positioning from Team Solid as well. The problem now is that he is almost on his own, covering for half of the map, and Fraguti knows now that the intel... he realized the intel that the util is coming through from B side. He also has a pretty good gap here through the smoke to look through. But here we go. Double duty defense on B side, but what they don't know is that it's just a decoy, as the bomb is going to be planted on A side. In the meantime, shoutouts to Nithon. Clever play here from Dusty Roots, which has now let them be on the defensive side once more, and I don't think Dusty Roots are going to keep on fighting for it. They're just going to go out and make the longest distance possible to a safe area. But they will soon come across a couple of players. They see DRG already, and they take care of him, but do they take care of the second one? Oh, that's a grenade. Not going to deliver any kills just yet, but MaxCore and Nithon, man, look at that trade, and MaxCore still delivering the damage to GBB, leaving only Tomati behind, and he will... Oh, MaxCore actually gonna pick up an M4? Really? Nah, he should pick up an AWP before he goes out, right? Like, there's no way he lets the AWP go. He will take care of Tomachi. No, he won't, actually. Tomachi is going to deliver the final one. It's a massacre at the end of it, and then the bomb explodes.
Man. I mean, he was out for blood. Maxker was like, I'm trying to get this frag. Whatever happens, you know? And again, it is those very, very decisive plays from Solid that allowed them to get ahead. And even when they are, quote unquote, in a tough position, they still are making the right calls to be able to secure themselves a bit of a turntable. And that, well, seems like Dusty Roots are gonna go back to square one. Yes, they do manage to get GBB, but as an entryer, he has done his job stellarly so for quite a few rounds already. And, well, found himself at death's door, not exactly a position he's not going to be accustomed to. But he's been more successful more often than not, so. The only player that ended up falling from the side of Solid. And the rest is history. Quite a fast round that we saw out of them. The Argentinians not able to do much more. I mean, it was not a skill issue. It was more like a weapons issue, you know, at that time. But now that shouldn't really be the case, as we are seeing them at full power once again.
You were mentioning about the deaths, and what's interesting is that Solid has been playing a very solid defensive map so far, even while being in the aggressive efforts. Tomachi dying only twice so far. DRG only 3 times. I mean, those are fantastic numbers to have, let alone the kills that they've managed to achieve already. But yeah, I really do like this approach from Solid, forcing Dusty Roots to consume their util first, and maybe banking on, you know, the shift of some pieces. Now, Destiny here finds 1, finds 2! Goodness gracious, fantastic control! You know, Destiny on Dust 2, he was actually whiffing a few times, and we did see him, you know, kind of miss the mark on the diffuser a few rounds ago, the one round that they lost. But still, he is coming in clutch with 11 kills now, the highest KD in the map so far. And of course, another one on top of Fraguti, now making that 12-4. 1962 is the last player standing here, and he has no business in getting into fights right now. You need to carry over that M4. The loss bonus is good, but it's not going to carry you to victory immediately. You're still going to have to keep some extra funds before you go in on anything else. And 1962 reacts to that flash being thrown out. He definitely hears it. Gonna take a bit of a step back, maybe go all the way towards T-spawn, and hope for the best. See if he can actually carry over with his weapon in hand. Looking more difficult as time goes on, though. There you go, look at that. It's going to be Nithon trying to catch him on the other side. Oh man, 1962 made a round through the entire map, and he was not caught.
Nice. Oh man, I love the rotation, by the way, because I mean, people are more usually going to be covering towards water there, or the T-spawn, so very wisely so, risking it towards the middle portion of the map, which was beautiful. And also, I mean, Destiny, again, contributing massively to the cause. This man has been absolutely on fire. 12-4. And we are not even done with our first half already. Oh, gonna miss that one, 1962. That could have been something perhaps a bit easier going for this side of Dusty Roots. Now, though, they're going to be left wondering what could have happened, and they are already getting gunned down. Good Tomachi, their position, and then a couple of pieces of util, though. The pressure still going to be coming in from the donut side. M4 still in the hands of 1962. And he's going to be trying to, you know, spray some of that. Some prayers better go alongside it, because he's not finding any bullets right now. Smoke doing its job perfectly so. Second one, though, this time around to make it out. Last-ditch effort coming through from the CTs. Try, and at the very least, to scare their opponents, but no one even ends up falling on the side of Solid. This is starting to look pretty bad now for the side of Dusty Roots, and unlike Solid, who, like I said, I know that they were capable of bouncing back on Ancient in impressive fashion. Sorry, in Dust 2 in impressive fashion. Solid are actually one of the meanest teams that we have seen in here on Ancient. I mean, their win rate is impressive as well, and they get plenty of experience in that, so it's not like suddenly they're going to be feeling lost on CT, much like they did on Dust 2 perhaps at the beginning. So, this is a much better, well-oiled machine than it is for those two. So, Ancient, an entirely different ordeal, and I think that the pressure is starting to be felt here on the side of the Argentinians.
Opa. Well, look at that. The Argentinians are going to start biting the dust as well. MaxCore able to deliver some damage, but it's just a couple of trades here, Roy. It seems like the double digits are close to imminent. 4 Team Solid. Oh, never mind that. Man, a little too jumpy there for your own good, Nithon, but he did find, the second to last kill of the round. Man, Roy, are we really going to see a 93 scoreboard at the end of it? That's, again, not really something to sound alarms, but it is the questionable score that I keep mentioning. So, yeah, this was a very trade-ridden round. Good on Nithon for at least standing a fighting chance. It was just the fact that he couldn't reload in time that left him in the dust. But what's done, it's done. And Solid can still make it through and get the double digits in time. But careful there, Nithon took a ton of damage from that util alone. He does react to the util throw here as well and misses TommyJet, only announcing his arrival, trying to go for the double check as well, but TommyJet's still alive and kicking. Nobody from Dusty Roots has taken any damage yet.
He lived to tell a tale. Survived the first onslaught. Oh, I think definitely saw it, right? Your G trying to jump to poke through. Manages an entry. MaxCore is right there. Quick swinging by. He has some assistance and gonna catch MaxCore on the retreat. That is so ballsy from him. I mean, that is the type of aggression that we are used to seeing at this point from Solid, and this may be the last time that we get to. And they are about to reach double digits in such a fashion as well. I mean, everybody from Solid making things so difficult. Final flank here from Fraguti, but it was not meant to be. Tomati gotta be the one to shut it down. And so it is double digits at the tail end of our first half here, Toon. What is going on? Dusty Roots, they are not looking like themselves here. And Solid, they're just a well-oiled machine that it's not stopping whatsoever.
Just 3 more to go. As Team Solid are feeling great. And honestly, looking better than ever, too. Dusty Roots have only landed a couple of rounds so far. And very far apart as well. One of them round 6, the other round 11. So, really, when you think that they might be gaining some momentum immediately after, Solid comes through with another winning streak. Or in this case, they come through with the end of the first half, right? A successful one at that. And they're also burning through their tactical pauses. Like, they're taking their time. That's another thing. They don't worry about Dusty Roots having some chances to breathe as well. They know and they believe in their own game plan, leading them to victory here. And reminder, we have not mentioned this too many times, but this is for playoffs qualification. So if they win this map here, if they win 3 more rounds, that is, they are going to be the first team invited into the playoffs, where we already know which teams are getting invited to. We've got Furia Female, Fluxo, Imperial Esports, Sharks, 9Z, Red Canids, Legacy, and the Bestia. So a lot of good names there ready to take on Solid if they were to go into the playoffs, that is. But look at that, Dusty Roots already showing where their first player is. Oh man, it was MaxCore. Man, that's a nightmare of a situation. You lost your highest KD player immediately in the pistol round, and it's not looking any easier for you.
It's starting to feel like a when question, not an if question. You know what I'm saying? What I'm getting at here with how on whether or not if Solid are gonna make it into the playoffs. It's more like when are they gonna make it? And Nathan, oh my god,
man,
this man looking for the ace. And about to get it too.
Oh!
What a way to open up. Nathan with style. And there was a real shot right there for Dusty Roots, but instead Nathan completely taking over and just managing to capitalize on the early work from a couple of his teammates as well. So beautifully done. And Dusty Roots, I mean, at this point, what type of Hail Mary can you even throw? I mean, do you go for a sucker punch? What is required at this point for you to really bounce back from keeping you from biting dust? Okay, solid. They just have 2 more to go, but I mean, Dusty Roots is still on pistols. These guys are about to secure themselves OT, and it's been 14 rounds. It's been only 14 rounds.
Well, we're so close now, Roy. So close to it. The cops are outside because they know about the crimes being committed in this map. Possible final one. And yeah, looking at that money,
ambulance.
looking at that money, man, I don't think there's really that much more for Dusty Roots to go through. You've got a MAC-10, a Galil, I make that 2 Galils actually, and 2 Deagles. So yeah, not the loadout you want to be playing with. Not even the need for Solid to come through with an AWP yet, by the way. They never really needed it on CT side. They knew that it was just done when they got their pistol round victory. The money speaks for itself. Dusty Roots does invest a ton into the util though, and they find the first kill on DRG, so there's some intel being relayed now. But at least nobody from Dusty Roots picked up that rapid fire weapon that DRG had with them. That was an MP9 actually, not even that great of a weapon to pick up, honestly, if you're going for rapid fire, but hey, you still want to have something to work with. And Dusty Roots here, they have already located a few players there in Con and Sniper's Nest, and I don't think it will be any easier for them to emerge through mid to eventually throw the smoke, and that gives them a little bit of time to work with. But now it's a tough choice. You've got 3 players right there, smack dab in lower mid. Where do you go through? It's going to be the donut, it seems.
Yeah, they're making their move slowly but surely. Dusty Roots, to their credit, they have been maneuvering beautifully around the map. And it seems like Solid, they do opt to pretty much reposition mostly on the left side. Nathan is going to have perhaps hit a flank. No, instead he decides to retreat back through the lane. TV starts to burn through his utility just to slow down the push and do whatever he can, but these are already in. And this may yet go in the favor of Solid, especially when Nathan's finding shots like those. Gotta try once again. Running out of mags right here, but bomb is planted nonetheless.
Yeah, careful there, Nathan. You're running out of bullets. You will get to... Actually, that was the last full reload. If he has to reload again, that's pretty much it. But there you go. Everybody is out.
Whoa.
Dusty Roots have been cleaned. And Solid has won the map in dominant fashion. 13-2. It only took 15 rounds for this map to finish, Roy. And just like that, we're back on schedule. Thank you, Team Solid. We have now recovered that whole thing. And yeah, production celebrates too. Thanks to Team Solid. The next match will start on time as well. What a speedrun of a map that was. We talked about how good Team Solid was on Ancient, but you really do need to see it in action, man. What a dominant performance.
Oh yeah, also on Dust too. I mean, those guys came alive once it was time for them to go on T. So huge props to the side of Team Solid for reaching now the next portion of the competition. They are headed to the playoffs. And in what a fashion they just did. I mean, like you mentioned, we are back on track just from them being so dominant on Ancient. So I am hoping to see great things out of these guys in the future. And boy, oh boy, was it fun to watch them get to work, really, because that was an absolute clinic. Though, to be fair, for Dusty Roots, I mean, they did take quite a bit of a beating, but it's not like they're out. They are with a 2-1 record as of now, so that means their next match could be their chance to try and reach the playoffs as well. So Solid are going to be the first squad to be making it in. We'll see another one who has a chance to make it in clean in Audic and Uno Melee, but that'll be in a bit because, well, this seems to be it. A couple of teams have already been eliminated, by the way, also in Nitro and Atrix, but the rest of them still gonna look to duke it out to, perhaps reach that dream of the.
You've still got a few chances left, and particularly if your team's solid, you've still got a couple more. Sorry, if you're a Dusty, you still got a couple more. Team Solid, though, the first team invited there through the group stage, and now, Roy, it's time for us to meet our second invited team later on. Reminder, we're now back on schedule, but we still need to wait a little bit longer before the next match begins. It's going to be Audic versus Uno Melee. So, everybody, stick around. We will take that break and be right back with the action as soon as it's ready.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
So we're back on schedule now, everybody, and it's time to see the final match of the evening, this time between Audic and Unomile. And what's interesting about this one is that once again we're looking at a qualification match. It's not a showdown to punch your ticket into the playoffs. And what's also interesting here, Roy, is that neither team has a clean record. This time, both of the teams have lost at least a map in their path towards this position. Actually, both of them have only lost one map. Yeah. Audic lost a map against the players, whereas Unomile lost against bounty hunters.
That's right. I mean, like said, perhaps not unblemished, but nonetheless looking to be unblemished in their overall score line, as one of these teams will be reaching the playoffs from this very encounter. And so let's go ahead and take a look at these squads to see who perhaps can have a bit of an advantage or who can come out play, because I think it's going to be a fairly evened out ordeal. But here we have him. The roster for Audic is going to be Cerutera, the newest addition to the squad, so I definitely have my eyes on him to see what he can bring to the table. Togs, Matios, Wood7, and Knight. These guys have been sticking out for quite a while, actually. We usually see a lot of rotation between squads, but for the most part, Knight, Matios, and Wood7 have been together for quite a while already. For over a year and a half, and actually in the case of Knight, he's been part of the squad for over 2 years and a half. So, I mean, this is quite a bit of experience that they're going to have under their belt, and they are not going to be slouches whatsoever. No surprise at all that we are seeing them, be at this late of a stage during the Swiss rounds. And of course, they have their sights set on the playoffs, I'm sure, but to see about that, they're going to have to be facing off versus another squad who have also some experience with one another.
Yeah, actually, you've got a former Audic player in Remix, but let's take a look at everybody here. We've got RealZen, ZMB, Remix, BNC, and Leo Monster. As you can see, BNC, former Bounty Hunter player, Leo Monster, former INTZ, and 3 former Vikings KR players. So the core is still here. That's the thing with these guys. They usually do know each other. They have played with each other in many different rosters now. They always come across each other in some form, you know? And that's the thing with these guys. Remix in particular, for instance, he knows what's up with Audic, for instance. He knows what's up with the organization. He probably knows the game plan and everything. So I would almost give them a bit of a push ahead because of that. But we're just going to have to see how they pull it off, because it's still going to be a complicated matchup nonetheless. It's for the qualification, but I will tell you, Roy, looking at their history, I think that Unomile has had a bit of a harder path towards this round compared to what Audic have played. Audic have played an academy team and the players who are in the brink of elimination, but so far still good in them for getting this far. I do think that Unomile is quite promising, but we need to take a look at where we are headed, where we're going to be playing. Let's take a look at those map photos, because, you know, production was talking about how probably this will be the first train ever. I'm going to take a look at the history real quick, but, you know, we will see train as the first map.
Yeah, and not to spoil anything, but I think these guys are here to have fun as well as to go for the qualification, because Train, not a map that we are used to seeing a lot, and also Dust 2, we've been picking it up a lot more recently, and it seems like Unomile are going to have that same type of vibe that we saw last time around. Inferno being gone too, and so our last Beto is going to be none other than Anubis, which means everything is going to be decided on Nuke. Now, for Nuke, of course, we can look at the stats, but just by judging how things could be going, I mean, it's not, I believe, a particularly strong map for Audic, in spite of how long they've been sticking it out for. But Unomile is actually one of their best maps, statistically speaking. So if they make it to a decider, I do think that they can be making a huge impact. But like you pointed out, perhaps also another thing that we can use to educate our guests into how this may go is the path that both of these guys have taken, right? We did see that Unomile had to defeat Crew, which are one hell of a squad of their own. So for not to discredit, of course, it might be our academy and players who also are amazing squads, but we expect great things from Crew. So the fact that Unomile have got their chance to really test their steel against them, I think really speaks miles. But experience on both ends, I mean, we're gonna have it teams, finally we are reaching that stage in which teams are really acquainted with one another, like we were talking about with Audic. And of course, I mean, Unomili have also been sticking it out for a while as they were part of that Vikings and then ex-Vikings. And then, they add a couple of players. And here they are playing as Unomili once again and looking to make their dent in history.
What's interesting about Unomili is that they also defeated the Bounty Hunters. Remember, that was actually the matchup that we saw earlier that went to 50-something rounds, 54 rounds.
Yep.
Between Bounty Hunters and Crew. So Unomili was teamed to put them both in that situation. Now, about Train, it has been played before. It was actually played in the match between Swingers and Dusty Roots. What's interesting, though, is that Train was forfeited by Swingers. So Dusty Roots got the victory of that match, winning 10-8, not reaching the 13, but they won 10-8 because Swingers had to forfeit. So it was half of Train, or a little bit more than half of Train that we saw. But it was played, for what it's worth, it was played. It just didn't come to fruition for all 13 rounds. So maybe this will be finally the one to put that on the record. And they did select it as the first map. Hopefully there won't be any, technical issues that riddle this match either. But yeah, this is what we have in store, Roy, and it seems like we're headed into the action real soon, but so far not quite the call. Yeah, it seems that we're just going to come back to us real fast. But yeah, that's the history between these guys. Unomili definitely has the more impressive record so far in the series by defeating Bounty Hunters and Crew.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're making a name for themselves, not like they hadn't already. I mean, this is why they have been picked up by different organizations. After all, I'm sure that they will find one of their own in due time. But for Audic, I think it's perhaps about proving themselves, I mean, you don't stick it out for so long, and then you go through a couple of changes in the roster. More recently, like we were talking about, we do have Cerutera, which is their newest addition. And so I really want to see what a player such as him can bring to the table, because we've seen all these guys play before, and we know that they are experienced within the CCT, and not only that, but also with the rest of their tournament participation. Still, I think it is gonna be also another close ordeal, but we've saw how things can go at times in our last match in Solid versus Dusty Roots. I mean, the Argentinian squad was looking pristine at the beginning, and then something just clicked for the Brazilians. But it is all going to be Brazilian action right here, and we are going to be jumping into the match now. Everybody seems to be ready, so perhaps not so much original pride in this one, but nonetheless, I mean, being able to say that you made it into the playoffs, it is no small feat whatsoever. Though, like I said, usually we're used to seeing a Train not exactly be picked. And here is going to be brought by Audic, which means that they're going to be banking on their CT rounds to make the most out of it. But ever so important pistol round is first, and they are going to be in the aggression first.
Starting out quite aggressive indeed. Mateo's not quite able to find the first kill on BNC, but the intel is relayed. And they know now, about the position. Look at that, getting the read on BNC, trying to run backwards. It's not going to be an easy spot to take. A side is not quite wide open, but you do have the lead with one extra player. And of course, peeking here through the metal structures is not going to be that safe either. It's very easy for Cerutera to find those headshots early on. The monster goes down and only Rails are remaining. He does have the USP. A lot of bullets whiffing around the possible headshot. Has to reload and has to run for it. But I believe that this round is pretty much in the bags for Audic. They start out with not quite the bang. The bomb didn't explode, but they do find the first round to their name. And you know what? Starting out with this kind of aggression, I do appreciate. Train is a map that in the transition between CSGO and CS2 has gotten a lot wider. So, for what it's worth, it's usually easy to punish people for holding W, but it's a map where you're forced to hold W. So the aim will definitely be rewarded here. You know, you need to win it on the mental aspect, but also on the aim aspect, because you know you're going to be moving so long.
Yeah, perhaps more importantly so in the aim, actually. This is a map in which you have to be confident with your shot, especially, right? Like Moch, like we saw on Ancient perhaps previously. Now it is going to be a different ordeal. And, okay, BNC does find one answer but not to be long-lasting. Couple of players are towards the A side of things, but they continue to be deleted. Realsin tried to pose a challenge, but he instead ends up becoming just fodder for the success that Audic do bring to the table. And like you said, you're forced to hold W, but when you are facing pistols only, it is not as tough as it might look. So this bit of a bonus round gonna go straight to Audic, not without having to pay some cost in the name of wood, of course, but and quite a bit of health for that matter. But they do make it happen, and let's see what Unamili can start perhaps to get going for themselves.
Oh man, well that's a heartbreaker. Once again, the scout doing scout things. But hey, ZMB did land a bullet or two. Oh man, now they catch him switching weapons. He might still be able to get a kill here. Finds one. Actually, he found the harder kill in Zerutera, but still going to be a full-on massacre from Audic's side. And this is kind of how you have to play it at first. You need to make sure that your opponents don't really walk out with much money or util or weapons or anything to their name. So good on Audic for finding that win con. Of course, props for, you know, that final challenge as well from ZMB. Even if it wasn't quite the most successful thing, at least you tried. And of course, Unamili is still going to be on the down low, as they're going to have to play this one with Deagles at most. And you do have 3 of those. Oh,
okay.
Look at that. Catching a headshot through that smoke. Stellar one. But now it's time to take care of Underpass and the long haul, and it's not looking easy for Unamili to defend from there, even if they do have the intel that the approach is coming from that very side. B is also a bit of a dangerous spot to protect, but you do have at least one player going there. It's B and C.
I mean, they can still make the rotation. You can tell Wood is not going to be putting this one onto motion until the smokes are at the very least set up. Those deagles can be so deadly in a map such as this. And we already are seeing the effects of those. Togs, though, trying to equalize the situation. Both players looking from the other side of the train, and Realsin does find some success through the smoke even, but his teammates continue to fall to the ground, and he also has only one single health point left. So that doesn't bode too well already. Unamili, they make their bet, but it doesn't quite go their way. And Audic, Hauser could be starting to see from here on out exactly why they decided to pick Rain. I don't know if just trying to catch Unamili off guard. Trying to catch some rust in that regard, but, I mean, Audic, they seem to be very prepared for this type of effort, though you're still gonna... Wow, what a turnaround from Zerutera. You cannot let those ones come to pass, and Realsin didn't really have enough health to be affording to miss whatsoever.
So solid from Zerutera so far. You said how you were, you know, eager to see what he brought to the table, and so far so good. I think he has definitely been one of the stellar team members. Catching this turnaround kill too puts him on a very good position. 4-1 on the KD. Tox is doing a little bit better as a 4-0, but still, a great performance so far from Audic all around. Even Wood7, who has not landed that many kills, he now has the AWP to his name, and you already know what's about to happen. The AWP, it's crucial to play it on A main at first, and that's exactly where he's going to try and set himself up. Maybe a little bit higher up first, but it's going to be a nightmare of a situation for for Unamili to try and take care of him. There you go, Wood already finds the first kill from that very area, and that's where you need to outrun him from. Remix, on the other hand, he does have his AWP and everything, but he's going to be playing from all the way back in Jello, so I don't think it's going to be easy. Actually, he's in hell for a little bit. Decides to move back to the door. Ah, man. Knight is the one who's going to bite the dust here as Remix does take care of him. First kill the Remix gets in this map so far, but I don't think it's going to be a long-lived victory as the numbers don't lie. Audic still has the lead in the player count.
Oh man, CMB also gonna have to deal with an approaching situation without having his teammate at hand. Remix does have the advantage of having that up though, which can just absolutely lock down along with the angles in this map, and this is how it starts, Dogs. we are used to seeing be a lot more successful. Gonna take his first L right around here, and CMB, I mean, he's gonna call that one out as well. Not really expecting the approach to be coming like that from CMB, and they get the clear up, and this is why the CTs can be so dominant. But to say the least, that was also beautifully played by Remix and CMB. A little bit more awareness perhaps might have been required. Oh, I was gonna say,
Awareness, you say?
yeah, more awareness. I was saying, yeah. A bit. It's funny how things work, isn't it? I mean, this is exactly what I meant. I mean, can you really blame him for trying to hold down the fort? Not really, but they run out of time, and so Audix still have yet to give one up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really complain that he still banged on it. It was definitely the last remaining win condition, and he was kind of close. Just needed an extra second. But still, not quite the best calculation of the clock. Now, Matteo's here. Not only does he see the molly, the incendiary being thrown, he also saw the shadow of Realsin as he was moving back. So it's a very easy win here. And B-side belongs to Audix just like that. And given the fact that 4 players from Uno Melee still have their loadouts, I don't think they're going to attempt a retake just yet. They might actually all crawl back. Yeah, I think this is actually not that bad of a play. You don't want to give up 4 good solid weapons that you've got, including an AWP, so might as well just push back a little bit. They're going to hide in Pigeon for the most part. And let's see who's the first one to go in. It's going to be Naite, who does see where everybody is hiding, but I don't think it's a winning battle. Audix will soon realize that too, and they're going to hide over by CT spawn. Wood is the only one who's staying somewhat close to them on T-stairs, but that will be the round. That's 5-0 for Audix. Roy, this is a very interesting turn of events. We saw the last match, the final map actually of the last match, going very fast, 13-2. For what it's worth, I don't quite see Audix on that same momentum as Team Solid earlier, but I could see a future in which they go rampage real soon.
Oh yeah, I was about to say it really shouldn't have been like this at this point in time. Maybe 4-1, yes, which I mean, not like it's too much better, but at the very least you've got something to show. Middle, the smokes are going to be flying by. Also, the CT's prioritizing putting out those mollies, but the answer is there for sure. Realsin got to get his chance to strike real soon as well. That is a 2. Make that a 3, perhaps. Not quite going to convert that just yet. Audix did take quite a bit of a beating. Oh, Remix missing that shot is deadly, and Cerutera is going to make sure he pays for that mistake dearly. Kind of clustered up, though. This is a tough position to be playing as a T, even if you manage to get the plant down. And surrounded by all fronts, and you cannot really move forwards from any avenue. Realsin gonna be looking to be the first one to come into contact with the terrorist forces, and he does so in spades, immediately turning around. Little Monster not expecting a reaction out of Cerutera, and even though it was there, it was a bit slower than perhaps we were anticipating, but this time around, Uno Melee, they do show signs of life, and that save on last round definitely came in clutch for them, as they are able to keep to enforce a rather claustrophobic position onto the T's, and then just, you know, rain down on them without much of an issue.
Given how that round was won, I mean, you did see the pieces starting to crumble for Audix very early on, but they still insisted upon the bomb plan, and I think that carries a ton of merit. Unfortunately, the defense did not quite work out in the end for them, and I think part of it is because of this kind of push. Wood here did not really have that clear off of viewing angle onto anyone from his side, and that leads to his death. But thankfully for him, his teammates are going to pick up the slack, and that leads to only 2 players remaining for Uno Melee. And Remix about to emerge from a very dangerous position. There you go. So much jumping from Remix, and it landed him just another death. I don't really love how the uppers are moving right now. I mean, they're not trying to outrun anyone. They're trying to kind of push their way through. And that's a very odd way to play it, but I guess it's just the adaptation out of what has happened in the first 5 rounds or so, right? Because we have seen the AWP in play for a good amount of rounds now, ever since round 4 or so, and they have been portraying some very different routes and everything, but it's still kind of odd to see them on the run so much. It's almost like they're trying to run and gun with an AWP, and for what it's worth, they're not really holding onto it that well. But Remix here finally actually outrunning someone and holding angles
Nice.
and finding the first kill, make that 2.
Remix excellently done. The first call out goes through. Not gonna let the side of Audic make that much progress through the left side of the map. Perhaps a B-Flood would have been in position if I hadn't found that one. Regardless, though, it seems like Audic slowly but surely are going to continue to move down. We already saw Remix make it back, so he has pretty much the entrance from the upper side on lock. All tugs, though. This is the thing. I think that Audic have been much better at converting those slight advantages and their frags into an actual tangible position in which they can win. You know. Oh, you let that one go, Cerutera. Bit disappointed for himself. I'm sure he knows already that CMP was right in front of him, and this gives PNC a chance. Press the issue a little bit further. It could have been around still for Audic, but I mean, a couple of mistakes end up being very costly at the tail end, and what should have been frags end up just being callouts. And unfortunately, Cerutena is the one that ends up in a very, very bad spot for himself. Pretty much forced to take a decision. Does what he can, but at that point, I mean, you are kind of forced to, at the very least, approach to try and make something else happen. We saw exactly how that one went. Same spot being held by Remix. Second time around, last time around, we did see Audic try to overextend towards B. Now they welcome the challenge, and it's gonna come with a bit more pressure, but Cerutera will still bite the dust.
2 rounds in a row where that has happened, and mostly due to Cerutera's own doing. So unfortunately, he seems to be playing a bit more distracted as time goes on. Might need to wait for a few more callouts from his teammates to really get the move on. In the meantime, though, Audic not looking like they have the greatest of distributions, but they still have 4 players standing, so not all hope can be lost. Now, granted, the AWP player might have already seen some of them moving. And look at that. Catching them on the flank, reels in, takes care of Marios. And not only is that a wake-up call for Audic, that also means that they need to rush in because they're not going to be safe holding their angles there. They need to start fighting. And thankfully, they shoot through their first enemy in ZMB, but it's not going to be a long-lasted victory. Unomele, much like Team Solid earlier, are recognizing when they need to push forward. If they found a kill, or they saw somebody moving, they know that they can win the numbers game at the very least, and then, of course, the aim is going to deliver your victory. But yeah, they are recognizing, they're getting a good game sense, if I may say that. The game feel is going to push one of these teams further than the other for sure. And so far, Audic, they still have a 3-round lead, but that's not that big of a lead. It's, a couple of losses that can really go a long way. And we're getting really close to the side switch too, so they better make that T side. They better use everything they've got out of the T side so far. And yeah, it's not looking that bad of an exchange either. Like, for as unbalanced as the map might be, they're putting up a very good T side so far. But it's a tail end of it, Roy. And if Unomele get to the side switch with a 6-6, I don't really know what to expect in the second half.
Dominant start for Audic, to say the least, but Unomele have managed to scrap by, and they could be even, turning this whole situation on its head and reaching 6 of their own. We have seen plenty of teams get ecoed in our time, but I'm not quite sure this is where it happens once again. A bit of hesitation here for Matheus as he waits for his chance. Real Sin has been an absolute beast already. Double digits on the frag department. The only player that can say that in this lobby. Got a pop flash. Tries to retreat, but
Man.
bit unfortunate. Getting caught off. Getting his route cut off pretty much. DMB welcomes the approach, and I mean the money is important even if they don't end up surviving, and Toxic Wood's chances are not looking too clean. Hey, it is something at the very least. And it could buy them a way to still run away with the lead even in spite of the side switch, which at this point it's starting to look like Kotick are very much in dire need of reaching, as Unomili has managed to stop them down time and time again, abusing that little bit of verticality on site in such a beautiful fashion. I mean, not really letting further progress being made here by the side of Kotick, which of course are gonna still be trying, but at a diminished pace.
Now they really need to step it up a notch if they want to carry forward with at least a bit of a lead. But the tied-up score seems to be more than imminent at this point, as Unomile still have a good amount of util to their name, and they seem to have Kotick pretty much locked out of the paths into either site. Maybe B site not so much, but you do have the guarding of the smoked area there by B ramp. So here we go, a very slow approach. Make sure that you don't make that much noise, buddy. Another smoke now into kitchen, and that is only going to earn Unomile a little bit more time. But while that happens, Kotick have gotten a chance to, you know, rendezvous and regroup themselves and rethink their approach for this one. I think an underpass route might be in the plate, but uh-oh, careful there. Look at where Remix is looking! Yes, sir! It's not going to be an easy escape out of A main! And it seems like the loadout itself won't give Kotick too many chances at fighting either. Look at that, almost a collateral. They line themselves up almost perfectly for Leo Monster to take them all down. And the last player standing is Togs. Yep, on his own in Olaf. Not really much room for him to run through. He does come out. He does fight it off against the Opera and wins, but not going to take care of ZMB in time. Unomile are going to win their 4th in a row. And this might just be an even game on the side switch, Roy. But this is the final chance for Kotick to do something, and at least they have some more money to play with.
I mean, running away with 6 from your tier rounds here in train, not looking too shabby for themselves. Of course, I'm sure they might prefer, you know, getting a bit more, guarantee themselves a bit of an extra cushion, though that is looking unlikely at the moment. Take them quite a while, and Kotick finally are back on rapid fire, but right now we do have an Unomile that look very, very much adjusted. Unbeknownst to them, DMB gonna be catching the bomb right there. Yeah, okay, so Lutera and Wood do find a bit of an answer, though. This is going to allow a bit of a rendezvous on Night and Wood. But here is again where the op just... it continues to look so dominant. And a bit of hesitation perhaps from Kotick after catching early damage, and now find themselves in a 3v2. Not an impossible situation, but definitely a dire one.
And how much more dangerous would it be the second that Wood in particular bites the dust, or rather Servatera bites the dust? Those 10 kills have definitely amassed some good damage for Kotick. But now they need the headshots to land, and Leo Monster already kind of reading the possibility of somebody entering from kitchen or A main. He is going to take a step back. Staying right behind. Oh no, that was a lot of noise, man. I don't know if he wanted to jump there, but Zerutera going to be immediately taken care of by Remix. That leaves only Wood remaining, and he can't bank it all on the bomb plan. At least he does force them to stay back. The grenade is not really going to touch him much either. So, Wood already kind of knows. He knows. Yeah, he catches Remix, and he also catches Reels, and my goodness!
Yo.
That is a lead on the side switch, everybody. Not a big one, but 7 rounds on T side? Props for Onyx. They actually are making this one work. It is their own map selection after all.
Oh, brother. I mean, their tier rounds were starting to look a little bit shakier. Unamili was picking up the pace by quite a bit, but they still cannot catch up. Onyx's early advantage does propel them to a further advantage now on our second half. This start could define it all. If Onyx managed to run away, then this could easily turn into double digits for them, and then it is much tougher of a climb. Though might be a little bit easier when the other team is missing a player. Hopefully. Should be good enough. Let me see if we can have any info on that.
Just has players disconnected.
Yeah, we don't have further info into that one. Oh, should be. It looks like it is immediately back, though. As we were saying, though, Audek, they run away with the lead because they're able to start off in quite the right fashion. I think that they knew that they had to come out of the gate swinging, and so they do. Mind you, at one point, the CTs are going to catch up, and so Unamili, I wouldn't say their due diligence was done, but at the very least, some good effort was put. If anything, of course, I mean, Audek are looking mighty comfy now that they are going to be having CT to rely on to try and close this one out. But at the end of the day, this is their pick, so this is expected of them.
Let's see how much further they can push it, though. I definitely think that Unamele might have some adaptations in the books. And also, playing offense here in Train is an entirely different beast. So Zerutera here is going to be the one in charge of first getting at least some intel. I mean, he did not find a single kill, but he did get some intel and forced BNC to shoot his own... Sorry, Leo Monster to shoot his own teammate, BNC. So at least some damage has been done. And here comes the util as well. So, CTs, what you gonna do? It seems like they're going to bank most of their pieces on defending B side, but what they don't know is that there's a couple more ready to approach from underpass, and A side has been opened up now. You've got Matios. He does find the first kill on Leo Monster, though, and that brings it back to even. Make that a lead! Oh, man. So many trades here and there, Roy, but it seems like Audek does have the better read as to where they might be. 2v2, though. Oh, no, and the bomb is being planted successfully, so that leaves only B and C remaining.
And you can see right there, they're trying to hold down the angle, trying to hold down the fort. They're going to be forced to get a little bit more aggressive, though, and BNC has got that one lock. Oh, misses the headshot. And instead, he is going to find a bullet to his own head. Unfortunate there for Unamili and BNC. The outcome that they did not exactly want, but at the very least, they have some money to start right off the rip. Which could mitigate some of that. I mean, we did see them come out on top in certain instances before, and so who is to say that they are not going to be repeating much of that? Though, of course, there's the ever-looming threat of now Audek being able to develop the map a bit more in the way that they'd like, and perhaps be able to play the clock a bit better, you know, hold it down the fort in a more efficient manner. Mirrored prioritization, so no rush is going to be allowed towards A. The rest of the melee are waiting to be coming in from the IB side of the map. See if they can try and come across Togs and make it through. So far, unsuccessful at that.
I mean, with a scout, a deagle, oh, and a Galil, there wasn't that much firepower in general. You've still got the Galil, sorry, the scout and the deagle present, but you already saw Reelsin give up one of his angles. Did not find much success at first. They see him, yeah, it's going to be a very complicated battle to win because of the need to reload. He did at least find the headshot on Marios. And Reelsin is the last one standing, but unfortunately for him, the bomb has been located way back then. And that's 2 in a row for Audic on the side switch. Doing great. You know, they did start with a bang on T-side, and thankfully they're able to carry that momentum forward into the second half, putting themselves at only 4 rounds away from victory, just like that, Roy. Once again, a map that could go really fast, and I think that we might be on the cusp of seeing the double digits being secured because of the loadout that Unamele has. Not really a ton to write home about, and Audic looking forward to just finishing this one out real fast.
Yeah, and a bit of, you know, Audic have their priorities just straight as far as the avenues they want to block. Aita decides to try and take matters into his own hands. Doesn't see anybody quite yet, and so it seems like they're heading towards B for the time being. Wood gonna be the first one to call him out. The FAMAS, and not quite as effective as he might have liked, and he has to take quite a bit of a beating. Lil Monster gonna get his hands on a Galil now. That could prove very deadly. Smoke allows Audic to flood side though, but they are about to be facing off versus a Galil, kind of a close and personal. Kind of in a close and personal fashion. Rutera though, again, this man have proven to be extremely deadly. 3 players up for both sides of the aisle, but well, not looking exactly in the favor of Unomili, and neither are the numbers anymore.
Miller, you mean? Let's go. But still, it does seem like it's going to be another round in favor of Audic. They actually do take care of ZMB at the end of it, too. He decided to walk back into side to go for a Hail Mary. Defusal interrupt didn't happen. And there's the double digits that we were talking about. Good on Leo Monster, though. When he had the Galil in hand, I definitely felt the danger building up for Audic. Unamele still had a chance in his shoulders. Unfortunately, though, he dies right after getting 1 kill. So Unamele trailing by a bit. A 5-round differential is still manageable, but it's not your score that you're worried about. It's the fact that Audic is so close to victory, and if they were to win it here, they're probably bound to get another one, meaning overtime secured. But still, Unamele not quite out of it just yet. But they definitely need to step it up. It's been a tough call so far, with 2 players below 10 kills as well. Leo Monster doing slightly better than Marios, only because he has died 1 less time than him. But still, staying a little bit further behind on the kill count. BNC not doing too well either. Most of Audic with double digits now. This is going to be a very, very slow approach, as they have not yet decided to go through underpass. Okay, now they're moving forward, and they're about to come across Mr. Cerutera, who has proven to be, quite deadly. Now Marios, though, sees him moving, gets the intel, tells Cerutera, and Cerutera finds 1 kill after a very long spray. Also catches ZMB on the move, at least tags him for a little bit of damage, but it's only a trade, and there's a ton of intel now. They know that there's at least 3 players in that same area of underpass.
Got us a tough break now to Smoke. Make the movement a little bit tougher here for the side of Unomili, as they are forced to split just for a second. And once it could end up being father for the greater cause, but instead he's gonna find an entry and doesn't make it a 2. However, Ox Ignited do get gunned down immediately. That is a big entryway for the side of Unomili, and well, Audic, I don't think that they saw that one coming in the fashion that it did.
A very fast overtake of the situation from Unomele. And now Marios is the last player standing. M4A1S in hand. He is going to stand way back. Not really worrying about much in CT spawn, but still, it's a victory for Unomele. They finally put themselves on the board on the side switch. Took a while. but it will be a bomb explosion at that. Doesn't earn them the biggest bonus that they could have had, but it's good for them to still carry over some good money. Given the fact that either way, the loss bonus was going to give them a bit of a push, but they might have banked on saving a little bit more. But still, good on them for getting the victory now, because we know that a victory from Audic at any point now should snowball into overtime being secured. So Unumili cannot really give up any more rounds starting now.
Fast movement out of Unumili. Immediately Cerutera coming into contact with them and, well, not being too successful at that. He was looking so well for the tier rounds, now back into, you know, not being as effective, unfortunately, here for the side of Audic. In spite of having full numbers, of course, Unumili still have to take their sweet time to try and assess the situation. Even Matios' MP9 poses a threat when posted in such a close angle. Of course, we know there is nobody quite there. Bit of further support. So that's a bit more time chipped away, but here comes the full execution. Perhaps Wood does call out a timing on the approach. Knight, he needed that frag. He claims another, though. Not about to stop. He continues on tagging up damage. Very least. Fastly, Togs makes his way through the connector, and now he's onto the other side, but not expecting Real seem to already be in a perfect position. Okay, well, an interesting swing coming out of Togs and Knight, and Real seem gonna dismantle them. Absolutely. One more. And I welcome the challenge with the USP. Realsin is on the other end. But AK looks a lot more scary. Oh my god, for a second I thought that slight bit of hesitation would have been enough, but Realsin just absolutely destroying the competition. And all by his own efforts, by the way. Let's not forget that was an ace.
That was a very weird end of the round. Wood, did you run out of bullets on the... that was very odd. I mean, I saw him get that kill. We will see it in the replay probably. But still, we saw him get that second to last kill. Yeah, there you go. Then he switches to the USP. He had all that time to find cover and bring out the AWP again, and it would have been a much better battle to fight instead of just the USP. So I'm not sure about that decision, but you know, it's things that you need to consider right then and there in the moment, so can't really get into their heads too much. Still, it is going to be another victory for Unumili, this time with a full-on massacre, and of course they got the bomb bonus and everything, so Audic is now feeling definitely down bad on their money luck. You've got a scout on the side of Naite, and I am not too sure how effective that's going to be. 2 MP9s, couple of... not even deagles, actually. Those are not deagles, I believe. Maybe they are. Still, not the greatest... not the greatest loadout. Sorry, it's kind of pixelated, so I can't always see the shadows properly.
No, I totally get that. I totally get that. I mean, sometimes we're not working in perfect conditions, but unless you have to make do. Talking about not perfect conditions, though, Audic, they've seen better days, and not like I'm trying to bring them down too much, but man, what happened? They had such an incredible position at the beginning of our second half, and that it's not all gone down the drain because they still are ahead by 3, but man, has it been a lot tougher on them, and a couple of those instances have been like some rash decisions being made, which it's not like you can blame him in the heat of the moment, but still, when you are playing at or planning to play at this level, it's the type of stuff that you cannot be falling prey to. Though, Audic, of course, still have a chance to correct those mistakes. it'll be just much tougher. At the very least in this round, that will be the case. Hogs getting cleaned up. I mean, Le Monster just one taps him out of there. They're gonna close in the distance. Oh, managing to run the nade, even though he didn't really avoid all the damage. He still managed to find the kill, but unfortunately, I don't think that is gonna be too big in the grand scheme of things, as the boys in yellow, they feel mighty comfy about this point.
I mean, Wood is able to carry over an AK. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, the big problem is the momentum swing that we just saw. And we were talking about how good Odig was doing at the very beginning of the second half, but that's because they got the momentum from the pistol round 2. So now that they're on even footing, they're finding their match, it appears. As Uno Melee just keep adding and adding rounds to their name. And the money is not looking great for Odig either way, by the way. Like, you've still got to wait a little bit longer before you're able to buy your full loadouts. Or else it would be a super force to buy. You could play with some MP9s or something, but do you really want to? I think this is the last round that Odig are able to give up before they really need to sound all the alarms, because Uno Melee would be able to steam run through them starting on the next one. But here we go. It's Wood and his AK that are really carrying the, you know, the chances, the hopes and dreams of Odig. Oh, and Togs, careful there! Togs, careful there, man! With his Deagle, he is able to find the headshot on ZMB, and that's a lead for Odig all of a sudden, playing the eco loadout, actually. And that's 2 players remaining for Uno Melee. Make that 1, just the upper. How did this happen, Roy? What a snowball effect from them, and that should be it. That's the round. Odig are going to win it here, and they're very likely to set themselves up on overtime security in the next one.
Ow. They just try to walk it off, and they just didn't manage to get through. I mean, Togs immediately catching them on, and then it would putting that AK to great use, and he was not the only one. Even Matias getting in on the action. But definitely, it was the pickup of that first AK that made all the difference. And now, able to turn the tables just a slight bit. Of course, Remix is still gonna be feeling mighty comfy, as well as Le Monster, who has been trying to make up for some lost grounds. That 9-15. And it's not like he's had the best of performances. We've seen a couple of instances in which he can definitely prevail. Wow. Oh my lord, the aggressive clear up comes through, and where it hadn't been working out, as it was a bit more of a solo effort in the past. When Odig do throw some numbers at the problem, it seems like that is a done deal, and unfortunately for Uno Melee, they are not able to answer back quite how they might have liked. So it is back-to-back incredible rounds here for the side of the CTs, and Odig, we were perhaps starting to see, you know, questioning if they had any sort of doubts, if they were feeling shaky, if the confidence was just not there. But no, they answer immediately in there. No, bro, we're here and we're ready to close it out.
Good enough, because the round before this one, reminder, they got a victory with an eco loadout. Like, Wood was able to carry about an AK. There was a single MP9 in play. The rest were Deagles. But yeah, good on them. Togs getting the first headshots, and then the last one that we just saw, the fantastic callouts to get all the defenders there on underpass. And it's very complicated. We have talked about how tight of a map this is usually, and how much you have to hold W at times. Well, this is no different. This is one of those occasions in which Uno Melee have definitely been caught holding W too long, and now they need to hold S, stand back, and unfortunately it's not going to lead to any good for them, as Railsin is done, and now only 2 players remain, that's BNZ and Remix. Make that only Remix now, with a single Deagle to his name. He could land the 5 headshots, but I don't think he's going to land a single one now. That's the round, that's the map, and that's Odig's first victory here on Train, their own map selection. 13-8, but don't let that score fool you. That could have been much closer.
It could have been, but fact of the matter is it wasn't, which I have to absolutely commend Audek for keeping their wits about themselves and knowing that they held the higher ground and not letting that one go. You know, it would have definitely been a lot more close coming in from Unomili, and especially if they were given the chance to start milking some momentum and, you know, sap their enemies away, but it just didn't come to pass. I mean, in one fell swoop, bang, 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 it felt like that. And Audek just closed it out. So impressive stuff coming out of both of these Brazilian squad, but particularly Audek, of course. But now we will be heading towards yet another classic, which is going to be Dust 2, but that'll take us just a bit. So why don't we catch a little break and we'll be right back. So Audek get to run away with the lead. However, it is far from done, I think, because now Unomili has a chance to go towards Dust 2. And let me tell you, that is not one of their opponent's strongest maps, to say the least. I mean, these guys don't boast an incredible record over there. Yeah, but from what we saw on Train, I think that the future definitely bodes well for the side of Audek. So it is definitely up to Unomili, try to step up to the plate.
Yeah, that's the very questionable situation now. You've got a 50% average from Unomili on Dust 2, whereas Audek, they got a victory against the players 13-7 and everything, but their recent record has not been the most positive. They definitely don't enjoy playing Dust 2 that much. Train, actually, they do boast a 100% win rate even further now with their victory over Unomili, but still, it's going to be a complicated approach going forward, as Dust 2 is a bit of a coin toss. Like we said before, it was usually left as the decider map, and now it's not quite the decider. In neither of the matches that we've seen today, it's been a decider. It's actually been selected within the first two. So, people are much willing to test their luck and see how much their opponents have played CS2, or, well, just Counter-Strike in general, as you know how long of a history this map has. But still, it is going to be an interesting way forward. Audek does have the lead. They do have the mental fortitude. They know that this is a qualifying match, and if they win this map, they are in the playoffs. So, the reward is quite big. But Unomili, I think, for what it's worth, they were really close to making that score at least a lot more closer, because that one round that they lost, where Audek had an eco loadout, was the game changer.
Oh, that was a bit of a heartbreaker, to say the least. But let's see if things can change now, as I believe we are ready to go. And indeed, we are. Dust 2 it is again. Second time that we had to see it. And ironically enough, I think it was the T side that made such a big impact the last time that we saw this map. Though that was a very different squad, and one that I believe we did see, be quite confident that they had everything planned out at every single avenue. Those were solid, by the way, who already have punched their ticket into the playoffs. But now, two different squads, all, to their credit, they have managed to make it here. But let's see if they can impress us on Dust 2 as well, as this first push that is about to come through the double doors may get stopped at the very least a little bit by Naita, but no, instead he is gonna opt to make it back as the distraction comes through. The molly is more than enough there from CMB, who does end up catching a little bit of damage while in the meantime the rest of the T's decide to get very busy with it towards long. Unable to catch Naita though there, who was pretty much trapped in the corner. And they are not playing around, try and wait for the reinforcements from the boys in blue to make it back. Instead, Unomili this side take a step, in the opposite direction. And perhaps set their sights towards B, the double bamboozle that has been attempted here from the T's.
I mean, shout out to Naita, definitely testing his luck there, but nobody was able to catch him. And that was a very long approach too. Now Marios here gets a trade as well, and the intel relay, giving Audek a better chance to try and claim this side for themselves. For what it's worth though, Unomili already has a good amount of players on the top. Look at that, Leo Monster!
Wow.
No, wait, you don't give your back to Leo Monster like that! 4 kills! What a run from Leo Monster, man! Just like that.
What a disruptor right there. Incredible. I mean, Audek are not able to take that frag onto him. They do not decide, okay, this is now your turn. I am done trying to hold this angle. Instead, they spread too thin, and the monster is gonna take advantage of that from the window, delivers the 4K. And the rest is history. Unomili looking good for their start. This is their pick after all, and I think this is just the type of beginning that they were looking for, just to try and reestablish some of that confidence that perhaps was not lost, but maybe mitigated from the previous result.
I mean, Audic, for what it's worth, they don't have the worst loadout ever, but you are fighting against a very complicated one. With 3 Galils and 2 MAC-10s, the Deagles need to come in clutch. And Marios did already get a kill, a headshot at that, with just a pistol, so don't count him out just yet. He sees that flash. No movements being ignited just yet. Uno Mili will soon react to that. There's finally a bit of util in retaliation. Marios took a little bit of damage, but he's still alive and kicking. Oh, not for long. And this side belongs to Uno Mili once again, as they will now go in for the plant. And Audic can only stand back and look. They really don't have much else to do here. Tox seems to be willing to go in and rush to find some exits. With an MP9 and at that close of a position, I don't think that's that bad of a strat. Could lead to a kill or two on their way out, but it seems like Uno Mili have gotten a read onto that. And now Wood here, with his scout, sees one player moving. He sees a second, whiffs the bullet, and unfortunately for him, I don't think he's going to catch a single exit, but he does know now that the rest of the team is moving there onto A side, rather. But that's the bomb explosion, Roy. This is going to be 2 in a row for Uno Mili. They might not have gotten the kills that they wanted, but they got the round, and that's what matters.
Man, a part of me just wonders, you know, what would have happened if they did not let Lil Monster do that to them in the first round, you know? Of course, it is barely early on, so perhaps not a thing of concern, not a thought that intrudes the minds of Audic at the current time, but maybe it could come bite them in the butt further down the line. We'll see about that though. As of right now, the first ones to get a little bit of blood already shed is the side of Uno Mili. And Togs again, MP9, but with much better use this time around. Excellent couple of frags, make it a 3. Forced to reload, and that is your life. But let's see if Wood cannot follow through. That MP9 was pretty much all the hopes and dreams that Audic had at stopping this long push. And, well, let me tell you, the T's already made quite a bit of progress.
More so now as they force the remaining players of Audic to come out of their trenches. Oh, whoa! Well, talk about a heartbreaker there for reals, and as he dies in midair. But still a victory for Uno Mili regardless. 3-0 so far. So far, so good. And unfortunately, I mean, very unfortunate for Audic that Wood died the way he did. You know, protecting Long is one of the more crucial aspects to take care of here. Look at how fast he fell too. Like, it was an ambush from the MP9s and such. And yeah, the rest was history. Uno Mili with Galils galore did a great job, and now the AKs coming into play. There's even one Galil here, but I'm not counting ZMB out of getting some kill with just a Galil. Still a great one to hold right now. Thing is, Audic, Wood, he's got that AWP in him now. He's got that dog in him. And I think that will be a big tide turner in this particular round. It could be what makes things a bit more even for Audic. And speaking of which, there you go. There's my boy, Madeda Sechi, waiting for his chance to get a bullet through someone's brain, but unfortunately he's going to have to wait a little bit longer as the molly gets set up.
Rutera, the only one that is currently inside A. Togs reprising his role, now not an MP9, it is an M4 in his hands. The flash is very effective at it. Rutera's help definitely gonna pay off dividends right here as Togs is able to claim 2 frags. However, from the cat side, Lil Monster is able to circle back all the way towards A, and this means that now they have, you know, some semblance of an evened out situation, especially even more so now, but the trading action continues. I do believe Lil Monster definitely caught that movement coming in from Togs. Togs is gonna have to test his AWP and skills right here. Not trying to give that one away quite yet, as he is at death's door. Looking quite chipped away in the health department. Matthew's gonna pick up the second AWP, and this may end up being yet another save. But oh, Matthews does have those on lock. I mean, the practice pays off, they say, but Realsin may, put a stop to their party, but it seems like he won't be doing just that. The first round that Audic claim is gonna be through a slight retake right here, but that shot from Matios definitely was the star of the show for me.
Fantastic retake, and finally, after a long time too, we get to see a bomb defusal. It's been an interesting day for the fusels, man. Like, generally CTs are having such a harder time at retaking than they did, let alone on these maps. On CSGO, I don't know what specifically it is, but on CS2 I see a lot less defusals in general. Just the coordination isn't there. T sides are definitely building up some nice technology, and I think that the focus shifted so much towards T sides and making that work that people kind of forgot about CT and how to counter the same strats that they're developing on T. So here's Audic finally getting a retake and everything, but they do have to burn through a tactical pause to move forward because they were still kind of cutting it close. I mean, they lost a couple of key players, and Cerutera unfortunately has 0 kills so far alongside Wood. So yeah, Tox is kind of the one carrying his team on his back right now. The Nightail also has 0 kills. So Audic, they just need to start pulling the triggers, man. They need to start landing those bullets because it's a very tough position to be in right now with Leo Monster at 8 kills, for instance, and such.
Yeah, I mean, the other side kind of taking over. I mean, Le Monster's numbers gonna look a little bit more boosted, of course, because of that 4K pistol round to begin things here on Dust 2. Though, or is that can still change if, like you mentioned, Audic start picking up the pace. Molly onto the doors here, gonna keep him blocked. So for now, Tox is not really gonna get a chance to do much more other than know that there's still somebody showing or making an active presence. That is BNC on the other end. Ooh, Wood does start with a pickup, and so does Naite. So this potential cat approach now not gonna be as free here for the side of Unomi.
Whoa, even less so now. Realsin down. Ooh, make that 2. And unfortunately for Unomili, with the last player standing already located, yep, it was a matter of just spraying them down. And that 5th round goes to Audic. You know, if you take away that one round in which Little Monster got those 4 kills, I don't think this would be about as, geared towards Unomili as it was. Little Monster definitely popped off that one round, but he has kind of slowed down ever since. 4 kills in that one round, and the remainder of them, well, sometimes he just walks out empty-handed. But still, it's very early on. Thing is that Leo Monster in the last map, he performed about as... he got about as many kills as he has gotten so far in this one, in 5 rounds. So, it's just adding to the contrasts of today. Sometimes you see a team steamrolling through the other. Sometimes you see a very even match. Sometimes you see somebody being the hero. Sometimes you see them on the dumps. And now it seems like it's going to be another round for the dumps, as Unomili does not have the loadout to really play with, but Tox only gets 1 kill so far. He does get the intel of where everybody else is headed, though, and there you go, he finally falls, but it's a 2-for-1 situation.
They're gonna look to pick up pace from where his teammate left off. Tox forced to make it all the way back to long, and, well, the CTs are gonna have that one on lock. And unable to really get anything else. I mean, them not getting their hands on any sort of upgraded weaponry, it's gonna be tough. A tough break here for Unomili. And so, well, BNC, the best he can do is just try to go out swinging at this point. Audic starting to pick up the pace right here. Let's see if they can indeed, make this a 2-0 situation for themselves. If the confidence is still there, or maybe their opponents still have much of a fight left to put, because, I mean, we see what Unomili can do, and when they are in those shots, they look mighty dangerous as well.
I mean, the dangers are gonna keep picking up for Unomili if they lose this one right here. The loss bonus won't be bad, of course, but as time goes on, you can definitely see how fragile their money, their investments will become. Now look at that, everybody close to $0 right now, and Talk's already finding the first kill too, blended and everything. Oh, look at that! Alongside the grenade, taking care of Realzin, Naite also was able to take care of VLZ, and man, this is not a good look for Uno Melee ZMB with 2 HP to boot. And yeah, Remix still alive, the Opera still with you and everything, but after such a bloody beginning of the round, you have one of two choices. You either bait them out and try to kill them on their way, or you make a push for B-side, and it seems like that's going to be the option, as Remix is going to lead the way towards that. Tries to catch a kill on mid doors if possible, but I don't think that's going to happen just yet. They're not moving towards that area so far, but Remix is going to stand there. But given the time, I don't think, Roy, that they're going to push that far into B-side. This is actually a very early safe call for what it seems.
I mean, it is definitely, a bit ahead of time, but not that I can blame him. 2v5, and you do not want to give that up away. I mean, look at the pockets on the side of Unomili. I mean, that is a priority for sure. You want to keep your weaponry at all costs at this point, and so it will be the case that Audic do manage to take over, and they will do so in clean fashion at the very least in this round number 7. So rather uneventful last minute or so, but it just goes to show that Audic are kind of picking up the pace, really. I mean, if they are able to turn a couple of frags early on into a victory such as this, I mean, of course, there also are kind of forcing the hand of Unomili because of the economy, but I mean, I think that it really is only going to keep on helping the cause and the mental fortitude that we may see from Audic here. And talking about that, Unomili are going to have to show us some of that as well, but I think that they'll have to wait just a slight bit before they really put up a fight. It seems like they are trying to decide exactly how they're going to go about this, and austerity seems to be the name of the game right now for the team.
Kind of has to be. You're super limited. Like I said, everybody was so close to $0. Like the best money, I think it was 150 or something, so leaves you with very, very little room to work with. And you can see the effects of that right here. Of course, it's not going to be an easy task to find a headshot or two, but you do have your deagles to play with. And Remix, of course, was able to carry over that AWP alongside CMB's AK. But here we go. It's all about the intel early on, and Leo Monster is going to try and make his way to catch somebody from the top. And Remix! Ooh, buddy was blinded! And unfortunately, he goes down, but so does Naite. And that is an interesting trade here. It does not favor Audic at the end of it, because Unomili now has 2 AWPs.
That is a tough pill to swallow, to say the least. The Monster, though, gonna pick up that M4 first. Try and make some progress, and then know exactly how things are gonna be going. Matios doesn't quite catch anybody. Expecting somebody from the turtles. He sees one. He definitely saw the second. The Monster catches the rotation, though, finally back on track, or trying to. He was at that same point for quite a while. Great in action, still benefiting Unomili, but look at them. Quite lit up and split apart. Hoping to be a bit of a distraction here is CMB, as his teammate is trying to rendezvous. Make the long way across. Matthews, we've seen, even his AWP and skills come through. Gonna be coming through CAD. And perhaps a faster approach would have been a bit more effective at that. But the flank, not gonna be there. Realsin gotta take the charge right here, whereas CMB gets busy with it right off the rip. Matius gonna give his position away, but not quite an angle here for Realsin to work with. DMB, though, gonna be on his case, too. Perhaps gonna be a matter of timing at this point. But no, instead, it's just a matter of patience. And that first miss was a little bit scary, but Realsin picks it up nonetheless.
Definitely felt like it could have been a turnaround. But in a 2v1 situation, it was still looking quite a defeatist for him. So unfortunately for Audic, they do not enjoy a lead for that long. We're back to even just like that. But Uno Melee has shown a few gaps in their game plan, so I think that Audic, with the proper adaptation, could start steamrolling too. In the meantime, though, it seems complicated for Uno Melee to keep on advancing the way they have. They already lost ZMB here in this round. And Naita, look at how far he is pushing. Look at Naita, my goodness, almost run and gun with an AWP. Remix is able to take care of him eventually, but the damage has been done, and Audic have realized where the strat was for Uno Melee, where they have been pushing. So Uno Melee, with 2 players remaining, they were almost taken all down. Remix has been able to survive for a little bit longer. Props to him for that, keeping the AWP in play. But it's still no easy feat to find himself on the winning end of the exchanges. Shoutouts to Naito, though. He definitely played with that cojones, that characteristic cojones of his. And
oh,
here
yeah.
we go. Here we go. This is the exchange here. This might dictate how the end of the first half is played. If Remix dies trying to push, I think that Audic might just have the rest of the half, or the first half, won for themselves. But no, he decides not to push there. I think instead he's going to try and bang on an exit from further away. So yeah, if Tox decides to move forward, that's going to be curtains for him. But I don't think there will be much more engagement from Uno Melee. They're going to stand back.
Yeah, I mean, the wise move at that point. Such an early advantage yet again. This is a situation that has become a bit of a common theme between a couple of the rounds that we've seen from Audic on the defense. They take that early advantage, and then they just get to keep Uno Melee completely contained, which, I mean, not that I blame them for not making a move yet again. It's just that they're running out of chances of doing exactly that. But still, I mean, Naite, look at those. I mean, these replays are definitely well earned right there. Last shot being missed, bit unfortunate. Would have made the story for a even more impressive clip. It is what it is. Double up action continues here for the side of Audic. Both making it across. That was a bit scary, as Remix could have definitely gave one of them a new haircut, but that doesn't quite end up happening. And now it is a bit of a waiting game yet again, but a bit of pressure being applied here through the mid doors. Let's see if Uno Melee, who have managed to, you know, gain some terrain in the form of Le Monster, can make something happen out of this. And indeed they will, as Le Monster plays Peekaboo just at the right timing. And he's just going to be an absolute nuisance towards Naite, who is now forced to completely reposition, and Togs is under heavy pressure. I mean, he better be on the lookout.
Togs has delivered some solid kills before. He sees the usual come through, sprays them down, finds only 1 kill, unfortunately, but he did light up a couple more, namely Realsin, who is about halfway done with his health. Leo Monster is taken down by Naite as well. Make that 1 more as Remix goes down, shot to the leg. And that leaves only ZMB and Realsin. Of course, ZMB already knows where Naite is going to be. Realsin goes down, and ZMB, the Opera, is the last one standing. Wood, however, is going to emerge. And there's a double AWP in play, Roy, once more. We have seen this happen time and time again. And when both teams are playing the AWPs, the double AWPs, man, that's a bit of a coin toss to see who's going to win the exchanges. And it's always super complicated to tell. It becomes such a powerful battle for positioning. And here's Wood once again with just the USP. Interesting, but he does find the kill on ZMB with the AWP brought out. Meaning, Roy, that in this final round of the first half, we might just see Audic... Actually, no, second to last round. We might just see Audic claim the lead.
It's been a ride here, and To their credit, Unomili, they fought for it. They put up one hell of a fight, but not exactly the best equipped to be dealing with that M4. And at the end of the day, I mean, Wood has proven to be a valuable asset. Even if he's trailing by quite a bit, even Cerutera, they've definitely seen better days. I'm expecting them to pick up the pace on their tier rounds because kind of feels a little uncharacteristic from what we've seen from them, especially Cerutera on train. He was looking very... Oh, not gonna get a cleanup quit there. Matios has managed to find enough time to make it a back. Wood gotta be providing some much-needed support. Hits the first flick. And with the reposition from Matios, that is a lot of damage being delivered towards the T forces. Oh, what a shot there from BNC, though. Not gonna be long-lived. As if we are talking about AWP in action, I mean, we've got it in spades. Knight is showing up his skills. We've seen Wood as well, and they are definitely not the only ones. So, the lead is there. And it's guaranteed, but is it meant to last for long?
Well, this round might dictate a lot of things. Ooh! Knight's going to survive that ambush from the AWP initially. And that's only remix with an AWP on the side of Unomele, by the way. We've got 2 AWPs on Onyx side. That might just lead to something big. And man, they have now had 2 close encounters with death. So definitely feeling good about their chances now. Man, so many bullets whiffing. What's going on here, Roy? So much spaghetti here, but finally we see a kill happening. As Knight takes care of ZMB, but after a few too many exchanges that were definitely darn close, BNC decides to stand back here. After the grenade is tossed, he eventually catches Wood, so that's 1 less AWP to worry about, and it might just lead the way for Unomele to start approaching a site, but of course, being from the mid side, it is going to be a complicated approach. You don't really know where Tox is, for instance, and Tox is going to take care of the entry into Long. So yeah, not an easy path into it, no matter where Unomele pushes from.
Oh, that is a big pickup, though. At the very least, given the numbers advantage, Cox was forced to make it all the way back towards A, so he does give off the entrance towards Long. Last chance that the Unomele are gonna get from their tier rounds. And, oh, I thought for a second we were gonna see another collateral. I'm not gonna lie to you. But instead, the DPs end up getting cleared up, and A is invaded. 7-5 it's going to be, unless Matios can make some absolute magic happen, and I'm talking some David Copperfield stuff, or can you even come up with a better magician? I don't know, Harry Potter. What's the next tier?
Some Harry Houdini stuff. Houdini?
Some real Houdini stuff, yeah.
Oh
no. I mean,
no!
For it.
They were about to gentleman into knife fights too.
Yeah. I saw that. It's like we all know. We all know how this one is going to go. It was chalk for the side of Onyx for quite a while. But I mean, again, they'll hold the lead. It's just about how they start for their tier rounds. Whereas Unomele, I'm starting to see a path in which this can go all the way to a decider, which would be definitely a bit spicier than what we were expecting. Yeah, they on a gentleman to it, and Realsin does come out on top. It was a beautiful end to our first half. Now, on to the second.
Yes, indeed. Time for the second half to begin. And taking a look at Onyx overall statistics, I mean, you might have already seen what to expect, right? Like, they don't generally have that good of a lead, but CT is their better side, and they only got a 2-round lead to their name. Now, of course, Unomele, with the 50-50 record they've had, guess what? CT is also their better side. But take a look at that. The CT is not really paying up for them, as Onyx is able to find them all in a perfect pistol round to start the second half.
Wow, shot after shot after shot. The precision, just pristine coming in from the side of Audic. Will this propel them to double digits? I mean, it will get them pretty darn close. We're guaranteed, or for what should be a guarantee, and that is going to allow them to go 3 AKs this time around. That is not going to be easy to fight against, even in spite of a couple of MP9s coming out to play. A little bit of damage being delivered, though. But HE finds his mark. Wood. Oh, he definitely saw that. The Mac. Gonna be put to very good use. Wood decides to back down as Lil Monster was closing in. And he was not the only one. Tons of aggression going towards him. So, Wood ends up becoming kind of the bait for this A takeover that Audic have managed to get. Not quite a freebie, but I mean, it feels like it for just how uneventful some of the portions of this rounds were.
Audic have kind of forced Uno Melee to take a step back, you know, just be in the spectator spot and hope for a much better following around, but I think this is very similar to what we saw in the last map. They got to the side switch with a very solid score to their name. Then they were the first ones to reach double digits. They have not yet, but they're about to, if they win just one more. And the fact that they're doing this on T side is also, you know, more power to them for making it work like this. Not that T side is bad on Dust 2, of course, but, you know, as time goes on, T sides have been feeling much more confident. Now, Uno Melee here has an interesting choice. Do they force buy? Do they keep what they've got? At least some deals should be in play, and that is indeed the case for both Remix and Reelsin. So like I said, Audic probably going to reach the double digits real soon. And this would put us at the very same situation that we saw last map. Once again, 10-5. That was the exact score that we saw at some point. And here comes Audic, throwing their util, trying to bait Uno Melee into committing some more units towards mid, but it doesn't seem to work, as Uno Melee is going to set themselves up to protect the high grounds of each site.
Are they expecting the approach that is going to be delivered here by Matios? Seems like just as a bit of a distraction, letting their time towards the mid door. They're going to make it across. They don't want to risk it. Wood, with that MAC-10, maybe the first one to head towards them. Wisely leaving the ball behind. You want to make sure that you cross every T and dot every I before you make a risky play like that. Or a risky attempt, at least. The smoke setup, pass through, should be a lot more effective. Of course, we know Uno Melee are a bit more heavily stacked up towards B. Oh, the shot through? No way! No way they shot it down! Oh my goodness. In just one fell swoop, Tox is left all by his lonesome. And you have rifles in the hands of Uno Melee. Of course, they could still be falling victim to AK-47. And I believe that at least one of them is going to be called out. Togs, though, does he predict them to be up close? And no, he does not.
Man.
Instead, Reelsin gets real up close and personal. And gonna give him a little taste of their own medicine. So it should have been double digits, but they get dismantled in that attempt. I mean, they make it happen through the smoke little monster. And Reelsin absolutely enabling this round to go to their side. And so the CTs now catch a little bit of a break, but I mean, it's more like they asked for paid leave, you know? It was definitely not quite given to them for free.
Gonna take a lot longer for those double digits to come through. Have an okay loadout to fight with, but unfortunately you are going to bite the dust at first, as Knight is the first one to go down. Two Remixes, AWP. Remix, by the way, with only 5 kills so far. That's the other thing. I have time and time again mentioned how some players just don't pull the triggers. Others just have not had the best aim. Sometimes it's a combination of both. Remix has at least been able to carry over some good intel most rounds, but numbers just ain't adding up. And this might be another situation for that. Remix, though, is going to earn himself a little bit more time as he protects the entry towards long. And in the meantime, you've also got good old Marios waiting for his chance to emerge into CAD. Sedutera, also one of those who has been falling behind in the kill count. But really, overall, Audic has been so much more lethal. It's all about the timing here. It's all about the timing, and unfortunately, Remix loses out on the timing as well.
Oh, brother, that was so close. But, oh, the clear comes through. Not only the damage from the HE, but also BNC. Making sure to complicate things a bit further. CMB decides to make it through, and he's going to catch himself a couple of fishies that don't quite put up a fight. Rotera tries to find the kills with the op, finds only one. But there are plenty of AKs to answer from that. It was a null effort at that point. I mean, completely surrounded. You're just asking for it at that point. And Audic, they will still be ahead, but Unomili have been slowly but surely climbing back. This could start to get a bit worrisome for the boys in yellow.
Now, this is a very similar situation to what they were in on Train, so... You know, nothing super new to them, but of course, you don't want that lead that you built up to be gone to the wayside just like that. They will have to wait a little bit longer before they get more money to their name, though. And look at that scoreboard, actually. Look at that history. There has never really been a time in which Audic split themselves apart that much. Highest differential they had was that 7-4 score. But right after, Unomile was able to step in again into the fray. We almost got the 10-5, but it just could not happen in the end for Audic. And as time goes on, it looks more and more fragile. Now, of course, with just these blocks, I mean, what can you really do? This is no loadout to fight with, but at least if you 5-stag, you could all aim towards the same guy, and that would be pseudo rapid fire. Might work in your favor, but it doesn't really seem to be their plan right now. They're trying to drain the clock for all it's worth and force Unomile to go out looking for them. If they pick up an AK, that could mean a pretty big snowball effect that could bring Unomile down, but for what it's worth, the util should help Unomile take care of business for now. But here comes Audic. They're about to emerge from mid doors, and they actually survive from the first bullet thrown by Remix. Oh man, but that's a ton of damage from the grenade. The lack of Kevlar and helmet will do that to you.
That's a bit unfortunate. I like the idea. Aggressing on towards where there is more likely to be an AWP, which is, of course, going to be much easier to overwhelm than rapid fire. But now, CMB. Gonna flash him off, and this should be a cleanup in due time as the CTs are lining up on the other end. Yep. It ends up being just that. Not even a single one of them falling. Unomili stand strong, and, well, their rampage may continue to make things even against Audic.
The AKs are back in, however, this might just be what puts Audic on double digits. Still though, this being a qualification match, you already know how crucial every loss is going to be, and every victory too. Like, every victory is worth double, pretty much. And here we go, the util has been flown in. Tox did not take a single bit of damage from that, actually, and he keeps shooting through long. Finds a tag onto BNC, and now ZMB also taking a bit of damage from those same bullets that Tox just threw out. Now careful there, Tox has been definitely the one to shoot the most. He is the one trying to tag players, he is the one trying to support his team. But that also leads to him draining through magazines pretty darn fast. I would not be surprised if at some point he runs out of bullets, which would be a bit of a nightmare situation for him. But you know, holding back now. They're waiting for somebody else to emerge. Making sure that the car learns its lesson, but unfortunately, it's not the car who needs to learn his lesson, it's Knight's ass. Remix takes care of him.
Oh, brother. They decide to bet it all in the AWP, not catching them in that position, but doesn't go exactly as expected. CMB got a repositioning now into the car. He's looking to hold off anybody that tries to make it across. First smoke comes through, and Onyx seem oddly committed to this. Hogs, gotta get to strike first. Oh, narrowly saving his teammate's life too. That is so important. And if Wood wins this engagement, he's gonna win his duel. And so now the Monster has to be guessing on both ends. It was a risky play, but one that Onyx definitely had thought through because they are able to execute under the pressure of the situation. And even in spite of what was looking to be a tough ordeal, ironically enough, they're able to take advantage of both smokes. One of their own and one by their opponents. Move forwards. And then it was just a matter of aiming through, which they did.
At least the double digits are in, but they still need to worry about Uno Melee's full loadout. Not that much util anymore, but still full loadout in terms of firepower. And now you have signaled your approach once again. It's Tox. This guy is always the one signaling his approach, but of course that's trying to force Uno Melee into committing more units to defend at one entryway. Remix is going to take care of business there in CAD. And the more util you throw out, the more you're going to force him to shoot through for you as well. But Remix is now forced to move out of the way. Smoke thrown in. And Remix does not see Naita through the fire and flames. Still not going to be a long-lived approach from Naita though. As 2-3 now will fall. Make that almost a fourth. Yeah, that's a nightmare for Onyx. As only Tox remains. And what was looking like a great approach turns into a lost round.
Wow. That was so tragic. I have to commend the immediate split-second decision of, okay, we're popping this, we're going in, but you don't find the shots. You don't find the shots. And I was talking about how Audit were looking so precise. Well, that definitely proved me wrong, I think, because it's not like the frags were free, but the clear shots were there. And yes, of course, there was a little bit of damage already done, which complicated things all the more, but I mean, it takes you 3 players to even try to aggress towards side, and I mean, Togs is now just waiting for this clock to run out, man. I mean, immediately they're trying to catch up, and they're doing a damn good job at it.
That's the last remaining tactical pause from Audic. As they're looking for any hope, any chance at fighting back here. Definitely a tall task. But they still have a lead, even if it's just on paper. Now, of course, those AKs won't buy themselves. It's going to be a complicated purchase from Audic going forward. Naita is going to play with 1. You've got Serutera with a Tech 9. It seems like Marios and Woods might be able to play with the Deagle, but I'm not sure if they're going to make that investment. They do play for the Tech 9s though. So they force about as much as they could, at least 2 or 3 of them. And Audic, man. What a fragile match this has been for them overall. Many times in the lead. Many times with the chance to, you know, achieve something huge, but unfortunately never quite landing the final bullets. Now here we go. Serutera is able to get a trade, and they're finally holding back. They realize that there's no point in pushing like they did on Cat earlier. So it's going to be a bit of a step back here, but still, they're going to position themselves in a way that they could still find 1 kill and then snowball through. There's no upper right now guarding the opening, or the entrance towards long. You've got Remix on car. He could emerge eventually, but for now he's more so concerned with mid. And there's another smoke to earn themselves a bit more time, and Uno Melee so far in control of the situation, at least until now that the util has been thrown out, and Cat seems to belong to Audic, but of course they don't know about Remix, they don't know about the upper in car.
Remix, I think is gonna come real handy in just a couple of seconds. Wood, is he gonna decide to walk it out? Perhaps not the wisest decision. The bomb is right there too, so would be stopping this one dead on its tracks. They do manage to make it at the very least back down, but they line themselves up for him. And that is it, man. The bomb called out, and they did have some presence towards Cat, and Remix is like, nah, you're not running away. Matthias, where do you think you're going, boy? Go to sleep.
Sent to bed just like that, indeed. And Audic, unfortunately for them, that force buy was, you know, one of their last remaining hopes. Unfortunately for them, if they lose this round here, it will not be overtime secure yet for Uno Melee, but it will be one of their last chances at really fighting for their lives. You know, this is the last round that Audic can give up. They need to get that money fast. And they need to make a very smart purchase, because even with the money they're about to earn, I don't think it's going to be the greatest of loadouts ever. You either give up firepower or you give up utility. You've still got one AK on Nite's hands, but yeah, I mean, that's a very risky purchase they went for. Let's see how it pays off, though. 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a Glock for Zerutera, who has been kind of down on his luck. We talked about Zerutera and how well he did on train. As time goes on, that momentum seems to have fallen to the wayside.
Yes, it has, unfortunately. And now, they're pretty much going to have to eco their opponents. Of course, Knighted does have something in the form of that AK, and Deagles and Tech 9s are not the possible worst case scenario, but it's not going to be an easy approach. They may casually a monster here. Oh, they make it across, forcing him to pop that one. They didn't risk it. Real Scene got to provide some coverage in case it's needed, and the monster repositioning into a very, very annoying spot here for the T's. Still, 35 seconds left. Plenty to make a call. However, it's gonna have to be very decisive in the way in which they approach this. And Real Sin and just absolutely shut down this approach coming from the tunnel. So, I mean, we'll see how things go. Flash comes through. Gotta slow down even further. Oh, Knighted does find the frag, but Little Monster is right there. That's a through. Almost a 3. And narrowly so, not finding the last one. And Tugs does get a little bit of retribution. Does run away from the HE, but not enough time to do anything else. Racking up some buckaroos at the end, but this is looking tough for the side of Audic. I think it is very possible we're going to be seeing a decider right here, but Audic still with a fighting chance.
Like I said, that was the last round that Audic was able to give up if they still wanted to have a fighting chance. You know, well fought for the most part. I mean, Tox brought it down to 2v1. Still a bit of a fragile one at that, though. Tox now with the Deagle only. Oh man, he is already caught by ZMB, so that's a lead for Uno Melee. Realzin, though, took a ton of damage, but guess what? He was able to take care of Wood as well. So the AWP is coming in clutch. ZMB picks one up for himself, and he's probably going to fetch it over to Remix, who was playing with the M4. 3v5, Roy. I think it's not just this round, of course. It's the fact that if Uno Melee win it here, they secure overtime, and that should be a pretty big hit to take if you're Audic, mentally, that is.
Oh, yeah.
Especially so, because look at that. There's 2 players super lit that Audic has just not been able to take care of. And yeah, that movement won't be any good. It won't be any good. It won't do you any good, man. This is going to probably be a decider, or at the very least, an overtime situation. But Audic are kissing this map goodbye. And I think that Nuke is close to imminent at this point. Knight is the last player standing. He sees one player there, that's CMB. Finds the kill. But he can't find the second, and that means overtime is secured. Uno Melee are on the cusp of getting this map to themselves.
Oh, that is brilliant. That is absolutely amazing coming in from Uno Melee. And interesting thing right here that we could be dealing with. Of course, a decider map, which it's Nuke if I am not mistaken. And the thing about Nuke is that Uno Melee also have a very good record. Little maps played over there, but Audic have a terrible record on Nuke. So, I mean, push comes to shove, I think we could be seeing Uno Melee complete a comeback and be making it into the playoffs first in spite of how things went on train. bit of a curveball being thrown their way, but I mean, they shall not be completely surprised. I mean, look at them, how they've been wrapping up the effectiveness. But talking about that, some much needed signs of life coming in from Audic. We may be talking ahead of ourselves. Dust 2, definitely a map in which we've seen plenty of overtimes. 6 previous to be exact. So I don't think this is going to go 6 OTs. You know? Knock on wood.
Yeah, let's not jinx anything. Who knows? Who knows? With how today has been playing out, who knows?
But, I mean, at the very least, standing or managing to hold down the fort. The 12 it is right now for Unomili, and 12 it will continue to be. Audic have one final effort to give if they want to avoid going into a decider map.
Well, you know, better late than never, but still a very, very fragile spot to be in for Audic. Reminder, they got 2 rounds in a row, starting with the pistol. Then they lost 3 in a row and won another. And now they lost 4 in a row and won another. So, yeah, I mean, a very, very fragile style of play for them. But still, better late than never. They're still alive and kicking. We might just see that overtime happen, but if Unomili were to close this one out earlier, more power to them. We would go to Nuke a lot sooner. And like you said already, the statistics do not lie here. There is a clearly more benefited team between the two. And, well, I'm not going to say who it is, but I'm going to say who it isn't. It's Audic, who's not really benefited, man. And yeah, of course, Audic still has a good loadout here, but they, you know, they kind of gave up on the double AWP straddle a while ago. Both teams, that is. They would rather play with the riflers as usual and have just one opper. The entry fragging, however, has not been too pristine. They might have a chance here at life. It's something big. You just can't line yourselves up like that, man. There have been so many exchanges here where people line themselves up perfectly for the opponents, and that might be one occasion, but no, they actually are able to catch both of them, Realzen and Leo Monster.
Oh, dude, the smoke doesn't get there in time, so that is going to give just a narrow window of opportunity for CMB, who still decides to push through, knowing that his life is about to be called forfeit. And I think we have an OT in our hands. Doing Remix. He cannot be covering for so many angles with an AWP, and I mean, it was very, very a very, very tense situation for the side of Audic, but nonetheless, they make it here. If you're Unomili, are you beating yourself a little too hard about this? I mean, I hope not, surely, but they're kind of reminded now that they already lost one map, and yes, this will not put them out of the competition, but it would have guaranteed themselves a bit more of a fighting chance to make it to the playoffs. And well, Audic certainly giving them a run for their money here. Unomili, I mean, now no longer do they have to be worrying about their expenses. So, is it enforced again? Could we be seeing double up action? Yes, that's what I was about to bring into attention. And yeah, Remix, of course, that is what we were expecting from him, but looks like CMB is also going to be joining that club. For Audic, though, I wonder, what do they prefer for themselves? More than likely single up in the hands of Wood, and the rest is history, or would we be seeing some other surprise as well? Because Matthias is also going to be picking that up, it seems.
Well, not too much to worry about in terms of money at this point, of course, but I do like that in the last overtime that we saw, there was also a double AWP play from the CTs in particular. So here we go. It's going to be another one of those. They saw the first opera move out of the way already. So that's ZMG. Oh, ZMB, who's not going to live for too long. That's the first kill in the favor of Audic. But guess what? Remix comes through, takes care of Knights. So we're back to somewhat even. Oh no. Oh no. BNC I mean, he
Zero
definitely
Theta.
announced his arrival. Zero Theta, unfortunately, not able to take care of the revenge kill either. And man, so many of those happen now, Roy. So many of those keep on happening. I think that's the big problem here. They keep on happening for Zero Theta. Even if he did get to the double digits now, the mistakes are just far too many and far too often. And now Wood here, still the only player in single digits of kills. With EWP in hand, he should be able to find some better success. His teammates need him.
Ooh, flushing him out just narrowly, though. The H-Cheat did do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Matios, though, is getting burnt to a crisp, trying to hold down the fort, but here comes all of this counter-terrorist forces. Try and bring an end to this buffoonery that has been brought their way. Audic, though, still have a fighting chance here. Don't get it twisted. That is going to come through. Wood finds one. Looking at flag, but no. All of the remaining CTs are committed. Oh, narrowly dodging bullets. Looking like Neo right there. Oh, Tox. I thought for a second the double was going to come through, but no. Remix is going to make sure that those are just hopes and dreams for the side of Audic. And immediately they take off. And the 13 is finally here, perhaps a little bit later than they might have liked, but here nonetheless. And a couple more CT rounds to be trying to cover if you are Unomili. They're gonna close on the offensive, but I think that if enough momentum goes their way, that is not gonna become an issue. And man, Audic needs Zero Theta to start stepping up, man. I mean, it's pretty much because he left that position wide open through CAD that Unomili felt so comfortable. And okay, we can just move forwards. The rest of them are too long. And at that point, Audic is guessing, are they gonna be coming from double door side? Are we being flanked? Is everybody stacked up to the side? And I mean, Unomili, they played with time and they just played with the, you know, ice in their veins to give themselves first chance to strike in this overtime.
Thankfully for Audic, they still have plenty of chances at life. But for what it's worth, the numbers do not add up that fast either. Like, when they got the lead in that last round, they were not able to hold on to it for too long. Naito here takes a ton of damage from that HE as well, but still alive and kicking. Still, though, I think that Unomili has a pretty good read on where Audic is going to approach. And perfect example of that is the HE that they just threw towards the catwalk. Now here comes BNC. About to throw... Oh, I thought he was about to throw a flash of his own, but takes a step back, lets his teammates do the trick. Here comes Unomili. They have announced their arrival. Nobody's shooting through yet. Naita needs to check his left side real soon. There's a flash. There's a couple of them, actually. They're trying to force BNC out of his area. They do not see him, though. And Remix here might have a chance at landing a headshot or two. He already saw somebody moving, but there's a flash forcing him out. Oh man, he cannot pull the trigger until now. He takes care of Matios, but not going to be a long-lived lead for Unomili as Remix goes down as well. That's 3 players down for them, and Leo Monster is going to have such a hard time moving through here.
I mean, Wood is always going to be watching for the flank, and I have to commend Audic for not losing their grid whatsoever. They knew it all depending on Togs finding that flank on Remix, who was just given such a hard time. But once the up is out of the equation, they move through, and it is a done deal. Audic find the answer. And so, will this continue to be a bit back and forth, or will one of these two teams just absolutely take over the match?
I think the fans are hoping for Audic to take it, but I think they also know that Unomili has the expertise and the experience to, you know, feel comfortable in these kinds of situations. If you play Counter-Strike for as long as these guys have, then you know that overtimes are going to become a bit more common as time goes on, especially when you meet somebody that's really your match. I mean, shoutouts to these two teams for never backing down. Of course, as you can see it there on the scoreboard, whoever reaches 16 first is going to win. If neither does, if we see a 15-15 score, that's another overtime. And so on and so on. But so far, so good for Audic as they are taking down the Leo Monster immediately. And look at that. Look at how many weapons they've got in the backside, too. Fantastic approach from them to just play that one angle and then proceed with more AKs and AWPs, but you've still got 2 on the go.
If you have them, they say, oh, CMB, that was not a nice shot. Not in the niceness department. He was still clean. Don't get it twisted. But Naite, I don't think it appreciated exactly where that hit. But hey, if it works, it works. Though, as of right now, numbers are back to be evened out. And Audic, that strat works at first, but they get slowed down regardless. Knowing that there's plenty of utility left to be burned. Maybe they're gonna try to, you know, get some of that into motion. So do Audic. Pushing those HEs towards Cat to make sure, well, to her short to force out any player who was kind of in that position. They've made it through. Ain't nobody watching their cross. Down to first chance to strike though. Remix, it is him again. Real Sin right there to support his boy. This is not your territory, they say. Oh, the precision. Remix working with little pixels, but still, the boys in blue come out on top. And it was a fantastic effort there from Uno Mili. Both Real Sin and Remix just holding down the fort. And the rest is history.
There's still a chance for Uno Mille to claim this one real fast if they win the next 2, but Audic can also claim it back if they win the next 3. So we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer and see. Audic is now going to be playing their better side of CT. This is where they got a lead before that side switch. And this is where they should be feeling more comfortable. I mean, for both teams, it's true that CT is their better side, which kind of comes with the map, unless your team's solid. In that case, they're just stellar on T. But there you go, that's the first kill already, and Uno Mille is going to enjoy a lead very early on. They almost lose Remix, but still alive and kicking, and ZMB also going to keep a lookout, and look at that! Unfortunately for Audic, they lost their 2... Well, actually, not super unfortunately, but still they lost 2 players. They just happen to be the one with the lowest KD in the map. So both Wood and Zerutera. Yeah, I mean, very disappointing to see them so far behind in the kill count, but at least Audic can tell that, you know, they've still got the chance to redistribute their units and defend properly. But here comes the next approach, and Marios forced to stand down, finds the first kill. Does he get a second? He almost does. Ooh. Oh no, he did get a second actually. So it's a 2v3 now, and one of them is super lit, so it's more so of a zombie situation, but still, Audic cannot claim victory just yet. Nightset with the AWP, he knows about the possible approach there, but does he know about Leo Monster? He does not. He does not know about Leo Monster. He does not know about Leo Monster!
Oh man, Tog's not able to get there in time, and so when he gets there, the rest of the squad is already in the grave. 6 feet under, all of them. On Uno Mili, they strike first, giving themselves at the very least a chance for a second OT. Can they close this one out? And Uno Mili have fought tooth and nail for this, and it was looking to be stacked against them, but yet they've managed to prevail. We talk about how deadly this squad can be. And so, seems like first ones get within striking distance are going to be Uno Mili yet again, but they're gonna be trying a second OT. They're going to try to avoid, sorry, a second OT from happening.
It is their main goal right now, but remember, this is not just for that, it's also for qualification. That's why Audic in particular should be feeling a lot more nervous about these exchanges here. As if they lose it now, it is going to take them a lot longer if they want to make it to the playoffs. It won't be the match quite yet, but it will be a bit of a complicated effort going forward. They do, however, find the lead now as Wood is able to take care of Reelzin. But I think the most dangerous one right now is probably Remix. Even if ZMB and Leo Monster have that kill count to their name, Remix is the one who has really been putting in the kills that lead to that snowball effect. It's the first domino to fall for the rest of them to find their kills too. So Remix is definitely becoming the key player here. And of course he is waiting for his chance to approach B sites. It's Marios there, who has already been located probably. He is going to throw an incendiary of his own, forcing them to stand back a little bit longer. Marios not going to take any damage from that. He is going to be more wary of his left side, but thankfully he's got his teammates ready to defend. Finds one, finds two, finds almost a third, and that was Remix actually, who took a ton of damage on the process. And here we go, by process of elimination 2, Knight is the one to be taken down now. Remix with his AWP in hand, like I told you, Roy, the most dangerous one.
Oh yeah. As long as Remix is alive, Audic not rest quiet. They're gonna have to be rambunctious. They're gonna have to start making some noise here. Celutera finding some redemption. Oh, a rare miss. Remix gonna give that one away. And so, Audic, they do stay alive and fighting for, yet another OT. So it is now or never. If they don't manage to clutch up here, their chances actually reaching playoffs through this match alone are severely diminished. At least that is what the numbers are telling us. Nuke, it is not the strongest map for Audic. And Unamili, they are a mighty fine Nuke squad. Forced to make it back. Talk's taking quite a bit of a beating. It's very crucial. He does manage to get rid of Leo Monster before he bows out off the round, but oh man, I think Remix is gonna call him out. No, Knight and Remix in a bit of a dance to see who finds this snipe first. Gonna have to hold down the fort a little bit longer. So the car now gets mollied off. Knight gonna burn to a crisp pretty much, as he is almost forced out. He has to pop smoke right there. Save his life. As he made it across. Unamili, they just want him dead. They know just how much impact an AWP around here can happen. Oh, Remix! Unfortunate situation for his own. He ends up falling prey. Knight. And so now, Unamili decide to retreat back to the other end. Down in numbers, but just slightly so. Will we see a rotation out of them? Doesn't seem to be the case quite yet. Only Matios left by B. Oh, what a call out there by Celutera, standing up to played whenever his team needed it most. And Matios closes things out. We are extending the series once again. These guys, they know how to clutch up. Audic, they look shaky at times, but when it matters most, they definitely step up to the...
Alright, well, like you said, clutching up big time. But man, if it ain't the situation that Audic did not want to see. Goodness gracious, man. Overtime 2. It is the second time now that we've seen an overtime today. And it's also the second time that they've gone to more than one overtime. So, more power to you if you love that. If you're an Audic fan, I think that you're feeling good because they're starting out on CT as well. And like I said, that proved to be their much better side. Unfortunately, though, they still need to take care of both Remix and ZMB, and for as long as they have an AWP, I think they become a lot more dangerous. ZMB in particular here, he is the first one to deliver a kill on a Naita, no less. Naita was playing an AWP earlier, if you recall, so they go back to just Wood having it. And I'm not so sure about that. Naita was definitely looking like a momentum grabber. But here comes Unamili. They do have a lead for now, and they have the util to still keep on playing with. But where are they going to push? I don't think either side is too easy to go through. And particularly A side seems to be a bit harder, as Wood is the one protecting it. And here we go, he's about to merge into mid. Looking out into it, he sees one. Oh, he saw 3 players. He saw 3 players for sure through mid doors. So you already know what the intel relay is going to give them. Sees the util being thrown out as well. That was a flash. And if Realzun decides to merge, that's going to be him eating some lead real soon. Here comes... Oh, no, no. That's not how you do it, man.
Oh my god. Bit of an overzealous extension right there from Audic, and that is gonna cost them heavily, man. This was their round to lose, and so they will. They will because they decided to push at the wrong time. Oh my goodness. Uno Melee, though. They are breathing a deep sigh of relief. As much like it happened on the previous OT. Yes, Audic clutch up. They managed to force OT, but immediately Uno Melee answered back. They were the ones that got to 13 first. And now, they are the ones to reach 16 first. What is it today with Dust 2, man? I mean, what is it today? I mean, not quite up to the count of 6, but, you know, plenty of rounds for ourselves already.
I don't know, if you're Wood, you're probably beating yourself up about that round a little bit. I mean, that was the push that you didn't need to go for. Especially because you knew, I mean, you saw 3 players there through mid doors.
Yeah.
There was, and I'm not saying there was bound to be a 4th one, but you know, the decision making is what's going to cause your team so much now. And he's going to insist upon the AWP as well. But so will Naita, so, you know, I'm kind of feeling okay about Audic having 2 offers, as long as one of them is Naita. Now, unfortunately there, Marios sees Leo Monster emerging through mid doors, and Leo Monster's push actually pays off big time, as he will carry forward the first kill. Unfortunately, that molly does not contribute too much for Leo Monster, but, you know, the smoke is still there, and it won't be dissipated easily. And Uno Melee have taken a ton of damage there. 2 players super lit. Here comes Naita, though. He will be the one to keep on emerging. Oh my god, that's a ton of damage as well. Half his HP gone. And the util is just going to delay the inevitable, but guess what? Naita might be able to outrun the smoke. He will be able to, but he does not move forward. Now Wood here. Yeah, that's probably going to be a knife kill, actually. Oh, well, actually a very long spray for what should have been a very fast headshot.
It should have been the case, but, I mean, those situations, you just want to make extra sure. Togs knows that he has to move forwards. A being aggressed on, and still the CTs have a chance right here, but not anymore when Leo Monster is doing things like those. I mean, he completely cuts off fastest avenue of approach that Audic had towards A, and so Togs is left isolated. And this is curtains. Uno Melee, they, I think, are tired playing any games around here. They just want it done and go towards Nuke. And a couple more rounds are going to be required for that, though.
Will they find Tox, however? Will force him out of his area real soon. Oh, actually not quite. They just take a little peek-see. And that's the round. Man, Uno Melee definitely adapting to Audic's playstyle on CT. And we're approaching the side switch on this overtime too. Audic, I mean, I hate to point just at one player, but man, Wood, this has not been his map. Even if he finds a kill or 2, it's the decision right after those kills that really turns the tides, and it's generally not positive for Audic. So hopefully, this will be the last big mess up from his side. He should be able to get some solid intel real soon. Through mid doors once more. Oh, and look at Marios. Okay, that's the clutches of kills. He took care of ZMB, the most dangerous one from Uno Melee. And now Wood takes care of Remix as well. Goodness gracious, the 2 most dangerous ones are out. Meaning that Audic still has a fighting chance at life here. And if they catch Leo Monster, I would give them much more. And there you go, BNC is gone. Man, if Leo Monster goes down at any point, I think that's already a big push for Audic, but this time they took care of both ZMB and Remix. And even if Leo Monster is still standing, I don't think he has it in him for a 5v2. Realsin, of course, with the AWP in hand and everything, but Realsin is the one with the lowest KD, or second lowest on his team.
Man, I mean, not even Le Monster, who has been playing like an absolute beast, I think is going to be able to bring this one to fruition. He'll try, though. Sniper gets completely tagged up, but as soon as the call-out comes, the rest, I think it's history here for this side of Unomili. You might as well put up a fight, but just for how long can you keep on finding that good fight? Okay, even with the deal, it's like that, I guess. 20 seconds left. Be looking a bit more accessible right now, but we're about to run into a bit of a sandwich that you didn't quite want to be in the middle of. Rutera slowly but surely picking it up. I mean, him and Wood have been a bit slower than what Trade and got used us to seeing from them. About to make things even, perhaps Audic, or definitely giving us or showing us some signs of life in that regard. But they are back on the offensive, which ironically enough is, I think, we've seen both of these teams thrive the most. So let's see if they can actually close it out in here. I mean, they could avoid an OT coming to fruition, but that is going to require for them to go on an absolute streak. There's going to have to be 3 rounds back-to-back for Audic if they want that. If not, well, best hopes is to go to yet another over.
Not too out of the question, but Audic needs to make T-side work, and generally this has not been their venue. They do, however, take a bit of a slower approach, which I appreciate. As on previous occasions, they have definitely been caught off guard a few too many times by just holding W.
Yes, they have.
Namely Wood, once again. But thankfully, he is taking a step back. I mean, he is holding his teams back and making darn sure to catch the long-distance angles. Now, of course, Remix is the most dangerous player to fight against, so you need another flash if you want to emerge from there. Oh, and Knight's him in! Getting an HE head-on. That's a really sad outcome for him, but here we go. There's the util flying in, and they see somebody already moving. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a kill, and that second smoke is what's going to give them a bit of protection against Remix, who did shoot, I believe. And here we go. Here's the big push. They see Remix. No! You cannot whip those. You cannot let Remix live. You cannot let Remix live like that. Look at what's going to happen. It's not even a Remix. It's actually ZMB. But still, you've got 4 remaining players on Unamele's side. And Audic lost 2 just like that on a push that I can't help but describe in any other way other than dirty. It was a very dirty push.
Not as sloppy, yeah. However, Wood's trying to pick it up. Matheus is too, and I mean, it ends well for them, but it was way tougher than they might have liked to make it for themselves, because they did make it tougher of their own accord, pretty much. I mean, CMB gave him one hell of a scare. It should have been a 5-2 right up the rip. Audic had the chances, I think. Could this be a little bit of nerves that we are seeing come to fruition here unfortunately, to fruition here for the side of Audic? Wood, no, starts up quite right. Leo Monster will not be making it across. That is very important, as this man is the second deadliest that we've seen here on Dust 2. Oh, CMB, do not chow me like that, Togs, he says. Still not a free approach, especially when Realsin is finding shots like those, so the numerical advantage goes out the window immediately. And Unomili get to stand their ground.
CMB might hold in his hands the chance to fight here. Oh my god, they definitely saw that cannon. They definitely saw him. Yeah, there you go. That's the hiding spot that you can no longer hold on to. And here comes Remix. Once again, the player to keep an eye out for. The player to bring the possible comeback, but it's not going to happen here. Realson is the last one standing, and he is going to have to get 3 headshots if he wants to win it for his team. And unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. Odic, 1 round to go if they want to win this map and get into the playoffs. Somehow, Roy, after being so down on their luck, they're still here, alive and kicking, and they might be able to punch their ticket, but man, if it ain't going to be a hard one, Uno Melee know what's at stake here. They want to push for that 3rd OT.
They are... Again, I don't think they're going to be going quite into the good night. Not with how they've been approaching this, but kind of getting caught off guard in certain instances where I thought that Uno Melee had those situations on lock. Now it's a very different ordeal for them. And on the other hand, Odic, they decided to take a bit of a step back, you know? They decided to reel it in a little bit more. Take a breather. Slow down. Yes, time is against you, but you don't have to go out the gate swinging. So, change of pace greatly benefiting Odic as of the time being. Let's see if it can actually amount to anything. Lots of progress being made towards A here. And Uno Melee, of course, are still going to have a chance here, but a couple of smokes can definitely alleviate some of that pressure. Remix going to be the main point of contention here for Uno Melee. He may have this round in his shoulders. Well, shots are fired, but no dice there for CMB. It's always his trusty partner. And just a little bit of distraction later, they make it in and catching a double. No way, Matthews does get that, and this may just be curtains. B on that type of retake is gonna be just so tough to overcome. Wood falling out the last 2 remaining players. This is it, dude. This surely has to be it, as Remix is the last player left standing. And Odic have somehow done it. They have somehow come back in such a fashion. They force out overtime twice over, and then they close it out to make it all the way into the playoffs in 2-0 fashion.
And that, everybody, is how the day comes to an end. The 2 teams that were fighting for their chances at playoffs have now gotten it. It was a very long, hard-fought battle from Odic's side, but they finally got it, and they have become the 2nd team invited. Shoutouts to Zerudera, Tox, Marios, Wood, and Naite. Shoutouts especially, I will say, to Naite and Tox for putting in such a solid performance throughout the day. These guys have been definitely the backbone of the team, and where some players fall to the wayside, the others pick it up, and they definitely performed really well today. Also Marios, I mean, shoutouts to him for putting on such a good performance. The others, okay, I don't think they were bad. I mean, there were definitely some questionable choices here and there, but as long as, you know, you can adapt from what happened today, I think that this team is onto something pretty good. And again, they're the 2nd team invited to the playoffs, so shoutouts to them. They got here for a reason.
Oh, yeah. And taking a look at our standings, just to give a quick reminder of how things have been going. We saw it on the previous match. Team Solid, in spectacular fashion, they managed to close out a 2-0 versus Dusty Roots. And now Odic also do much of the same. And so they will both be heading towards the playoffs. Teams that are on the verge of making that happen as well on the left side of your screen. And here are some of the results that we've had from the previous matches. A couple of teams already have said goodbye to the competition, namely Atrix and Nitro as well. So, I mean, better luck next time for sure, but they'll get the chance to continue on keeping the fight going. But for the rest of the squads, I mean, either outcome is still on the line for them. A couple of them, of course, closer to make it into those playoffs, such as Dusty Roots or Uno Melee, but There are also a couple of teams which have only seen a single W and that they could still be making it out into the next phase of the tournament. So with that, I do believe it will be all for us today. It was an action-packed day at times, perhaps too long in certain instances, such as that situation that we had on Dust 2. Very impressive plays overall, but the action may come to a close for today, but it will continue for sure tomorrow. So we'll be seeing you guys with that. And so we're close now.